We will begin. Look, and I'm going to keep reiterating what I say every meeting because I want to make sure the message gets out. This committee's focus is to find out what happened because I believe that sunshine is always the best policy. But we're not after any particular person or any kind of witch hunt. This is really, truly to try and find out what exactly happened in this case. And I want to give everybody an opportunity to clarify things that have been either reported in the media or rumor or say, out there. And I also want to find out why certain things that are curious to me happened that I don't see a rational explanation for. With that said, we'll begin by calling Louisiana State Police Trooper Triet Lee, and I apologize if I mispronounced the name.
Mr. Chairman, a point of order.
You have a point of order, Representative Hughes? I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to clarify on the record, when witnesses come to the table and testify and by filling out that white card, they are under oath. Is that correct?
They are under oath. That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Hughes. All right, Mr. Lee, can you please, or Officer Lee, can you please have a seat to tell us your name for the record?
Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am. Triet Lee with the Louisiana State Police.
Thank you for being here. Mr. Lee, I'm going to turn it over to Representative Landry for some questions.
Right here.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Mr. Lee. Thanks for coming today. My name is Mandy Landry. I'm a representative from New Orleans, and I'm a longtime lawyer. So I'm going to walk you through some introductory questions. If you need to take a break at any point, let me know. If you don't know the answer to something, that's perfectly fine. We're just looking for some information. I understand that your role at the state police is very specific, so I won't go into a lot of other detail. But first, can you just tell us your educational background?
Bachelor degree in computer engineering.
And where did you go?
LSU.
LSU. What year was that?
1995.
Okay.
Oh, no, 2003, sorry. Yes.
Okay. And when did you start working for the state police?
2007, I started working for the DPS, Department of Public Safety, for data processing.
So 15 years?
About that, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what is your current title?
Information technology.
Director or?
Yeah, the technical support specialist.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Has that has not always been your role?
Yes, it always been my role.
It always has been your role?
Yes, ma'am.
So you've not had any other job with the state police?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Currently, who are your supervisors or your chain of command?
My current supervisor is Mr. Michael T. and Captain David Staley.
Davis?
Staley,
Staley.
S-T-E-L-L-Y.
Okay. And if you remember, in early 2019, who were your supervisors or your chain of command?
Before 2019 will be Mr. Michael T. 2019, Mr. Michael T.
Okay. Thank you. And real quickly, have you ever been involved in any lawsuit regarding the state police?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Getting to today, did you do any preparation for your testimony today?
I'm yet ready for you to ask me a question and answer the question.
Did you review any documents in preparation for today?
No, ma'am.
Did you speak to anyone at state police in preparation for today?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did anyone at state police attempt to speak to you about your testimony today?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. One second. Yeah, okay. I'm going to turn now to the activities that we're looking at in this committee meeting. As you know, it's been reported that the cell phones of 3 troopers were wiped since this incident happened, and that would be Reeves, Cain, and Noel. Is that your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you the individual who, and I'll use the terms wiped or sanitized, which is what we've heard. Were you the individual who wiped or sanitized those 3 phones?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to go one by one and see what you remember about what happened back then. But I believe his first name is Mike Noel. Do you remember who that is?
He was my chief of staff.
He was your chief of staff?
Yes, ma'am. He was chief of staff. Yes,
Okay. And do you remember around what month or what year that you sanitized his phone?
Probably in 2020.
Okay. And who directed you to wipe his phone?
No one, ma'am. Basically, he called me. He said he won't turn in the phone. And so let me tell you the story.
Sure.
In 2009, 2010, my former coworker, trained me how to activate and transfer the information. Like if the new employee when the phone get the phone and give to them, set up the phone for them for the BlackBerry and iPhone at that time. And then he taught me how to set up, transfer, and wipe, because he told me all the data is critical. You need to wipe, and there was no policy for it.
There was no policy
No,
for
ma'am.
it?
He didn't tell me any policy about it.
And this you said was in 2009, 2010?
Yes, ma'am.
And was there any update on phone policy from then until about 2020?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So you said Mr. Noel, I'm sorry, I don't know his actual title, came to you to turn in his phone. Why was he turning in his phone?
I have no idea. He just called me, or his secretary called me, say, I want to turn in my phone. Usually when he called me, sometime I come in here helping him with all like computer stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what he need.
So the phone was just given to you in what word, excuse me, did they ask you to wipe it, or he just said, I'm turning it in?
He said, I am turning it in.
Okay. And so in this time period, or rather prior to 2020, were there other instances where people turned in their phone to you that you wiped it?
Before June 2021, yes, I did. Factory reset, yes. After June 2021, I have not.
You said factory reset. That's so a new person can have it with no old information.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
And on average, how many phones were turned in per year?
I do not get
Like 3 or like 20 or?
probably about 20, between 25 to 50.
So quite a few.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that because people were leaving state police?
No, they are people who retire, people who do not want the phone anymore. They don't want to carry two phones, and people their phone broken.
Okay. Now, when someone turned in, so most of us have iPhones, and like when I get a new phone, my information is downloaded on it from the cloud. Was there any attempt to delete information on these phones in the cloud?
I do not have that access to it because the iCloud is their personal password.
So it would be possible that on the phones you physically wiped, there could be information in a cloud somewhere still.
I cannot answer that question.
Right. Okay. Possible. Was there ever an attempt prior to, I think you said June 2021, to back up the information on phones that were turned in?
After July 2021, my captain told me I need to back it up.
And that would be Captain Davis?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But before that, there were no
ma'am.
backups. Was there ever an instance where, whether there was a criminal investigation or a lawsuit, that, for example, you received a subpoena for information on a wiped phone?
No, ma'am.
You've never received
I
anything
never
like that?
received.
Okay. Back to Noel. So he gave you the phone to turn in, you wiped it, and then it was put back in circulation?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he handed a new phone?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Cain, again, I'm apologize for not remembering people's titles right now. What happened with his phone?
Same thing. He called me. He wanted to turn his phone in.
Do you remember when that was?
About in 2020.
In 2020. He called you himself?
Yes, him or his secretary calling.
Okay. And they just said, we're turning in our phone.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Would it be accurate to say that troopers knew that when they turned in a phone, it would be wiped?
Basically, when I wipe, I show them that I wipe the phone in front of them.
They knew when they, excuse me, is it your understanding that everyone knew that it was your policy to wipe phones turned in?
I do not know that if they know about, but I did wipe and I show it to them. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're not sure what the troopers would have understood.
Right.
Okay. And by the way, is there a log of all phones that are state police property?
Before June 2021, no, there was no log. After June 2021, yes, there's a log.
Well, I mean, what would happen if someone said they lost their phone or something to that effect? Would they just be given a new one?
If they lost the phone, they will send me the report, the incident report, and from their supervisor, the XO or the captain, and I will give them another phone. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because the reason I'm asking is if they're state property, there should be a log somewhere. For example, all these chairs we're sitting in or on a list somewhere belonging to the state of Louisiana. Was there no list before 2021 regarding the phones purchased?
No, ma'am. There's no list.
Okay.
Because my former coworker say it's under $1,000, so we do not keep track of the device.
Okay.
Yes,
That's good to know. Okay, back to Doug Cain. So your memory is that he or his secretary said he wanted to turn in his phone.
Yes.
And you said that was in 2020. Do you remember the early in the year, end of the year?
I do not know, ma'am.
Okay. So if there were no logs until 2021, was there anything on email sent about turning in a phone? Did you make a note in a notebook, or was there anything?
No, ma'am. I did not know.
So you would not know right now, or you would not be able to determine if there's any trooper who has Doug Cain's old phone.
That's correct. No.
Someone could have it.
Someone could have it.
Okay. There's not even a list somewhere of serial numbers?
No, ma'am. There's no list.
Okay. The former head, Kevin Reeves. What happened with his phone?
Same thing. Himself or his secretary called me to come to his office. When I show up, he said, I want to turn in my phone.
Okay. And do you remember when that was?
2020.
Did these three people contact you close in time about turning in their phones?
I do not remember the time.
Of when they asked you? You don't remember?
That's correct. I don't remember.
And I just want to ask this again. Is it possible an email was sent about any of these phones being turned in?
No, ma'am. There's no email.
No email. Everything happened by phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It's also my understanding that many troopers, including Reeves and others, used, in addition to their state police phone, they used a personal phone. Were you ever asked to wipe or sanitize anyone's personal phone?
No, ma'am. Never.
If you were asked to do that, what would be your response?
If they ask me wipe their personal, I'll make sure they send me an email for my record.
Is that because it's not state property?
Yes, ma'am.
But you don't remember anyone asking you to wipe a personal phone?
No one asked me to wipe the phone.
Okay. Were you ever asked to provide, troubleshooting or tech assistance with a personal cell phone?
I do not troubleshoot on personal phone because that's their personal phone device.
Okay. Do you know how many, I don't want to say how many, do you know if there are many troopers who also use a second personal phone, or is that something that only perhaps a few people did?
I do not know. For example, I have my personal phone. I have the state phone. So I don't know what they have.
Okay. Did you also provide tech support for state-issued laptops?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you the only person who does that?
No, and OTS also too.
Okay. Let me clarify something else. Are you the only state employee who deals with wiping of the cell phones?
Yes, ma'am. That's
Okay.
correct.
But laptops are a little more complicated. There are other people who work with the laptops.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And these are state-issued laptops only.
Yes, ma'am.
And what office was that?
Office technology,
Okay.
OTS support services.
Are you the director of?
No,
or-
ma'am, I am
no.
not. I am work for the Louisiana State Police.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
You work in conjunction with them on laptops?
Yes, ma'am.
And if a trooper came to you with a problem on a laptop, you would refer it to that office?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Okay. Has anyone ever asked you to sanitize a laptop?
No, ma'am. I asked them to contact OTS by calling the help desk.
So similarly, if a trooper is retiring or they just need to turn in their laptop for whatever reason, what would happen?
They will have to give it to their supervisor, and their supervisor contact to the OTS for their laptop.
So what would your involvement with laptops be?
For advising, consulting, what need to be done. Yes, ma'am.
So would it be safe to say you help them as much as you can, and if you can't, you refer it?
That's correct.
Okay. And do you keep a log of laptops?
After June 2021, I do keep a log on it.
Okay. So there's a program, I believe it's Axon. Is that how you say it? The video camera program. Do you provide troubleshooting for that program?
No, ma'am, I do not have access to the Exxon at all.
Is that because, or do you know why you don't have access to it?
No, I do not know.
Okay. Has anyone ever asked you for assistance on it?
No, when they ask me, I refer back to my coworker on it.
Who's that?
At that time will be Lieutenant Chad. He's the captain now.
What's his name?
Chad, C-H-A-D.
Okay. That was who you referred to at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you sometimes did get questions about Axon and you just referred it to
That's
him?
correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember who may have asked you about Axon?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Have you ever performed any troubleshooting work on, for example, body cameras or the cameras in the cars?
No, ma'am.
Do you have any professional interaction with the troopers' vehicles?
No, ma'am. I do not have professional.
So is your work for the state mostly limited, it seems, to cell phones, laptop troubleshooting, and what else would that be?
And consultant, if they need some advice on like how to set up the conference room, then I can help them, advise them how to set up the conference room. Yes.
Okay. And your direct supervisor right now is who?
Mr. Mike City.
Okay. I think that's everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Landry. I do want to clarify something, though. You testified that y'all did not have a policy on data sanitization?
Yes, at the time, 2009, my former co-worker did not tell me anything about that.
There is a policy. It's ITSTD 1-17, data sanitation standards and requirements. And one of the things in that policy, this is from the documents you gave us, is that you have to create a sanitation log record. And this policy is from 2014.
But like I mentioned, I was training for my co-worker at 2009, 2010.
Right, but then they updated the policy in 2014. I would assume they would give you a copy of the policy in 2014. No?
2014, I was not with the state. I was with another company.
Okay, so when you came back
in 2015.
In 15, and they didn't give you an updated policy manual?
No, sir.
You were not aware that you were supposed to create a sanitation log?
That's correct. Nobody told me anything.
And there's a sanitation status code?
No, sir. Nobody mentioned.
It's MRS. And that there's a label device with the LPAA label. Are you not aware of that as well?
That's correct. I did not aware of that.
Who is responsible for making sure you have all the policies and procedures?
For the new one?
Well, just in general.
My current supervisor and the captain.
Who was it in 2015 when you came in?
2015, I worked with Gammon and other different supervisors.
When you went back to this department, who was in charge of policies and procedures?
Mr. Mike City.
Mike City. Okay. And to be clear, how'd you find out about the committee today?
I get the when I come to work 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago. My coworker told me you're on video, and I like your name on video. I'm like, what video? And they told me, yeah.
Have you talked to any of your supervisors about coming here and testify today?
I talked to my supervisor that I'm going to be here today. Yes, sir.
And did y'all discuss the sanitization of the phones at all?
He told me to tell the truth.
Good.
Yes, sir.
And you've had no contact at all with current?
No, sir.
Not yesterday or anything like that?
No, sir.
Thank you. Representative Marcel.
Thank you. I think that just about covered most of the questions that I had to ask you, but I do have a couple that I don't know if I heard you say. You mentioned that they would typically turn in these phones when they were retiring, just got tired of carrying 2 phones. Is that the only reasons?
That the reason? Yes, ma'am. That's the reason. Yes.
Do you recall what reason Reeves gave you for turning?
No, ma'am. He just say I want to turn my phone.
Okay. Do you recall what reason Cain gave you for turning the phone?
He just told me to say I want to turn my phone.
So all 3, Noel included, just said, we want to turn in our phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Neither of them were preparing to retire and just turning in, right?
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
accurate?
That's correct.
Do you know how long each of them had those phones that they turned in? What was the time limit?
I don't
know?
I don't remember.
Do you know none of them? You don't know how long they had them?
No.
Correct?
I do not know. No, ma'am.
So would you agree that they all turned it in within the same time period and same time frame?
I remember they turned in sometime in 2020. I don't remember.
In what time frame, you think? Within 2 months of each other?
I do not.
Did you take a guess at it? Just 2020, the end of 2020, the beginning? When was it?
I do not remember exactly the
And
month.
you didn't keep any records of that?
That's correct. I do not keep record.
You
Because
did
of,
not keep records?
yes, ma'am.
The state police did not keep records of when they sanitized phones,
Yes,
right?
ma'am. Yes.
Okay. And you already said that. Did you say chief of staff was Noel at the time?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am. And then chief of staff Bob Well. So I don't know which time. I don't remember which time that.
So would you say that he had authority over you, right?
Yes, he the chief of staff. Yes, ma'am.
Right. So you were unaware of the policy, the sanitation policy that was issued in 2014 that was updated, right?
That's correct, because I did not come back until 2015.
I mean, I understand that, but when you come to a job, they typically give you procedures and policies to follow in that role. Would you agree?
Yes, ma'am. But when
Do you have policies on other things that you do?
yes, ma'am. When I came back in 2015, I worked with Gaming at that time.
Gaming?
Like video poker.
Gaming.
Yes, ma'am.
You work with gaming.
Yes.
And so do you believe that gaming didn't have this policy either? I mean,
Nobody give me no policy on it.
nobody gave you a policy. So what were you given when you came back in 2015? Were you given anything, or they just told you to go to work?
They give me the policy on all the standard policy.
This
Like-
is a part of the standard policy,
like
though. So
that-
they left this part out.
I believe that the policy from OTS. This is DPS.
Okay. And you were you ever asked to sign a non-disclosure agreement
No,
as it
ma'am.
relates? You
But-
never signed one?
No, ma'am. Never said one.
And no one went over your testimony for today?
No one.
No one gave you anything about what we were going to be looking for?
That's correct. No one asked.
Just your coworker. Who you said your coworker told you
My-
that you was on the video? Who was that?
Yeah, my coworker told me I'm on a video.
Who was that?
Lieutenant William.
Lieutenant Williams. He just said you on the video,
Yes, correct.
and they're gonna want to talk to you.
Yes.
Is that what he said?
Yes, ma'am.
And nothing else.
Nothing else.
You didn't see it in the news. You didn't read it in the paper. You didn't see it?
I just saw the news about the case. I didn't go to details.
So you didn't see it in detail.
Right.
Okay. Well, I just find it odd that you would come to work and they wouldn't give you a policy of something that you were over. Typically, when people go to work and they take jobs, they tell you the procedure in which to follow. And now we have state police that don't have a policy in place. And you say you're not over the body cams, right?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
You don't do that.
No, ma'am.
Well, thank goodness you didn't wipe any of those clean, right? Do you believe that some of that information may still be in the clouds, and you said you didn't have any knowledge of that?
I don't have any knowledge on that.
Any knowledge of that? So where are these phones now? What are the devices?
In the Louisiana State Police building, the headquarters.
So you still have them?
I do not have any more.
Pardon me?
The IA has it.
Internal. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So they weren't reissued to another trooper. None of these phones.
I do not recall, and I don't remember if I issued the same phone to people on their phone.
So there is nothing in place when a phone. Let me ask it a different way. When you reissue a phone to a new trooper or someone else, is that documented?
No, ma'am. Not before June 2021. No, ma'am.
So there's no documentation, no serial numbers. That this strikes me as really odd because every piece of little raggedy furniture that I have in my office, the state typically asks me once a year to write down all the serial numbers. They want to know where it is because it's state property, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so y'all don't have to fill out anything like that?
As I mentioned earlier, the device was under $1,000, and my former co-worker said I don't have to keep track on it.
Your former co-worker said that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if it's under $1,000, you don't have to keep it.
I don't keep track.
Track.
Yes, ma'am.
And what's the value of the phones?
It was free, $0.
Pardon me?
Free?
Free?
Yes, ma'am.
So you mean free?
The provider give us the phone for free.
But there is a value to the phone, though.
I do not know how much the device costs.
Regardless of whether they got it in a grand or whatever, there is a value to the phone. It has value, right?
Yes, ma'am. But if the value will be under $1,000, still under $1,000.
It will still be under $1,000.
Yeah, correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Representative Marcel. Representative Billy has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Lee, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
So you were employed with state police in your current position in 2016 when there was the Colonel Edmonston Las Vegas side trip investigation. Isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And isn't it true as early as 2016, if not before, the issue of state police text messages being a public record, which should not be destroyed, was acknowledged publicly by state police, in fact, then Major Doug Cain?
Okay.
Are you aware of that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you've testified about Captain David Stelly, but your supervisor, when these phones were wiped clean, was then Captain Lamar Davis. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, at that time. Okay.
And you would agree that the state police is a paramilitary organization that follows a chain of command, does it not?
I don't understand the question. Can you?
Okay. You understand a chain of command and that Captain Lamar Davis was your supervisor?
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
And at the time you destroyed these public records, you didn't discuss with then Captain Davis that you were going to wipe these phones clean?
No, ma'am, because no one told me this is the evidence. No one said anything about it.
Now, Mr. Lee, I'm not asking you the content of any attorney discussion you may have had before today's testimony, because any discussions you would have had with an attorney are privileged. But is it your testimony that you did not speak to an attorney in advance of today's testimony?
No, ma'am, I did not.
And is it your testimony that you did not speak to any House or Senate representative before today's testimony?
No, ma'am. I know.
Mr. Lee, I'm going to remind you that you're under oath.
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't it true, Mr. Lee, that the state police never reissue or put back into circulation old or used phones.
Can you repeat that?
Isn't it true, Mr. Lee, the state police never reissue or put back into circulation old or used phones?
That during the hurricane, if we don't have the phone, we can reuse the phone back. For example, like during COVID, all the device are out. We have to reuse the phone.
But these phones were not put back into circulation, were they, Mr. Lee?
I do not recall.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you, Representative Villia. Representative Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just got a few questions for you, Mr. Lee, because I think Representative Villia and the others have answered it. But you said a couple of things that caught my attention. These phones, did they have, because they were state-issued phones, did they have barcodes or any kind of unique identification markers on them?
No barcode, no, sir.
No barcode?
Oh, they have the barcode, yes.
They did have the barcode?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if they had a barcode, you didn't log that anywhere?
No, sir. Because, like I mentioned, my coworker didn't ask me to keep log on it. 2009.
All right, but you would have been able to identify them in some way.
But I do not know which one their device.
All right, well, let me ask it this way. When they issued the phones and they had a barcode, did you make a log of who had what phone based on the barcode?
After July 2021, yes, I keep track. Yes, sir.
So I guess the question is this: when somebody lost a phone, you said if somebody lost a phone, they would have to do some incident report. You couldn't tie that back to the phone by using the barcode?
No, sir, I do not.
So what was the purpose of having the barcode?
That I don't know that from the manufacturer they put the barcode in there.
Okay. So let me ask this. You said IA has these phones. Why would IA have these phones?
I have no idea, sir.
They came and did they come and get them from you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And they didn't tell you why they got them.
No, sir.
But these phones, the phones of Doug Cain, Mike Noel, and Kevin Reeves are all in the possession of Internal Affairs.
All the phone that I factory set, and including the new one at the IA.
So any phone is with IA
At the moment, yes, sir.
at the moment. Was that always the case?
No, sir.
Okay. So when did that start?
They came in to me yesterday and they said they want all the phone.
So they came yesterday
Yes, sir.
and got all the phones.
Yes, sir.
So prior to yesterday, you had these phones where you had access to them.
Yes.
But who came yesterday?
Sergeant Richard Buckland.
Butler.
Buckland. Bucklan. Buckland.
Buckland's. So Buckland came from IA and got all the phones from you and took them to IA.
So basically, Sergeant Buckland came to see my captain. My captain called me, go get all the device and give to IA.
And give to IA.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you have no idea why that happened.
That's correct.
All right. What's the purpose? Do you understand the purpose of IA, of Internal Affairs?
Yes, sir.
And what's your understanding of what they do?
They investigate, or they're looking for something.
They're looking for something. So is it safe to assume that they're looking for something on those phones?
I have no idea what. No.
Well, why else would they have them?
I have you.
All right. I think Representative Marcel asked you about the time frame. I mean, isn't it true that Colonel Reeves, Mike Noel, and Doug Cain turned their phones in somewhat close proximity of time?
I do not remember the timeline.
You don't remember? Well, how do you remember it was 2020?
Because that I canceled the service.
I'm sorry?
I canceled the service. Cancel all the service on 2020.
You canceled all the services on those phones in 2020.
Yes,
So if you know when you canceled the services, you can't tell me what month you canceled the services in?
No, I don't. I have to go back my email and look for the date.
Okay, so you got access to your email?
No, yes, sir.
Well, let's go ahead. I'm gonna give you some time. Go ahead and take a look for me.
But it been 2000. I don't think my email can go back to it.
Well, we'll see. Let's go ahead. Let's see what's going on. And if it can't, we'll call you back another time once you're able to do it. But go ahead. I'm gonna give you some time to look.
No, sir.
Okay, so you do have. So I think somebody actually had some records. You said you didn't, but you do have some records as far as email that somebody can retrieve from when you canceled the service on those phones to see when they were actually sanitized. Correct?
Right.
All right. Now, isn't it true that you? Let me ask it this way: Why did you tell somebody that this was unusual? That the sanitizing of these phones was different than the rest? Why did you say that?
What do you mean?
I don't know. That's what I was told you said. You didn't say that?
No.
Did you find anything unusual or strange about the sanitizing of these phones?
No, sir.
All right.
They are my boss, and I treat everybody the same. When they want to turn in their phone, I would factory reset.
All right. So if somebody said that, you would dispute that, right?
Right.
All right.
Before July 2021.
No, but I'm talking about these three phones in particular. You didn't find it strange in the proximity of time that they came and wanted their phones sanitized?
No, sir.
All right. Let me ask you this: Did you inspect the phones before you sanitized them?
No, sir.
Well, when I say inspect, did you take a physical look at them? I mean, did you see them? Were you able to look at the phones before you sanitized?
I hold the phone, yes, sir.
You hold the phone in your hand,
yes,
right?
Sir. Yes, sir. Correct.
All right. So as to Mike Noel's phone, how did it look?
It's an iPhone. I don't even know what color, but an iPhone.
All right. It was just a regular phone.
Yes, sir.
All right. So, how about with? I think I just asked you about Noel. So how about Reeves? When you looked at his phone,
Same thing. An iPhone.
just an iPhone.
Yes, sir.
All right. And the same for Doug Cain.
Same thing.
Same thing. All right. Just a regular iPhone.
Yes, sir.
No distinguishable marks or cracks or damages or anything like that, right?
That's correct.
All right. So they were perfectly good looking phones, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So from that perspective, you don't find it strange that phones that weren't damaged needed to be turned in?
No, sir.
All right.
They're my boss.
All right. They're your boss. They just tell you. So they didn't mention anything to you about defects or the software glitchy or anything like that, did they?
No, sir. They did not.
All right. So it wouldn't have been anything like that. No reason because of any type of software glitch.
That's correct.
No, because I mean, I just traded my phone in. The phone I had before I thought had a little software glitch in it, so I traded in for a different one and couldn't get it fixed with a patch. So it wasn't anything like that, right?
That's correct.
All right. So we had three perfectly fine phones, okay, that they just said we want to turn them in.
That's correct.
All right. All right. So, Mr. Lee, I don't have any more questions for you at this time. All right, but I do have some follow-up questions for you. So I do want you, hopefully between now, we're probably going to be here for a while. So we got some other witnesses to get through. So I want you, before we leave here today, to get with somebody at State Police and get those emails for me from 2020 so that we can see when you canceled those phones. Can you do that for me?
Yes, sir.
All right, I need that done. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm going to represent Marcel real quick for a follow-up.
I don't know if you said this, but is it possible for you to call the phone company to find out when those phones were canceled? Who's the service with?
I have to go back and look on the.
Who's the service with?
It could be AT&T or Verizon.
AT&T or Verizon. Y'all use two
Yes, ma'am.
different.
Yes, ma'am.
And you don't recall?
I don't recall. I have to go back.
You didn't look at it before you came here and you knew we were going to be asking you questions about it?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
I'm just come here, answer the question. If you have any other question, I will provide back another question.
Right, but I'm saying you knew that we were going to be asking you about the sanitizing of these phones. Why wouldn't you look, at least see when you turned them in or who the carrier was?
Because I don't know what you're going to ask me question.
But you did know we were going to ask you about the sanitizing of these phones.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's related to it.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you could call the company and find out.
I can go back to my email and provide information.
Okay, or you could contact them. Their offices, the secretaries, the ones that gave you the call, you say, and find out who the carrier was?
I have to
Do
go.
you think they know?
I have to go back and look for the phone number.
Look for the phone number.
Yes, ma'am.
You don't think that within your department you could find out who the carrier was without going back through a million emails? You don't think? Because those are your bosses. You keep saying that. Those were your supervisors. So those were your supervisors. So I do what my supervisors ask me to do. Right?
Right.
Isn't that accurate?
Yes.
So if your supervisor asks you to do something, you wouldn't be looking at a policy. You're just going to do what your supervisor asks you to do.
Right.
Right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's the bottom line, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I figured that was the bottom line. That's what I figured. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Marcel. Representative Bacala.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Lee, just if you would kind of describe the process. I mean, when you pick a name, when somebody came in, did they mail the phone to you? Did they hand walk it in? Did you sit down with them? I think you said that you would sit down with someone, but describe that process, the physical process.
So a trooper, when they receive a new device, when they want a new device, they send the paperwork all the way up to the chain command, to the chief of staff for his signature on it.
Well, in particular, I'm talking about the three phones that we're talking about: Colonel Reeves, Cain, Noel. I mean, did they walk into your office with the phone in hand? Did they send it by messenger? Did they mail it to you? And I think you said earlier that as someone sat there, you would delete all information, show them that it was deleted, and that would be. But in these particular cases, were they present when the phones were sanitized?
Yes, I came to their office. Yes, sir.
Okay, so you went to their office, sat down. I guess they probably had to open it up with password, hand it to you,
Right.
and then what would you do, particularly to the phone?
So basically, I went for the iPhone, I went to the general, and then go all the way settings general, and go all the way down to reset,
Okay.
and click on reset factory. Yes, sir.
Okay, so and then you said you would show them that the phone is
Yes, sir.
clean.
Yes.
And then I guess you would walk out with the phone.
Yes, sir.
Any receipts exchanged, anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay, and then the phone went, and you would put it on a shelf somewhere.
I put it in the box.
Okay, so in a box and then stored somewhere.
Right.
All right. In any of these cases where another phone reissued to replace the turned-in phone?
On the same three people?
Yeah.
I do not remember.
Well, did it? Okay, you don't remember if anybody got a replacement phone, only that you took a phone?
I will play the phone, but I will not use their phone to replay for other people.
No. I'm asking, did anyone say, wipe this one, give me a new one?
No, sir.
Okay, so these were phones that people had but decided to turn them in and not get a replacement phone.
Yes, sir.
Do you know how long these phones had been in issue?
No, sir.
I mean, had someone had a phone for 10 years and then decided they didn't want one anymore? Or how long had a phone been issued to the individuals who, how long were they comfortable having the phone? I guess.
I do not keep track before June, July 2021.
But fair to say that that at some point, for some period of time, they had state-issued phones. Then at some point in time when it turned in, they did not ask for replacement. So they went from having a state-issued phone to not.
Yeah.
Okay. And the phones were you kept them in a box. What was storage condition? I mean, were they locked up?
No, sir.
All right. And when someone turns in a phone, and I think you alluded to this, and they don't get a new phone reissued to them, that phone number, the phone number itself is no longer in use. So you're canceling the service, which means the phone number is no longer a valid number within your system.
Correct.
You're not reissuing a phone number.
No, sir.
So the exact something of an exact date of, and I'm trying to determine that as per everybody here. You might see the cancellation of service date, which may reflect a month's period of time or something like that. But at the same time, if you access the actual phone records, you should see the last time a phone call was made or answered. If you looked at the actual phone records, I'm assuming, which would give perhaps an exact date when something was taken out of service.
Yes, sir.
Typically, and you mentioned earlier that you would dispose of some phones, but these, why were these not disposed of? It sounded like maybe typically if a phone is being turned in, you might be surplusing it out to, I guess, the state property.
Yes, sir.
Well, the ultimate fate of a phone is typically it's going to get sold
surplus.
off as surplus.
Yes, sir.
Is there any particular reason why these phones were not turned over to surplus?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, that's it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Bakla. Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. Mr. Lee, I noticed that there's some policies you can recall pretty quickly, some policies you can't. When you were hired, did you have to read the policy manual and sign and acknowledge that you received the policies?
Yes, sir, but nothing to do with the cellular phone.
Okay. And as policies were updated, did you have to acknowledge that you read and understood the policy?
Yes, sir, but the policy that you told me that was from OTS.
Okay. So you never had to acknowledge. That was never part of.
That was later on.
Okay.
In July 2021, my captain sent an email on that. Yes.
You've been a member of state police now, or staff, for 15 years. Is that accurate?
About, yes, sir.
Okay. How often do you receive professional development or training? Do you receive that yearly, monthly, quarterly? Never?
I have not.
Never. So in 15 years, you have not received any professional development training?
For some of the different, yes.
Okay. Finally, prior to today, when is the last time you had any communication or interaction with Colonel Lamar Davis?
I only came to see his assistant yesterday.
No, not his assistant. I want to be crystal clear. When is the last time you had any direct communication or interaction with Colonel Lamar Davis directly, via in-person, text message, telephone, electronic mail, any form of communication? When have you personally had any direct communication with Colonel Lamar Davis prior to today?
Yesterday, I came to see his assistant, and I saw him. I said, "Good morning, sir."
And the only communication that the two of you had was good morning.
That's correct.
You did not talk about this hearing at all?
No, sir.
When is the last time you had any direct communication, either in person, via telephone, via electronic mail, text message, or any other form of communication with Lieutenant Colonel Doug Cain prior to today?
Today, outside in the hallway.
No, prior to today. When was the last time you had any type of communication with him?
Probably about a few days ago. Just good morning, say.
Just good morning.
That's it.
You never discussed this hearing
That's correct.
or this investigation?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Representative Villio.
Mr. Lee, can you produce for this committee any document showing the reactivation of phones within the state police?
What do you mean reactivate? Like reactivate the number, or
reactivate a phone once a phone has been canceled, as you've discussed,
Okay, yes, ma'am.
and then it's been reactivated to reissue, can you produce to this committee, not this minute, but can you produce to this committee any record that would evidence the reactivation of cell phones?
On those 3 number,
On any cell phones, Mr. Lee?
I don't remember reactivate the same number back to anybody.
Right, because y'all never reissue the phones, correct?
When we cancel the number, then the number will be completely done, yes, ma'am.
You never reissue the phones, Mr. Lee, is that correct? So you don't have any records evidencing reactivation? That's the question.
I reused the phone in 2020 during the COVID, yes.
And so do you have records that evidence the reactivation of those phones?
No, ma'am.
Didn't think so. Thank you.
All righty, Mr. Lee, look, we thank you for testifying. I know it's a difficult thing to do, to come here and answer these questions. I appreciate you coming, and thank you. Have a good afternoon. All right, next we have Trooper Lieutenant Colonel Doug Cain, Louisiana State Police. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members.
Trooper Cain, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Yes, Lieutenant Colonel Doug Cain, Assistant Superintendent, Chief of Staff, State Police. And I do have some brief comments to make, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, members, I appreciate the opportunity to clarify my position at State Police back in 2019 and 2020. I had no role, responsibility, or authority over the investigation of Mr. Greene's death. I was the executive officer, and that comprised of 2 commands. That was the staff and administrative components of the superintendent's office. One command is operational development, which consists of policy, legislation, grants, and research. The other command is public affairs and recruiting. So those were the 2 commands that I was responsible for. Our team did push out initial information regarding the death of Mr. Greene. We contacted the local PIO, and Troop F contacted the media there in Monroe and provided statements. And there were 3 articles published regarding the death, noting that there was a pursuit, a crash, a struggle, altercation, unconscious, and he passed away. I'm not aware of any time where a spokesperson of State Police said that Mr. Greene died in a crash, and I have those articles here and can provide links to those. So you can see that the day of the crash, we did acknowledge the basic circumstances of the incident as we knew it at that time. We had no further work with regards to the investigation until later in 2020, when media inquiries started and public records requests began being filed, mostly in September of 2020. And that's when we got pretty busy involving this incident. I never had any interaction or communication with anybody on the investigative team during the investigation in 2019. None at all. So with that, I'll be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Trooper Cain. Let me ask you a question. Have you met with District Attorney Belton in the last 3 years?
In 2020. No, yeah, 2020.
And that was regarding the Ronald Greene incident, is that not correct?
Yes, he asked to meet with the Colonel Davis and I, and our new administration when we were appointed.
And have you, in 2020 till now, met with the investigators in the Ronald Greene matter?
I've not met with them. I've spoken to one of them in the fall of 2020.
And let's be clear, which investigators are you referring to?
The one I spoke with, Sergeant Paxton.
Okay. I'm going to turn it over to Representative Villio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lieutenant Colonel Doug Cain, you sat in these hearings last week, true?
No, ma'am, I was not here.
You were not here?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you speak with anyone in advance of your testimony today?
No, ma'am.
And did you review any documents in advance of today?
No, ma'am.
And I'm not asking you for the content of any discussions with an attorney because that would be privilege. But did you speak with an attorney before testifying today?
No, ma'am.
Now, you were a major under former Colonel Reeves, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were his confidential assistant,
No, ma'am. I was executive officer.
executive officer. Tell me what executive officer means and what's the difference between that and what I considered a confidential assistant.
I was specifically responsible for 2 commands, which are administrative commands in the superintendent's office. One being operational development, one being public affairs and recruiting. So I was responsible for those commands and their staff.
Now, following Colonel Reeves' resignation, you were promoted to Chief of Staff, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the number 2 position in state police?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you took Lieutenant Colonel Mike Noel's position.
Yes, ma'am.
Under Colonel Reeves, was it your role to assist legal affairs with public records requests?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were part of all command staff meetings to include Monday morning briefings?
I was not.
You were not?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever sit in on any of those briefings?
The only role that I played was during the Monday morning meeting, the PIO does a PIO brief, and the Intel component does an Intel brief, and then we leave, and then the executive staff meets. I never was a part of the weekly executive staff meetings. I wasn't on the executive staff.
Okay. Did you attend any disciplinary review committee meetings?
I did sit in DRCs, but not a participant, just an observer.
Sure. What date did you become aware of the in-custody death of Ronald Greene?
Probably the next day when the Troop FPIO did the interviews.
And how soon after his death did you and the other lieutenant colonels meet to view the body-worn cameras and the in-car cameras involving his death?
I wasn't lieutenant colonel at the time. I probably 3 weeks.
Okay. And I understand you weren't lieutenant colonel,
Mm-hmm.
but you met with the lieutenant colonels to review those cameras, correct?
I was
Footage.
staff, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that was about 3 weeks later?
Yes, ma'am.
How many videos did you review at that time?
I just remember 2.
But there was certainly, you were aware that there were more than 2 troopers on the scene of his death, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were aware, certainly, that there had been full deployment of body cameras, correct?
I wasn't involved in the investigation, so I don't know what the investigators had.
But I guess what I'm saying is when state police went to body cameras, there was a big press conference about the full deployment of body cameras, which full deployment means everyone gets one, right?
It was a rollout.
Sure. But that was back in 2016. So by 2019, everybody had body cameras, right?
I'm not sure. I wasn't involved in the deployment of it.
And they were deployed for transparency and accountability was the quote, as I remember, from the press conference, correct?
Sure.
Sure. And so when did you review Lieutenant Clary's video?
I didn't review any video. I mean, personally, I was in the room when other people viewed it.
Well, that's an interesting point. There's supposed to be an audit trail with the viewing of these videos on Axon, correct?
There is.
And so I didn't see your name anywhere on the audit trail, but you viewed the video, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Typically, you know, somebody may come in and show the video for the staff, but I didn't personally review it.
Sure. And typically, am I right that somebody may download that video to a thumb drive or may record the video on the phone?
I'm sure it's possible, yes, ma'am.
Sure.
You know, my practice now as chief of staff, where I do have a reason to specifically review, is noted in the log, viewed video per administrative investigation or inquiry.
And when did you start making those kind of notes?
That's when I was chief of staff, September 30th, 20.
Okay, so then your notes, you have notes that reference the viewing of the video?
It should be in the system.
Would you also, it should be in the system?
Yes,
the au-
ma'am.
The Axon audit
Yes,
trail that
ma'am.
you
When
reviewed
you
it?
go into Axon and you review, you can note why.
Would Axon note that everyone who was in the room to review?
No, ma'am.
So for instance, if someone downloads it to a thumb drive or records it on the phone, then that would allow them to say, go to the governor's staff, the governor, anybody, and allow them to see that video without there being an audit trail, correct?
I've never manipulated the system, ma'am. I've never used it in that capacity. I've only, logged on.
I didn't say you did,
Yeah.
Lieutenant Colonel, but I asked you if that is done, if it's downloaded to a thumb drive or if someone in the room records it.
Yeah, I can't speak to if it was downloaded or how it is. I don't even know how.
Now let me ask you, did you agree with Colonel Reeves' assessment of Greene's death as being awful but lawful?
I have no comment on that. I mean, that's his comment.
And I asked you if you agreed with it. So what was your assessment after you viewed the videos?
That's an ongoing investigation, ma'am. I'm not going to speak to the investigation.
Now, did you, Colonel Reeves, Attorney Faye Morrison, and all the lieutenant colonels, Mike Noel, Oliphant, Adam White, and Lane Barnum, receive weekly updates on significant investigations?
I did not. That's done in the Monday morning meeting.
Okay. So that's not done in the disciplinary review, but those are the Monday morning meetings where you step out after there's the information that you need for public affairs.
Yes, ma'am. We're there for 5-7 minutes between the public affairs brief and intel brief, and we leave.
You would agree that Ronald Greene would be a significant investigation that would be the subject of a Monday morning meeting, correct?
I can't speak to that, ma'am. I didn't attend them.
Now, isn't it true, Lieutenant Colonel Cain, at that time you had unfettered access to the governor's staff?
No, no, ma'am. I dealt with primarily the press staff because that was one of my commands.
And when you say you dealt primarily with press staff, who would those individuals be?
Christina Dayrees and Shauna Sanford.
Is it your testimony that you didn't communicate with the governor's staff on a regular basis regarding many issues associated with the state police?
Not regular. If something of interest, call and give them a heads up.
Okay. Would something of interest be the in-custody death of Ronald Greene?
Sure.
Okay. And so when did you give the governor's staff the heads up on anything involving Ronald Greene's death?
I didn't speak to the governor's staff probably until fall of 2020 when the public records request started coming in.
And is it your testimony that's the first conversation, communication? Let me say communication
Yeah.
because, of course, conversations could be by phone, could be by text. You would agree, right?
Yeah.
So would that be the first time you had a communication with the governor's staff regarding the Ronald Greene death?
I don't remember any specific conversations. Like I said, we dealt with the initial incident, was handled locally, and then we didn't deal with much until 2020 when the media inquiries began.
Now, Lieutenant Colonel, you heard Triet Lee's testimony regarding the wiping or sanitization of your phone. Why did you have your cell phone sanitized?
I can't speak to that, ma'am.
Did you give Triet Lee your phone?
I can't speak to my cell phone, ma'am. I notified the chairman that there's a internal investigation underway to ensure transparency by Colonel Davis. He's looking into that matter.
Representative Miller, can I interrupt you for just one brief
You
second?
sure can.
You did email me yesterday, the evening before the hearing, to let me know that you are now, there's an investigation being taken place. I'm trying to understand how that is and you just said transparency, how that is more transparent than you just answering the questions publicly.
I've been ordered not to speak to it.
So the cell phone issue has been existing for a while now. I mean, it didn't happen yesterday, correct?
All right.
And magically, I gotta tell you, I think this is the opposite of transparency. Y'all have had all this time. We've even talked about it for a while, and y'all do nothing on this issue. We start talking about it, wanting to know some answers on it, and then conveniently you conduct an investigation so you can come in here and say, I can't talk about it on the eve of the hearing. Did you see how that looks?
Representative McGee, I mentioned in the email, I'm ready for this to conclude, and we'll certainly share it.
That's not my question.
Yeah.
Do you see how that looks?
I don't know how it looks, sir.
You're telling me your testimony today. Have you ever seen the movie Son of a Woman?
I have.
Have you seen the end of it when they're doing the big hearing and the testimony? They're trying to figure out what happened.
Mm-hmm.
You're familiar with it?
I don't remember that.
You don't? Mm-hmm. It's a really good movie. I'm going to tell you what happens, and we can talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
In it, you got 3 kids who are accused of witnessing an incident.
Mm-hmm.
And the question is, do they do what's best for their future, or do they tell the truth? 2 kids take the easy route out, which is they can't quite see what happened, even though they could. And they're coached to do this because that way they don't have to technically lie, but they can get out of actually telling the truth. It's a very gray area. And Charlie, the protagonist of the show, he's confronted whether he wants to embrace and have his future laid out for him in his career, or does he want to tell the truth? And what Charlie does is he tells the truth, and then he's saved to a degree by the colonel, who comes in and basically lambasts everybody. And at the end of it, the 2 other witnesses feel very good about themselves. And Al Pacino, the best part of that whole movie is when he tells them very colorfully that they're not good friends either, because what they did was not really telling the truth, and that they shouldn't be so proud of themselves. He does it more colorfully, and then they get to stay in school, of course, because the system always works that way. But they get some sort of like little slap on the wrist. Your testimony today, and actually Colonel Reeves' testimony, reminds me eerily of the 2 other people. Meaning, you come in here, and I'm getting frustrated with it because you've had all this opportunity. Colonel Davis has had all this opportunity to investigate these phones. This isn't new information. This is no light. And you're saying, I can't speak to that. You're like the 2 little guys. Stretch. I couldn't quite see what happened that night. And that's, to me, extremely frustrating because it's not dishonest. I don't think you're not telling the truth, but you're not telling everything that you actually know, or you're hiding behind technicalities. Now, an IA investigation is not a criminal investigation. That's correct, right?
That's right.
In fact, you can't be criminally charged for it, correct?
That's right.
So you're not under a criminal investigation.
That's right.
You're under an IA investigation, which the result of an IA investigation is you lose your job.
That's right.
Kind of like those little 2 boys in their career. So, and it conveniently sets up, it's hard to me. And look, I'm trying to really get to the truth. And I really believe, I said it earlier, sunshine, best policy, right?
Yeah.
And there's something going on. I think everybody can acknowledge there's something going on in state police that's rotten. And when you have the shades drawn in and it's closed up, that thing festers and it stinks and it gets worse and worse and worse. The best thing you do is you open the shades and you let that sunlight kill it all. I'm hearing that y'all want to be the sunshine, but what I'm seeing is you're closing the shades.
No, sir.
So then tell the truth.
I absolutely will, but I have to do it according to the policies and the directives
that were established on the eve of the hearing when you knew you'd be testifying on this.
No, sir, this has been in place.
When did it come in place?
I was served probably March 4th.
So why did IA just get the phones yesterday?
I can't speak to the IA investigation. I have no idea.
And who served you with this?
Colonel Davis.
Okay. March 4th of this year?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's not that long ago. You acted like that was like some 8 years ago.
I just answered the question, sir.
No, that you may sound like it was a really long ongoing investigation. Again, I think the public has a right to know why you wiped your cell phone. I think that is basic. And look, and I'll tell you what I thought was most troubling about your email to me. What you said is, we will update you with the report. You used we.
The department.
I know. I get that. But you're telling me you're being investigated, and you're also telling me that you, inclusive of you, is going to tell me the results of your investigation. And you literally say, trust us. If we trusted you, we wouldn't be here right now. Do you understand that?
Sir, I've been transparent throughout this whole process, and I will continue to be.
Okay. I'm going to return the questions back to Representative Villio. And yeah, that's a very good point. March 4th, the day you got your letter from Colonel Davis, was the exact day we posted our first agenda.
I can't speak to how
You're this number 2 guy. Quit. Look, I have a lot of respect for the officers, the state troopers, but you sitting here and doing that is insulting my intelligence that y'all have not had a conversation. He's 1, you're 2. This is sort of bordering on ridiculous.
Mr. Chairman, the way that happened is I was just called into his office and served.
And y'all had no prior conversations about cell phones up until that point?
No.
All right, I'm sorry, Representative Dilley, to interrupt you. I really want to interject at the sort of the, it's almost ludicrous of this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lieutenant Colonel,
Yes, ma'am.
at what point did you not stop to think that by having your phone wiped, you were potentially destroying evidence? Or was that the point?
No, ma'am.
Well, you say no, ma'am, and you look kind of frustrated with my question. So let's go back to 2016 and 2017 when Colonel Edmonston, when they had the Las Vegas side trip investigation. And in fact, phones being wiped clean was the subject of that investigation. Isn't it true?
No, ma'am. I wasn't involved in the investigation. I wasn't on the trip.
Oh, I didn't say you were, but you were the major at that time, were you not?
I was over public affairs.
And didn't you comment to reporters that you were going to look into making sure that there's a policy in place because you agreed that those were public records?
I don't remember that.
I'll be happy to pull up the article when I yield, and we can come back to that. But yes, then Major Cain, now Lieutenant Colonel Cain, number 2, you commented, and that was not so long ago, that you recognized the importance of text messages and not wiping phones clean. In fact, the quote, specific quote too, was, "We certainly recognize this is an issue and we are taking steps to address it." So the steps to address it, Lieutenant Colonel Cain, was yesterday? That's the first step to address what you talked about in 2016 and 2017?
We put a policy in place in this year, or 2020.
It took you 3 years to address it?
Ma'am, I wasn't the head of the agency.
But you said you said we certainly recognize it's an issue and we are taking steps to address it. But you're not the we?
No, ma'am. I was just a spokesperson.
So you're the we when you want to be the we and not the we when it's good, when it's bad for you. That's what it seems. Now, isn't it true, Lieutenant Colonel Cain, that you called investigative reporter Chris Nakamoto and asked him not to run a story on Ronald Greene investigation?
Absolutely not true.
So no one directed you to make that call?
It's not true.
You didn't call him?
I did not.
Did you travel with Colonel Lamar Davis, Lieutenant Colonel Chavez Cameron, and Chief Counsel Attorney Faye Morrison to DA John Belton's office on Thursday, May 20th, 2021 to discuss the Greene matter?
At his request.
And were you part of conversations with DA Belton to dissuade him from filing criminal charges against Lieutenant John Clary and Trooper DeMoss and or Corey York?
Absolutely not.
Now, you're aware of Lieutenant Clary's video body camera footage or dash cam footage, some footage from the Ronald Greene incident. You're familiar with the fact that that was mislabeled, correct?
It's my understanding they were correctly labeled.
Really?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if there was some investigation by Colonel Davis into the mislabeling, but he didn't find enough evidence to consider it intentional as the number 2 guy, you're not aware of that?
Ma'am, I don't recall it being mislabeled.
Okay. So tell me why it didn't get submitted to the DA with the original file.
Say again?
Tell me why it didn't get submitted to DA Belton with the original file.
I wasn't involved in that process.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did Clary hail from Troop F?
He did.
Right. What about Trooper Jacob Brown? Did he hail from Troop F?
He did.
Now you were, you're aware that in a separate incident, Trooper Jacob Brown was found to have intentionally mislabeled videos in another beating case, correct?
Yes.
So that was able to be determined against Trooper Brown, but not Lieutenant Clary.
Yes.
One second, Mr. Chair. Now, Lieutenant Colonel Cain, at the time that you were under Colonel Reeves on those weekly meetings, who was under you? Who was your captain?
At what point?
When I asked you about the weekly meetings, and you said that you step out of those meetings after whatever little 7-minute blurb is important to your role in public affairs, I believe. So who was your captain at that time?
I had 2 captains when I was in that position.
Okay, well, go ahead and tell me both captains'
I had
names.
Captain J.B. Slayton was one captain, and Captain Chavez Cameron was the other captain.
And isn't it true, Lieutenant Colonel Cain, that the captains walked out of those weekly meetings, not you?
That's not true. We usually didn't go together. One of us would go and do the brief.
I yield at this time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I'm going to follow up some questions. How does, and I really would like an understanding of this because it's really bothering me. How does the number 1 person state police investigate the number 2 person in the state police or notify them of that, and then y'all continue to work together?
It's just an allegation that's being looked in. I mean, people continue to work while they're under internal affairs investigations.
Yeah, but you're not like, this is 1 and 2. This isn't guys out on the road being investigated by a supervisor. You're number 2.
Yes, sir.
Do you think it's concerning that the number 2 person in state police is being investigated by IA and is still in their position?
No, sir.
And then, why is that?
Why wouldn't I be in my position?
You could be put on administrative leave pending the results of the investigation. I mean, look, please quit insulting my intelligence. You know those answers. Like, this is getting annoying that you're going to be like, why would I do that? You know why.
We don't put people on administrative leave every time they're under investigation.
Oh, I didn't say every time, but you know what I'm referencing, and you want to be tedious about it. So my point is, why are you not on administrative leave if the only person who can really be your supervisor is the superintendent of state police?
That would be a question for him, sir.
Now, let's talk about the John Clary video. You've seen the John Clary video?
I have.
How'd you see it?
During the internal affairs investigation, probably.
The Paxton investigation?
No, the Clary investigation.
Okay. And you don't show up on the logs as seeing the video?
I was just in a room, so I didn't actually log in, and somebody else logs in and does the briefing.
Who else was in the room?
For the DRC, it would have been Colonel Day, all the lieutenant colonels, legal staff, and IA.
That sounds like a big room.
It is.
How many people were in it?
For a DRC, it can be 12 13, 14.
And I think one of the biggest problems we have as a modern society is death by acronyms. Can you tell the public what DRC is?
Disciplinary Review Committee.
Okay. So who's in the room now again? I'm sorry, I missed that.
So the Disciplinary Review Committee consists of the lieutenant colonels, the chain of command of the person being investigated, legal, and IA.
Okay. And who is the IA at this time?
Captain Triet Larverdane's the captain, and her lieutenants are usually there, as well as the actual IA investigator that presents the case to the DRC.
Do you remember what date that is?
I don't.
Can you give me an estimate so I can look at the log and figure out what time, who is the person who accessed the video?
For, I guess I said Clary, but I meant Hollingsworth, I think, was the first time that, they played the videos in the Hollingsworth case. That would have been sometime in 2020.
But I'm asking you specifically about the Clary video.
The Clary case, I don't know the time frame of it, but it would have been the Troop F command, the lieutenant colonels, as well as.
I think you're trying to parse out details and answer questions not anyway. When there's multiple videos of the incident,
right?
When did you see for the first time? Not when he was being investigated, because you keep saying when he's investigated, and I see the shift of linguistics there. When is the first time you put eyes on the John Clary video? That's my question. It could be in the Hollingsworth investigation, the Moss, any investigation in your lifetime. When is the first time that you saw the John Clary video?
I don't know what video was which. I just know that they showed videos.
So they put you on a review committee and they don't tell you which video you're looking at.
I wasn't on the review committee for Hollingsworth. I wasn't on the review committee until I became chief of staff.
Okay.
Actually a participant.
So when is the first time you became aware that you were watching the John Clary video, the one that did not make it to the DA's office?
I don't know. I don't know the difference between the videos.
Well, good.
At least back then.
DeMoss has one video. It's 46 minutes and 16 seconds. Mm-hmm. York has two videos. It's 1 minute and 44 seconds and 33 seconds. Was it one of the York videos?
I remember.
They're short. So did you see a short video or a long video?
They showed a short video and a long video. The first time that I saw videos was that time a few weeks after. Okay. And they showed a video of a short one and then one long one.
Okay. So you may have seen a York video, but clearly you saw another video besides a York video.
Yes, sir.
Then you have the Clary videos, which are, there are 3 or 4. There's one that's 2 minutes and 36 seconds. There's one that's 30 minutes and 23 seconds. There's one that's 39 minutes and 17 seconds. Could it be one of those?
It could have been possible, yes, sir.
Okay. And then Hollingsworth has 2 short ones. So those are 4 minutes and 58 seconds and 4 minutes 35 seconds.
Yes, sir.
So if you saw one longer, you would be one of the 30-minute or possibly the DeMoss video, correct?
Yes, sir.
When did you see the first time you saw a video over 5 minutes?
That period 3 weeks or so after the incident.
Now, why were you seeing the video 3 weeks after the incident if you're just in charge of public affairs recruiting and operational development?
For situational awareness, certainly those things are going to be public interest at some point.
Okay. So is it fair to say then that for situational awareness, you were involved in at least some level of the investigation so that you could be aware of what was going on?
Just an observer.
Right. An observer who, what would be the purpose of your observation?
To understand the situation so that we can speak to it when it becomes public.
So right, so it's more than just observing. You have a role to play in this. You're a public affairs officer, so you're being briefed so that you can talk about it if somebody asks you the question.
That's right.
What you're telling me.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said earlier you just talked to our Paxton once. Is it possible you talked to him twice?
He called me once, I called him once.
Okay. Was it in December 23rd of 2020? You talked to him one time?
I don't remember the exact date. I know I called him after the meeting with Representative Belton.
Okay. And then there's also possibly May 24th, 2021. Does that sound right?
Possible.
Do you refer to, or have you referred to the Clary video, or not the Clary video, let me say that, the actions of Clary as the Clary Mistake?
The what?
The Clary Mistake.
No, sir.
You don't believe it was a mistake?
I've never classified it as a mistake.
I didn't say you classified it. Did you ever refer to it?
Not that I'm aware of. No,
Tell
sir.
other people that you thought it was a mistake.
No, sir.
You are aware that Officer Clary issued a statement the morning of the incident that left out the actions of the officers as far as use of force.
That was part of an internal investigation. Yes, sir.
So you're aware of that.
Yes, sir. Came aware of it this year.
Do you think that was a mistake by John Clary, or do you think it was an intentional act by John Clary?
From the evidence that was presented to us, it was not believed to be an intentional act.
Okay. So then you think it's a mistake?
It was not an intentional act. Yes, sir.
What other possibilities are there out there besides a mistake?
Well, then it was a mistake.
Okay. See how long it took me to get to you to the round of admitting what you already know? It took me 30 questions and dancing to that point. If you just said from the get-go that you think it's a mistake, you could have saved us all 10 minutes. So, you believe then, and it's the position of the department then, that you have a 30-minute incident recorded by John Clary's video that he leaves out in his initial statement to investigators, and you think that was by accident?
We were not able to determine it was not sustained. So
not sustained, what does that mean?
When we looked into the case and his allegations of violations of policy, it was not sustained. It couldn't be proven or disproven.
And I'm asking you, what is the basis of that? Because I see somebody who left out 30 minutes of, I think, any reasonable person of important information in an investigation, and I'm trying to figure out what other conclusion, what was on his side of the ledger that this wasn't intentional. Give me that information.
I don't have that case in front of me, but there were, multiple parts of that investigation conducted by A. There were interviews with multiple individuals involved.
So you're telling me that in the Ronald Greene matter, which has dominated news sources, and as we found out from Colonel Reeves last time, that was one of only 2 incidences, that you need that case file in front of you to tell me why you don't think it was an intentional act and why you think it was a mistake. That's your testimony today.
There were discrepancies in interviews that are relative to that.
As in what discrepancy?
I need to see if I can talk about that case with DPS legal staff.
Okay.
I'm not sure what level I can.
Okay. Are you familiar that the video's been downloaded?
Sir?
Are you familiar that the Clary video's been downloaded?
Right. Yeah, I think all of that is probably a factor in the ongoing investigation and review by DA Belton and federal authorities.
So when Colonel Reeves testified last week that there was no state investigation anymore, that was incorrect? You're disputing Colonel Reeves' assessment of the case?
DA Belton reserves the right to revisit that case.
Sure, but I mean that's any DA could do that for perpetuity. So then everything could always be part of an ongoing state investigation. That's not what we're talking about. Colonel Reeves' assessment was that there was not an ongoing investigation state. And are you disputing that today? There's
not an ongoing criminal investigation from state police's point of view, but those investigations are under review by the DA.
And have you talked to the feds and they said that you couldn't talk about that matter today?
Never spoken to the feds.
At all?
No, sir.
Ever?
Ever. Regarding this case.
So you don't know if that's part of the case then or not, or is it just your legal's opinion that it might be part of their investigation?
It could be. It's an ongoing investigation.
and I want to back that up because that does. I'm not asking about the criminal investigation, Fez. I'm actually, now that I'm thinking about it, asking about your investigation of it, which is concluded, right?
Yes, but all of that was probably provided to DOJ. I don't know what the scope of their investigation is. Anything related to the Greene matter and the people involved in that process could potentially be part. So I certainly don't want to get in the way of DOJ or FBI.
Okay. Now, there is a message that I did find concerning. You had a text message conversation with Matthew Block. Is that correct?
I did. Just a response.
Around October 30th of 2020.
Yes.
You recall that? And you said something that concerned me, which was, and it might be completely innocent. Reached out to Edmund Jordan, who's to my left, this evening, working to earn his trust and confidence. I think we had a good initial conversation, and we plan to meet again in person later this week. Do you remember that?
I do. I believe that was the day I was appointed, and I had heard that Representative Jordan, who I had never met, had concerns about my appointment. So, rather than discount it or blow it off, I proactively reached out to Representative Jordan, introduced myself, offered to meet with him, and continue to communicate.
And what was your appreciation of his concerns about your appointment?
I don't know. That's why I called to see if I could answer any questions he may have.
And okay, did y'all end up meeting later that week?
We did. I believe we met at some point.
And it's been referenced a couple of times in here. You also had a conversation about another text message with Matthew Block regarding a separate brutality incident, or use of force incident, I should say.
I think he asked a question and I responded.
Yes. And do you remember what that question was?
I don't. I think it was with regards to one of the Troop F cases, I believe, that we initiated and investigated.
It was at the Bowman case?
It could have been, yes, sir.
And that was, what time frame was that?
I don't remember.
And do you recall what happened?
He asked a question and I responded. I think he was asking what had we done with this case or something to that effect.
I guess my question is, did you have regular conversations about trooper discipline cases with him?
No, sir.
This was the only one?
I've had a couple, but not many. I'm mostly dealt with the press staff.
Okay. And when you deal with the press staff, what does that mean?
Christina is the communications director. If there's something that I need to give her a heads up on, I'll call her and let her know.
Okay. Were you involved in the investigation of, and I want to get this correct, Jacob Brown?
I was the chief of staff when we initiated that investigation.
And Officer Brown had mislabeled videos?
Yes, sir.
And he intentionally had done that?
Yes, sir.
And so then he was ultimately, what was his ultimate conclusion?
He was arrested and terminated.
And what time frame did that case happen? Do you know?
I don't.
So how do you get that information of what his discipline was? How do you collect it and how do you put it back out to anybody who would ask?
That matter continues to be under investigation, Mr. Chairman.
He's been arrested.
Yes, sir.
And he's been terminated.
Yes, sir.
At what point do y'all consider investigations concluded?
Until the feds determine we can speak to it.
Do they notify you via some sort of written communication? Maybe it's a question for the next witness, but I'll get beyond that. I'm going to turn it over to some other people to speak now. Representative Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I'm not big on movie references, but I thought Mr. Cain would get up there and tell you that you couldn't handle the truth. So we'll see what happens here. But let's start with this. I want to make sure, Lieutenant Colonel, right?
Yes, sir.
I want to make sure I address you appropriately. So let's talk. And I know Representative Villio talked about you being less than transparent, well, I guess with Mr. Nakamoto on the Ronald Greene matter, but it really wasn't Ronald Greene, it was August McKay, right?
I was not less than transparent.
All right. Well, let's say it like this. It was reported. It was reported that you didn't want him to run a story on August McKay, correct?
That's inaccurate.
That's inaccurate?
Yes, it was reported, but it was reported inaccurately.
No, but I'm just saying that was the report.
Yes, sir.
And so, because I want to get at least the elephant out of the room as it relates to you and I, and then we can get on with the rest of the business. And I did have some concerns, right? I had some concerns, and the concerns were really about the lack of what I perceived as a lack of transparency, correct?
I don't know what your concerns were.
Lieutenant Colonel, now you just said we met, right?
Yeah, and we've
Right.
had an open dialogue.
That's right.
over the
And
course of the last 15 months.
did I not express to you that I had concerns about that? And that led to my concerns, and somebody that would be the number two and would be less than transparent was a concern of mine, right?
And I offered to meet with you at any time and speak
Right.
to
Well, but that's fine. But let's not act like I didn't tell you what the concerns were. You knew what the concerns were before you met with me. We knew that I had concerns about the appointment because I had the perception that you would be less than transparent, right? Based on what was reported in the August McKay matter.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I mean, look, let's not act like we didn't have this conversation. We don't have to go around this. I was there just like you were there.
Yes, sir.
I was part of the conversation.
Yes, sir.
All right. So, and I was very clear about it. So I don't think I left anything to doubt when we talked about it. Now, that being said, I will tell you that based on the testimony I heard last week from Colonel Reeves and what I'm hearing today, I still share some of those concerns. Now, you said that you saw the first time you saw this video, anything related to Ronald Greene, was a few weeks after it happened.
Yes, sir.
So this has been the end of May?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this happened before the George Floyd. You saw the video before the George Floyd incident.
I don't remember when George Floyd was.
Well, George Floyd was after that. So
Okay. Yes.
let's work with that.
Yes.
Now, but as part of public affairs, I assume you review statements, you help craft statements or anything, something to that effect before the colonel will put them out, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'm going to read you the statement from Colonel Reeves as it relates to the death of George Floyd. And he says, I've been asked by family, friends, colleagues, and members of the community to share my thoughts in response to the tragic death of George Floyd. Generally speaking, Louisiana State Police has avoided commenting on police actions by other agencies. That job historically has been left to the court system. However, the last 2 weeks have demonstrated that these are different times which require us to respond differently. And this is some of these other quotes. Let me be clear. Police brutality in any form undermines the good work in public service and constitutional policing performed by the Louisiana State Police, along with our law enforcement professionals across our state and our country. Incidents of police brutality, such as George Floyd, shock the conscience and questions the basic humanity of those who violate our solemn oath. This misconduct undermines the public trust in law enforcement and chips away at the very foundation of public safety and service. The Louisiana State Police takes pride in our processes, our training, and the work of our troopers. We are committed to recruiting, training, and retaining the most professional law enforcement officers in the state. And then he goes on to talk about some of the things that you guys do as far as racial profiling, training, community engagement, and all that. And then he talks about some of the protests. But at the very end, he says, police brutality will never be tolerated by the Louisiana State Police, and we hold ourselves accountable for violations of the public trust, we will listen to and address the concerns of the people we serve. And then he goes on to say how he's grateful and thankful. Now, my question to you is, how could you let a statement go out like this, talking about the brutality and the lack of accountability in Minnesota, knowing that you had seen this Ronald Greene video and knowing that some of our same officers were just as guilty of brutality, still had the same lack of accountability, and here we are today and still not getting full accountability? You reviewed that statement before it went out. How could you let that go out, knowing the things that you knew at the time that this statement went out?
We had an ongoing investigation at that time.
You had seen the video, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'm not asking you to make comparisons, because George Floyd video was bad. Ronald Greene's video was bad. I'm not asking you which one was worse. They're both horrible. But knowing that, well, let's back up. Do you agree with that? Do you agree that the Ronald Greene video was horrible?
It's tragic any time life is taken. But
Not what I'm asking you. It's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking, did you think it was horrible? Did you think that it was reprehensible, the actions taken by the officers that night?
I'm going to defer to the investigation on that. I don't want to speak.
I'm not asking what the investigation says. I'm asking for your personal opinion.
I'm not going to give a personal opinion with an ongoing investigation, Representative Jordan.
Okay. I'll take that then. Anytime you say that, I'm going to take that to say that you didn't think it was.
That's unfair.
Well, I'm going to be unfair today. So you can, because here it is. You're sitting here. You have an opportunity for me to be as fair as you want me to be. So if you're not going to answer it, I'm going to assume the worst. Because if it wasn't, you would say so.
Anybody who would see that video would be troubled by that video.
All right. So you were troubled by the video.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So as troubling, let's use that word, as troubling as that video was, how then could you let a statement go out like this, knowing that you yourself had a troubling video within your own shop?
Because there was an ongoing investigation.
All right. Look. I don't want to keep going back and forth with this, but I am for a minute. At the very beginning, he said, let me be clear. Police brutality in any form undermines the good work in public service and constitutional policing performed by Louisiana State Police. And he says, incidents of police brutality, such as George Floyd, shock the conscience and question the basic humanity of those who violate our solemn oath. If I replace the name George Floyd with Ronald Greene, would you say that the actions of those officers that night shocked the conscience and questioned the basic humanity of those who violate your solemn oath?
I can't speak for their actions.
Well, here's the thing that's surprising to me, and it really is about you and Colonel Reeves. You guys act like y'all can't read a witness list. You know we got other people coming after you, right?
Yes, sir.
You know, I'm looking at Albert Paxton right there. You know Paxton is going to speak, right?
Yes, sir.
You know Scott Davis is going to speak, right?
Sure.
Okay, and so you act like that you can sit here and, like Representative McGee said, just insult our intelligence like we're not going to find out what else is going on? That people have a different opinion?
I don't know that any of us can speak to anything regarding an ongoing investigation.
Look, I hear you. I tell you what. All right. So did you, what conversations did you have after watching that video, and what directives in your role at that time as dealing over public affairs and whatever the other role you had, did you give command staff from a public affairs perspective? So, two questions. After watching that video, what conversations did you have with anybody at State Police?
No conversations other than just monitoring and seeing if we had any public responses. But with an ongoing investigation, we can't push out any information. We can't release any information. We're trying to do a better job of that now, and I believe we are. But with an ongoing investigation, it's customary for us not to do any more information release with an ongoing investigation.
All right. Did you ever have a conversation with Colonel Reeves about the arresting or possible arrest or not arresting Hollingsworth after watching this video?
No, sir, I did not.
You did not.
I didn't have any conversations with him.
Okay. Did you have a conversation with anybody
No, sir.
after watching the video about whether Hollingsworth should be arrested?
No, sir.
Okay. And anybody who says differently, you would contradict that. You
Yeah, I
would
didn't have
disagree with
anything
it.
to do with the investigation.
I didn't ask if you had anything to do with the investigation. My question was, did you have any conversations with anybody about it?
Not that I recall. I wouldn't have
Now
had
it's
any
not
reason
that you
to.
recall. Okay. What conversations did you have with Colonel Reeves or anybody else about York after watching that video?
None
None.
that I recall.
Okay.
I wouldn't have had any reason to speak to it.
All right. Did you ever comment or communicate with anybody about this Ronald Greene matter via text?
No, sir. Not that I recall. I know I've received text.
Okay. So how was your response after you received the text? Once you received the text, did you give a call back?
I screenshot the text, so there's a legal hold. So we have a screenshot of the text so that it's recovered.
All right. Did you make any phone calls in response to a text?
With regard to what?
To the Ronald Greene matter?
The Ronald Greene matter's been going on for years, sir. I've had conversations regarding, the incident.
Okay. How long were you in public affairs?
I was served in various capacities over course of 10 years, 12 years.
12 years. Tell me what are some of the best practices as it relates to litigation holds and sanitizing of public records and all this. As a public affairs director or some responsibility for being over that, you should know some of those things, correct?
The laws regarding public records?
Well, not just the laws. I'm just saying some of the best practices, some of the things that you should and shouldn't do. You would be familiar with those things as well, wouldn't you?
With regards to
With
what's your
regards
question, sir?
to records retentions, with regards to sanitation of your the sanitizing of your phone, any of those things.
Can you clarify the question?
What part don't you understand?
That's when I repeated. Can I just repeat it?
Can you repeat the question?
Certainly. All right. So I asked you about some of the best practices. You said you were in public affairs for 10 to 12 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I said you would be familiar with some of the best practices as it relates to record retentions, correct?
We revise.
That's a yes or no question. Either you were or you weren't.
No.
You're not familiar with records retention. Look, hold on. I don't need you whispering in his ear, Miss Holland, with all due respect. Yeah, I don't want you answering for him. Let him answer for himself.
We rely on the legal counsel to advise us on laws that affect.
It's not what I'm asking you. It's not what I'm asking. That's like anybody that's in some professional field, whether it's somebody that's involved in safety, somebody that's involved in human resources, somebody that's involved in a multitude of disciplines. Things change over time. There are some best practices about how you do your job, right? So you're telling me you're not familiar with some of the best practices on how to perform your job?
Miss
I'm not
Holland
asking, you don't have to look at her for that. Either you know some of the best practices on how to do your job, or you don't.
Public records is a legal question.
You are a public affairs person, right?
I was.
All right. And you're telling me you never had any training or anything whatsoever, attended any seminars, any conferences, nothing that dealt with how you should deal with public records or retention?
All those are processed through legal.
That's not what I asked you.
I
just
never
asked you-
received any training.
Okay, so you never received any training. So you're not familiar with any of that stuff. So you don't know what the best practices are for that.
We rely on legal to advise us.
All right. And so you don't speak. So let me ask you this. Is it that you don't speak on any state police ongoing investigations, or is it that you don't speak on any ongoing investigations?
We don't speak on ongoing investigations.
Okay. So when the colonel made that statement about George Floyd, was that not an ongoing investigation at that time?
He didn't speak to the specifics of the case.
Okay. So, but that's interesting you say that, because when I gave a characterization of what he said and asked you what you thought about the video, you said you don't speak to an ongoing investigation. I wasn't asking you to speak as to the specifics of it at the time. I asked you what you thought about it.
I said it was horrifying.
Well, prior to that, though, you said, you said it was troubling. I'm
Right,
glad you
troubling.
I'm glad you do believe it's horrifying, because I find it horrifying too. I'm glad we agree. We can get to that point. But he spoke to an ongoing investigation, right?
Right.
Okay. But you just said that we don't speak to any ongoing investigations.
Not regarding the circumstances of it.
All right. So as long as we don't ask you about the specific circumstances of a video that the whole world has seen, but as long as we don't ask you about those specific circumstances and just get your impressions of them, we're okay with that, right?
I believe, sir, you asked me about the actions of the officers, which would be part of the
Well, I
investigation.
asked you to characterize them.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
That's what I didn't respond to.
Mm-hmm. But in that George Floyd video, he basically responded to the actions of those officers. In fact, he uses the words actions in his statement. The actions of those officers. I mean, that's exactly what he says. I could go back and read it, but I'm not. I mean, we've done it twice. So you're willing to talk about the actions of the officers in an ongoing investigation in somebody else's case, which you said we don't talk about any of them, but you really did, but you're not willing to do it as it relates to your own house. Is that what you're telling me? Well, you don't have to look at her for that. I mean, I'm assuming she can't.
I don't understand your question.
Okay. All right. Don't worry about it. Hey, look, it's me today. That's fine. Let me ask you this. In the Alton Sterling matter, I think there was a directive at that time. I remember there was a directive to keep all email and phone records. Do you remember that as well?
No, sir.
Okay, you don't. All right, but if I told you there was, then you wouldn't dispute that, then,
No,
since
sir.
you don't. All right. But I assume that policy went away at some point.
I don't know if it was a policy or a legal hold. I
Okay.
wasn't involved in that case.
All right. Let me ask you this: if you know, did you and Colonel Reeves and Mike Noel all turn your phones in around the same time or the same date?
I can't speak to that with the investigation, but I certainly will provide that during the course of that investigation.
Well, I guess the question is, do you know even?
I don't know when they turned their phones in.
Okay. You know, we just did some ethics and some harassment training just last week. And do you guys do that type of training as well?
Yes, sir, annually.
Annually. Okay. You know, it was surprising to me. I think the ladies that came in and they were saying like things that could be offensive and people could object to. And I think they said one of those, I don't know if Representative McGee remembers this, but they talked about one of the lamps. Like, you remember the lamps with the leg, like a lady's leg exposed or what have you? And they said, you know, people came in and they said they found that offensive. And I was like, okay, well, whatever. I mean, if, you know, let me ask you though, in your role under Colonel Reeves, were you ever exposed to Bob Brown? I mean, did you have conversations with him as well?
Not very often. He was chief of staff for a short time.
All right, short time. Did you ever visit him in his office?
I'm sure I saw him in his office.
All right. Did he have any type of flags in his office, anything like that?
No, sir, not that I
No
saw.
flags.
Not that I recall.
Okay. So if somebody said he did and it was well known, you would dispute that and disagree with that as well?
I didn't see anything.
You didn't see it. Well, was it there or you just kind of closed your eyes when you went in?
I don't know what you're referring to, Representative Jordan.
Okay. All right. Let me ask you a few other questions. I understand that these phones are now with IA, including your phone, right?
That's what I've been told, but I'm not aware of it.
Okay. Do you know if you're a witness or a target of an IA investigation?
I'm a target, I assume.
You're a
I was
target,
served by the colonel
Okay. And it said the letter said you were a target?
regarding sanitization of phones.
Okay.
I don't know that it uses the word target.
Okay. But that's what you assume. All right.
Yes,
No
sir.
problem. No problem. As it relates to Clary, did you ever have any conversations with him before his internal affairs hearing?
No, sir.
All right. So if somebody said that you coached or advised Clary before the hearing, you would dispute that as well.
Completely false.
Completely false.
Absolutely false.
Okay. You said the allegations against Clary weren't sustained. It was not sustained, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was Albert Paxton called at that hearing?
I think that's all part of the ongoing investigation.
Not what I'm asking you. Was he called at the hearing?
He was interviewed.
That's not what was he called?
Was he called?
Was he called to testify for the hearing?
For the DRC?
Yes.
So the parties of the investigation are not there. What happens is the internal affairs investigator comes in and briefs the DRC on the case, and then a deliberation occurs, and then the superintendent makes a decision on discipline. So they don't actually come in, but he was part of the
He
investigation.
was part of the
As
investigation,
far as I recall, yes, sir.
as you recall. All right. Now you saw that video, related to Ronald Greene. You saw the video multiple times, right?
I did, yes, sir.
All right. Did you ever try to convince anyone that the video wasn't as bad as it appeared, or that the officer's actions weren't as bad as it may have seemed?
No, sir.
Okay. You didn't try to convince anyone that criminal charges shouldn't be brought against any of the officers?
Absolutely not. It's not my determination.
It's not what I asked you, though.
I said absolutely not.
Okay. Good enough. And so if somebody said that, again, we call in other witnesses. If somebody comes in and says that you did, then you're going to dispute that.
Absolutely.
Okay. You didn't come out of Troop F, did you?
I did not.
All right. Let me ask you this, though. Let me ask you kind of the same thing I asked Colonel Reeves last week. We had this Ronald Greene case come out of Troop F, right?
Yes, sir.
Colonel Reeves came out of Troop F, right?
Yes, sir.
Bob Brown came out of Troop F, correct?
Yes, sir.
Jacob Brown was in Troop F, right?
Yes, sir.
This Bowman case is out of Troop F, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. We've got all these things, and we can agree that there's some racial component to all of this, right?
Criminal component, absolutely.
Well, but a racial component, a racial element to this, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then we know that as it relates to August McKay, that the allegations surrounding him, we know what it was. He left his phone on and he said some racist language, right?
Yes, sir.
And this stuff was accepted. You know, it's just hard for me to understand how we could have some people that are in leadership of state police and tolerate such actions. It just seems that there was a lot of tolerance for racial animus in the Reeves administration?
I wasn't involved in the August McKay case.
No, but you did have some conversation with Mr. Nakamoto related to it, however accurate or inaccurate it was portrayed. And in fact, wasn't there some discussion about having his name redacted from some of the documents before they were made public?
I don't recall, but yes, there was.
I thought there was.
Yeah, and I think we talked about that case when we
did.
met. Yeah,
We did. And so, you know, not only tolerance, but trying to give some of those guys who acted in that manner some cover,
no, sir.
so as not to be exposed. Well, that's what it was. If you wanted to redact his name, I mean,
That was protect the integrity of the process, the
Well-
EEO process.
well, I mean, there was a audio here. I mean, there was a full audio version that was already out. I mean, I think that horse was out of the barn already.
And we did release it, yes, sir.
I know you did, but that wasn't your initial reaction. The initial reaction was to cover it up,
No, sir.
to hide it,
No, sir.
to redact it, which is hiding it, which is covering it up. So, you know,
You have to explain this.
And
Go ahead.
Representative Jordan, in all fairness, and we spoke about that case, our concern was the integrity of the EEO process. If you release details related to an EEO complaint, then we believe that it would make people hesitant to come forward with further complaints because it would play out in the media in a public space. That's a very personal process for somebody who's been a victim of a EEO or perceived victim of a EEO. So that was the context I explained to you, was we did not want to diminish the integrity of the EEO process and make it uncomfortable for people to come forward with a complaint, that they can be comfortable, come forward, make a complaint, it's going to be investigated, there's going to be a finding, and there's going to be action based on that finding.
and I understand that, but it's hard for me to just believe that you were doing it in the best, and this is me talking, in the best interest of the alleged victim here, or the victim. Let me not say it, but I mean, he was a victim in this matter. And so, I understand your explanation. But I will tell you the lack of transparency. I'm going to use the words obstruction that we've received from you and Colonel Reeves in this matter is of concern. And I understand. I mean, did you? Well, let me just last question. Did you sign a non-disclosure agreement in this matter?
No, sir.
All right. Was one ever presented for your signature?
No, sir.
All right. Do you know of anyone who has?
No, sir.
All right. I have Ms. Holland now. I might as well ask you: Have you ever prepared or drafted a non-disclosure agreement as it relates to the Ronald Greene matter?
I have.
Okay. For what purpose?
Wait, let's. Yeah, her microphone's not tested on. She's not a witness. I do.
That's okay.
I want to make sure that I'm okay with you asking the question. But a couple things. We'll do a little housekeeping in between. Appropriations has graciously added us to their lunch list. So if anybody here who wants to eat lunch, we'll have it available. And it's part of the appropriations lunch. Second thing, moving forward to try and get us along, we're going to do a 10-minute time limit on each person's questionings. But I think it's an important question to Mrs. Holland, who was not a witness today, but she asked a question and she did decide to answer it. So I'm going to let her finish it and explain it, and then we'll kind of move on from
And I'm
there.
done after that.
All right. Ms. Holland, I think the question to you is, have you drafted a non-disclosure agreement as it relates to the Ronald Greene matter?
Yes.
And I was saying, for what purpose?
That's attorney-client privilege.
All right. And we also need a card for you since you are testifying. Please fill out a card.
I'm done. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And just quickly, before I move on to Representative Marcel, the email you sent me yesterday and notify me, did you consult with anybody to draft that email?
I spoke to the colonel and Miss Gale.
Who's Miss Gale?
Solid.
Thank you. And please don't tell me what Miss Gale told you. That's definitely attorney-client privileged. Did they review said email?
Yes.
Okay. My concern is that I'm not sure why it didn't come from either legal or from the colonel. It seems odd to me that you would notify me that you're being investigated, and you would establish the parameters of what you can and cannot say. But anyway, we've covered that enough. The letter you received, your target letter, the target letter you received, can you provide a copy to the committee?
Is that public? Is the target letter? That I received.
He's in control.
Okay.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. And finally, were you in meetings, and even outside the Ronald Greene matter, with Colonel Reeves?
I attended meetings with him occasionally as staff.
Did you see him? Back on. Did you see him write notes in a notebook during those meetings?
At times, I'd see him take notes. Yes, sir.
Into a specific notebook, or to specific notebooks with an S?
No, sir. Just
Was he known to carry a notebook with him pretty much all the time?
he carried a notebook and took notes. I don't know if it was the same or different or.
Okay, thank you. Representative Marcel with a question.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today,
Yes, ma'am.
Lieutenant Cain. I've waited patiently to ask just a couple of questions, but I just want to make sure everybody understands that we were commissioned here today to get the answers that we believe were so much needed for the public, to restore the trust back in the state police, to give answers as it relates to Ronald Greene's death to his family, which they are deserving. And I'm just appalled at the lack of answers that you all are willing to give us today. Hiding behind investigations, someone giving a notice on March 4th, the day that we convened. I think all that stuff is convenient. I think it shows a lack of transparency, and it gives more questions and pause to this community and the state to restore the trust that we just came here to find out the truth. We didn't come here to badger any one particular person. I know for myself I didn't. But I'm actually upset of the lack of transparency. And so let me just quickly, because I don't want to be the 40 minutes that my colleague was. So let me quickly ask you a couple of questions.
Yes, ma'am.
One, how long have you been with the state police?
24 and a half years.
24 and a half years.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
You talked about the video extensively, and well, not really extensively. You were asked a bunch of questions extensively about the video, the Clary video, and you can't tell us when you first viewed that video. You said it was multiple videos. How many videos did you see, and how many videos that you currently know are out there?
I believe that's part of the ongoing investigation.
I understand that, but we called you here to get some answers. So,
Yes, ma'am.
how many videos have you currently seen? That's the first question. I think you said two. I don't want to put words in.
I've seen videos in various venues, so I don't know.
In various venues.
Yes, ma'am.
And you don't know whether it was the Clary video, the Hollingsworth video. You don't know all of this investigation and ongoing irregularities as it relates to Ronald Greene's death. You don't know at this point, at this juncture, 3 years later, how many videos you viewed. That's what you want the
I'm
public
sure
to
I've
believe.
seen all of them.
You've seen all of them.
Yes.
And how many is it, sir?
I believe there's 5.
It's 5. But initially, I think you made mention that you saw 2, and you said that your name did not appear, because I asked this question to Colonel Reeves when he said that was, I don't think he remembered the policy or something for Axon, because I called you guys when I was doing the policy for Baton Rouge City Police body cameras. So I know that Axon would tell you when a person logged in. And what you said here today is that your name didn't appear on the list because you were just in the room.
Yes, ma'am.
And the level of people that are in the room were what? Lieutenants, captains, majors, who?
A mixture, yes, ma'am.
It was a mixture. Approximately how many people was in that room?
10 the first time.
10
to 12.
So about 10 people. So it's only going to show, Axon is only going to show one person's name as looking at that video. Is that accurate?
That situation, in a briefing situation.
In a briefing situation. But there is information of who was in the room, right? State police knows who was in that initial room, right?
The people in the room would know, yes, ma'am.
No. So you all don't keep any records of when you're having briefings, who attends those briefings or who's in those rooms? Or y'all just have them and anybody can come, or what? Somebody would know at the head, either Reeves or somebody would have the information of who was in the room on that particular day, correct?
We don't keep a log or a
You don't keep a
sign
log?
in. No, ma'am. Not for meetings.
Okay. So speaking on as it relates to the video, and you're saying that the disciplinary review committee, you were on that?
I was in the room, but I was not a party to the
That's the one that you're talking about. That was the initial one, and that was about 3 weeks later. Is
the
that
initial one wasn't a DRC. That was just a viewing of the video.
So you were in the initial meeting and the DRC meeting. So that's at least twice that we know you saw it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And once you saw the video, you have knowledge. You've been there 24 plus years, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Of the policies and procedures of use of force. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
And what an officer should and should not do, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And particularly when there's a crash report, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And there are certain things that state police says that you have to do in policy, and you're familiar with those. Accurate? Is that accurate?
I haven't done a crash report in a long time, but in general, yes, ma'am.
But in general,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
So you know that you're supposed to talk to the witnesses. You're supposed to take photos of the scene. You know that the stuff that you, particularly when there's a fatality, there's additional stuff that you have to do. Is that accurate? It's not just a regular report when it's a
Right.
fatality,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Or when it's alleged that it's a fatality by a crash. Because that's what we're finding out now, correct?
If there's a fatality crash, it's a more extensive investigation.
It's a more extensive. So you're aware of that. Are you also aware of anything about cleaning or what do y'all call it? Sanitizing your phone, wiping your phone. You don't recall when you wipe your phone. Can you tell me why you wipe your phone? I think Colonel Reeves sat here and told us why he wiped his. So I'm just trying to figure out what's any different than your phone than his.
Well, he's no longer an employee, ma'am.
He's
So
no longer an
I'm
employee.
bound by the
And-
rules of the department and directives.
And what
of
does
the
those
department.
rules say about giving this testimony about your phone?
It says that I'm specifically prohibited from not only speaking to the investigation, but even acknowledging investigation.
So you just broke the rule by acknowledging the investigation,
It was
right?
it
So y'all
was-
break the rules at state police sometimes when it's convenient. Is that accurate?
It was posed by the committee, ma'am.
Right, but we also posing to ask you this question about cleaning of your phones, and particularly what during the Alton Sterling murder. Do you recall that? You were there because you've been there 24 years, right?
I was at state police, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall that there was an order that went out to retain all of your information?
No, ma'am.
You
I don't know
don't.
if there was a legal hold.
The retention. It was not a legal hold. There was an order that went out after Alton Sterling, because I was involved in that as well.
Yeah, I was not, ma'am.
You weren't involved in it, but an order went out to do a retention to establish it as it relates to the records
I'm not
and
aware
body
of it.
cameras?
I'm not aware of that.
You're not aware of that. Are you also not aware of how many times that Mr. Clary viewed his video?
I am not.
You're not? You didn't have an opportunity to look over it?
I don't remember if that was part of the IA investigation or not. I don't recall.
You seem to have a lapse in memory today.
Ma'am, I'll be happy to get the case and review it. That was
Yeah.
months ago.
Right, but you knew that you were coming here today to answer these questions. And that's what's insulting to us.
Ma'am, I don't know what questions y'all are going to ask.
We're going to ask you questions about the death of Ronald Greene
I can
and
assure
the
you-
investigation surrounding it, sir.
If there's any pending questions, we'll get the answers for you.
There are a lot of pending questions. But you're hiding behind the fact that there is an investigation that the colonel, the number one person, gave to you on March 4th, the day that we convened our first meeting. That's very convenient, sir. It's also convenient to me that Clary, you, all of y'all sanitize your phones around the same time, just coincidentally. And now we can't talk about it. So what's the purpose of us being here if we can't discuss anything or get to the bottom of what really happened? Who are we covering up for, sir? That's what I want to know.
Ma'am, you'll have access to that investigation. I'm certain of it.
And 3 years later, we don't have any answers. We don't have any concrete answers to any of this, right?
The state police investigation was completed. We're waiting for
The state police investigation was completed. And in your opinion, after watching the very disturbing video, do you believe that any officer that participated in that murder of Ronald Greene should still be an officer? That's the question. Or should they have been disciplined more? Or what is your thoughts on the video after seeing the video? Because you keep talking about how the policy is there and how this is that, and you're not really answering the questions. You know what I'm saying? The violation of the policy. But can you just tell us what you think? You've been there 24 years. You know, if somebody asks me what I think about a piece of legislation, it may not be my legislation, and I might not be hands-on on it, and it might be being investigated, but I can give my opinion. Your opinion is your opinion. Do you believe that those officers should have been dealt with who covered up what happened initially in the crash? That's why we're here. Because if they wouldn't have covered it up, if they wouldn't have written the wrong report that you say that you believe is a mistake and not a cover-up, then we wouldn't even be here. But if they would have told what really happened, then somebody would have lost their job, right?
It would be inappropriate for me to comment or provide my
It's
personal
inappropriate.
opinion to an ongoing investigation.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you consider yourself a friend to Clary?
I know Clary, but we work in different parts of the state.
Do you consider yourself a friend to him?
He's a friend. I'm friends with
Okay,
him.
there we go. There we go. He's a friend. And so you would not like to see him lose his job. And you really don't want to see Mr. Clary lose his job, do you, sir?
The facts will bear out, ma'am.
No, I'm not talking about the facts. I'm talking about you as a friend. You don't want to see your friend lose their job.
If anybody breaks the law or policy within the department, they should be held accountable, regardless of who they are.
And so that means that any officer, if this investigation bears out that any officer covered up anything on the onset of this investigation, they should be removed, correct?
Absolutely, if the facts bear that out.
Okay. and
Representative Marcel, we're at the chairman's
at-
imposed 10 minutes, so if you could
I
wrap
put
it
the
up.
10 minutes on us, and so now I'm victim to it.
Yeah, if you can just wrap it up soon.
No, I mean, I just think it's a travesty that we're sitting here going over and over and over the same questions, and we're not getting any answers. There's no transparency. It's making it worse than what it already was.
Representative Marcel, I would just offer, if you look at the last 15 months since Colonel Davis and I and our team, I mean, we have worked diligently to change policies and procedures.
Yeah, like
enhance
giving you a
training.
letter on March the 4th not to tell us what's going on. Like that, right? We can use that as Exhibit A. Thank you.
Representative Bacala.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Congratulations on your promotion.
Thank you.
You know, as we go through this, I think most of us said early on that we're trying to find facts that allow us to draw a reasonable conclusion about what happened. And now as we get into the actual meat of this thing, we're finding out that facts are not going to be made available to us because of whatever reasons, ongoing investigation. And it's policy, and I know you're talking about policy. You know, there are other policies in the manual that I'm looking at excerpts from. It would be things like doing anything that brings the department or any of its subdivisions into disrepute. It's doing things that may reasonably be expected to destroy the public respect for your department. And it's things like anything that tends to undermine the operations. So I think there's conflict within your own policy. By pursuing the policy of not answering questions, you're creating other issues which brings the department into disrepute, quite frankly. And we hear it when we leave these doors. I was pretty darn excited when this committee was announced that the response from the governor's office is, I welcome the investigation. I look forward to transparency, and I can't quote everything. But that statement, now we get here and we find out that we're going to get more I can't answer that question than answers. And I would suggest, and I think, Lieutenant Colonel, if your colonel gave you permission to answer these questions, you could, right?
Yes, sir.
If the governor directed the colonel to instruct everybody, we're opening this thing up to transparency, it would happen, correct?
Yes, sir.
I think if we're going to truly try to collect all the facts necessary to draw accurate conclusions, we're going to have something like that. Because as long as we can only find out half of the facts, we can come only to half the truth, and our conclusions will be much more inaccurate than if we had all the facts, which is allow us to draw accurate conclusions. So I will say this publicly, and I do not ask your comment necessarily. If we want the truth, we got to get it.
Okay, then.
I allowed y'all to confer. Is there something you'd like to communicate?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. So let's go back. Let's go back to the basic question, and one that the basic question of when did you first see the video? Where did you see it? Who was present? And what was the discussion? I know y'all didn't walk out the room and say, okay, we're not going to talk about what we just saw.
No, sir. As I said, I saw it about 3 weeks after the incident with the senior staff. But
who is the senior staff?
With the lieutenant colonels. But the discussion and outcome is part of an ongoing investigation.
Well, that again, we're going back to that policy that keeps us from receiving the transparency here that we need to draw conclusions. And again, I think answering the questions is better for all involved, including the reputation of state police, than to continuing to say we can't answer that question because we have an internal investigation. It seems to me, quite frankly, and tell me if I'm wrong, is there an internal investigation going on of the internal investigation that was originally done?
Sir, if I can try to give some perspective, I don't know the scope of the federal investigation. And the last thing that I want to put myself in a position to do is get in the way of that. So, my general understanding is that is a broad investigation encompassing everything as it relates to this case. So for me to speak to anything could put me in jeopardy of whatever DOJ and the FBI has going on. I don't know what they're looking into, but I would assume that it's wide-ranging.
I would respect the fact that we don't want to impair an investigation by the FBI. My understanding is the FBI investigation had to do with events on the scene that night and people who are directly involved. When we make statements like this, it implies that now there's going to be an implication when we say things like that the FBI has got everybody at the administrative level of state police in their crosshairs. And I don't think that's accurate. So I think we can't, at some point we have to say, you know what, it's in order to ensure that trust is restored, we have to be transparent. In order to be transparent, we have to start hiding. We have to remove the barrier of we're not answering questions because of, and that's a statement more to question. But again, we asked simply, what was the discussion after the first viewing of the meeting, and we can't even find that. We can't even see what the opinions were. And again, it certainly would seem like, the initial IA investigation is under investigation. The criminal investigation that was conducted is under an investigation of whether it was done properly. So I think everything that was done in the first months apparently is under scrutiny. It's not just the actions of the officers on the street, but it's the actions of those. You're doing it. I'm reading between the lines. You're investigating the investigators.
I believe that to be the case. There's been an allegation of a cover-up, so I would assume that the federal government has a wide-ranging scope with regards to everything involving this investigation, not only the night of the incident, but all the subsequent actions that follow.
Well, I thank you, and I'll turn the mic over, but I would implore you guys to seek permission or instruction to share all relevant facts with this committee. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Bacala. And just to break quickly, you recall a meeting with DA Belton around May 20th, 2021, correct?
I don't know the exact date, but yeah, sure, if you say that's when it is.
I believe Colonel Davis was there, and Colonel Cameron was there, and Faye Morrison was there.
Yes, sir. That would have been the meeting he requested.
Right. There's, I think, an allegation or some innuendo at least that you were describing that being angry, that District Attorney Belton was even thinking about prosecuting. Is that an accurate interpretation of how your conduct was in that meeting?
No, sir. And I'd let DA Belton speak to that, and we have and continue to cooperate with that investigation.
No, sure. This is why we're doing this, an opportunity to clear everything up. So if anybody said that you were angry at the idea of prosecuting Lieutenant Clary, that would be inaccurate. That person would not be telling the truth.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Landry.
Hello. I just have a few questions. I had stepped out at some point, so you may have answered a couple of these. But just to clarify, you said you're unable to speak about the cell phone internal investigation. Was it your attorney sitting next to you who instructed you not to speak about it?
No, ma'am. In the notification letter, it is clear.
Okay, so I don't have it
Yeah,
in
and
front of me. I think you just sent it last night. If you remember what you wrote in it.
I can probably pull it up.
Sure, yes. I apologize. I don't have a paper copy because of the recent time that it was received.
Yeah, I cited specifically, if you look, Representative Landry, of the verbiage.
From Colonel Davis, that's who
yes, he
instructed you.
Yes.
Okay.
And the verbiage on the language of the notification letter is
okay, thanks. Have you hired a lawyer outside of this situation?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Have you received a target letter from federal prosecutors?
No, ma'am.
Have federal prosecutors asked to interview you?
Never.
Earlier in your testimony, you referenced a litigation hold. What suit or investigation was that in relation to?
Ronald Greene.
That was the civil suit?
Greene litigation hold?
Yeah, that was all of it.
Yes, that litigation hold is relative to Ronald Greene.
For the civil suit filed by his family?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when you received that?
I believe it was July of last year. Do you remember?
Of 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
I thought, well, my understanding was that the suit was filed in 2020. I may be wrong on that. Are you relatively sure you received it last year?
Yes, ma'am. The litigation hold.
Was in 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you could not recall at what point in 2020 you turned your phone in?
I do have an idea. Yes, ma'am.
Around when?
That's part of the ongoing
Oh,
investigation.
they did go down that that road.
Yes, ma'am.
For these Monday meetings that have been referenced, would you or any other troopers receive calendar invitations for them?
We still do that meeting, this administration, and we have a standing calendar.
Do you recall if you received them in 2019?
I don't.
You just don't. You don't remember either
I
way.
don't recall. I mean, somebody from Public Affairs went every Monday if they had the meeting to do that PIO brief and then leave.
Okay, but there may have been a calendar entry sent.
I can look back on my calendar.
Okay,
Happy to
thank
do
you.
that, yeah.
This is, you may not know the answer to this, but the Axon program, you have access to that program, is that correct?
I do.
Is that, I don't know if I have the right word, organized or managed or run by a private contractor? Or was it purchased?
It was purchased, yes, ma'am.
So almost like Microsoft, like a Microsoft product, you would purchase it and then it's yours to use?
I assume so, yes, ma'am. I mean, we enter into a contract with the vendor to purchase that software and technology and equipment.
Okay, so that my next question would be, is there still a vendor that you interact with for troubleshooting on the program, if you know the answer to that?
I don't know, but I assume so. If we have problems, they would be responsible to provide support to the system.
Okay, but the substance of what's in the program is managed by state police. Is that correct?
That's out of my... But I certainly get an answer for you on that.
Okay, thank you.
We have a section called Technology Business Support that manages most of our technology solutions, from Axon, Evidence.com, Mark 23, our CAT RMS system, e-ticket, e-crash. So all of that is managed by Technology Business Support.
That's the name of the
command.
The subset?
Yes, ma'am.
It sounds like a lot of programs. Let's see. I do want to ask about Rep. Jordan asked earlier about the supposed call to Chris Nakamoto about the August McKay or Mackey story. Mm-hmm. And there was a lot of back and forth. So to clarify, did you call the reporter?
I did.
You did?
Yes, ma'am.
And from your memory, what did you ask him or tell him?
I spoke about the integrity of the EEO process and our concerns with releasing an EEO may hinder somebody else who is a victim to come forward if they know that this personal, offensive interaction would play out on the news. And that's the last thing we wanted to do, is diminish that process and make people hesitant from coming forward.
And that was with regard to the language he used.
The entire case, yes, ma'am.
Entire case. Okay. Final question. I'm just curious. Are you related to Burl Cain?
I'm not.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Representative Hughes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I fully intend to be under my 10 minutes. Lieutenant Colonel, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You first stated that you have 24 and a half years of service. Look, despite the tough questions that I and others have to ask, I do appreciate you putting on that uniform and the women and men of state police who put on that uniform.
Thank you, Representative Hughes.
And just know today is nothing personal. I know it's uncomfortable for you at times to be at that table, and just know some of the questions that I'm about to ask may be uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable for me to even sit on this committee because of this unfortunate incident.
Yes, sir.
Many of my colleagues asked about accountability and should folks be held accountable, and you dodged a lot of those questions. So let me just ask, in your opinion, within the culture of state police, you've been there over 2 decades. Do you think that there is a general bias amongst some of your colleagues against black men, or do you think that there's a genuine fear of black men amongst some of your colleagues within state police?
I can't speak to what other people are feeling, but certainly that's something we've addressed. We have put every single trooper on our department through implicit bias training so that they can understand biases that they may have, that we all have, and understand how that cannot factor into decisions you made. So that's an investment we made over the course of last year, working within a calendar year to train every single trooper, DPS officer, commissioned person in implicit bias.
Are you familiar with an incident that took place within the cafeteria at State Police Headquarters regarding a black man that was wearing a bow tie? Are you familiar with any type of situation like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any thoughts?
I just heard that this week, an incident that involved.
How did you hear about it?
A person that was offended by that shared his story during a leadership discussion we had just this week during the Noble conference.
Okay. Are you appointed by the governor or the superintendent of state police?
Superintendent.
Okay, and so you report directly to the superintendent?
Yes, sir.
You've acknowledged that you are under internal investigation, is that correct?
I am.
Okay. I'm going to go back to your text message from October 30th, 2020, regarding Vice Chairman Jordan. And you used the term, quote, working to earn his trust and confidence. I think you would acknowledge, just given this incident, there really is a lack of trust within state police, and I really do appreciate you working hard initially when you were appointed to earn Representative Jordan's trust. But I hope when you leave here today, all of these videos are archived on the website of the House of Representatives. And I hope that you will go back and look at your testimony from today. Because in my opinion, with all due respect, Lieutenant Colonel, I think your testimony has done very little to rekindle trust within state police. In fact, I think it has further eroded trust, in my opinion. Also, with all due respect, I have a really big problem. You're not just a typical rank and file officer. You are the number 2 man in state police. There's an active investigation, and I completely believe that everyone should have due process. But sir, I do not, with all due respect, and I'm glad to see the superintendent sitting in this room. And I'm just going to say it, and this is no disrespect to you. I don't see how there can be trust in state police where you actively remain in your role as the number 2 man, given the magnitude and scope of this investigation. I mean, the honorable thing, in my opinion, to do would be to voluntarily go on administrative leave with pay. But I think someone needs to have the political will or the courage to make that happen. We're not going to build trust in any shape, form, or fashion. And with all due respect, Lieutenant Colonel, I do not find your testimony today, most of it, to be credible. I don't. And that's not how we build trust.
Well, that's unfair, Representative Hughes, because I have been here and
well, I
answered
think
the
it's
questions
unfair how
I've had.
you've dodged many of the questions today. And I think it's unfair how you sent this email yesterday, the day before this hearing, and you're hiding behind this email on why you can't answer questions. I think that's deeply unfair. I think it's unfair how you're wasting my time when I should be in the Appropriations Committee, because you refuse to answer questions. We have a duty to investigate and get answers to try to bring justice to Mr. Greene's family. So when we talk about unfairness, it's unfair that my time is being wasted.
I don't control the process of that IA investigation. I just follow it, and I should follow it just as any other trooper who has to go through that process. And that's what we're doing, to be transparent, to go through the exact same process that any trooper that faces an allegation has to go through. And when that is complete, it will be made available to the public. The outcome, the results are public.
To that point, though, you've acknowledged that Clary had an IA investigation that has not been made to the public, and this is years down the road. Our frustration is that nothing is moving quickly on your IA investigations, and then you just keep saying, well, there's an investigation with no end date in sight. So we may be all unelected next term, and then that's when the report's going to come out. When it's a very simple issue, this is not a complicated issue. I mean, I think this IA investigation is malarkey. I mean, I think this is a clear attempt to not be transparent, and then be able to say you're being transparent. And I share Representative Hughes' frustration on the point, because if you're being transparent, this would have been done long ago. This would have been done, and frankly, you're not a regular trooper. You're sitting here and saying, I'm being investigated, blah, blah, blah. You're the number 2 guy in state police who's being investigated by his superior officer, the only one superior officer ahead of him. This is not an usual situation. This is an unusual situation, in my opinion, and frankly, you seem deeply unconcerned that you're being investigated for this. And the tenor of the email is like you're a public informations officer telling me that at some point you're going to let me know when you've been cleared of this case.
Representative Chairman McGee, I'm sorry if that's how it came across, but I am not concerned about the outcome of this investigation because I have nothing to hide. I didn't do anything wrong, and I believe that will bear out in the course of this investigation.
Well, I look forward to getting results in 2028.
There's a
Representative Nelson has a question for you.
Here.
I'm sorry, Representative Hughes, you done? I apologize. I cut you off.
No, Mr. Chairman, I'm done. Thank you.
Lieutenant Colonel,
Representative Nelson has a question for you.
I know you've been answering a lot of questions, so I'll try and be brief. I'm at the tail end of this, I think. If you hear me talk, it's probably the end, so it's good news. But I had a specific question about your meeting with D.A. Belton on May 20th, right before the AP released the video. I think he requested that meeting, correct?
The meeting with Colonel Reeves, I'm not sure of. I just staffed Colonel Reeves. I know for the meeting when...
No, last May, on May 20th, I think you guys drove up to meet with D.A. Belton. Is that correct?
With Colonel Davis.
Yes.
He requested that.
And he requested, what was the purpose of that meeting?
He didn't contact me. He contacted the colonel, so the Colonel Davis could speak with that.
Okay, and then when you're at the meeting, could you tell me specifically what was discussed or what you guys went over while you were there?
I certainly would defer to D.A. Belton, but in general, he was just kind of asking questions, perspective, history, that type of stuff. But
And
we fully cooperated.
And did you go over the Clary video? Did you discuss that with him at all in that meeting?
I defer to D.A. Belton on the discussion of that.
But you were there, right?
Yes, sir.
And so did you look at the video? I mean, did you go over that? I'm not asking for interpretation, just yes or no. You looked at the video and you reviewed it with him?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's the only question I had.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you, Representative Landry, with a question. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Villio with a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lieutenant Colonel Cain, I appreciate attorney-client privilege. I appreciate not discussing publicly criminal investigations. I do. And I may differ from my colleagues on some of those particular issues. But regarding the administrative investigation into your phone and the sanitization of your phone, I'm assuming that investigation would have been approved by Colonel Davis. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And as I understand, the phones were retrieved yesterday.
That's what I heard in the testimony, but I'm not aware of that.
Right. So I believe that, I don't know where Colonel Davis is on the list. I see him sitting here. But I do think Colonel Davis has some questions to answer regarding the timing of that investigation. Because like my colleagues, I believe that looks like a ploy to not allow us to have the answers in this committee that we were expecting, and everyone knew and anticipated that there would be questions surrounding those phones. Why? Because 2 weeks ago, we listed all of the exhibits we wanted. We talked about why we wanted them. Last week, we questioned Colonel Reeves on these issues. And then just yesterday, phones are taken, and we're advised by you or the chairman that there's an investigation, you can't comment. So I appreciate that you have department rules that you're following, but Colonel Davis does have some questions to answer in that regard and the timing of that investigation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And Representative Villio, just so I did anticipate that would be a question, as I said in my email, and I sought guidance from Colonel Davis, and of course, I'm bound by the administrative investigative rules and policies.
I'm going to assume, and it may be a big assumption, but I am going to assume that you didn't voluntarily make yourself a target of that investigation. Now, I will admit that that's an assumption. For all I know, everybody got in a room and decided, how are we going to avoid the questions and answers? I'm just speculating for a moment. But to give you the benefit of the doubt for a moment, I'm going to assume that that didn't happen and that you didn't make yourself a target of an investigation. But the timing of the seizure of those phones, if you want to call it a seizure, and your inability to discuss the wiping of the phones is wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Villio. That's actually all the questions we have for Trooper Cain, and I appreciate him coming today. I appreciate your willingness to at least sit here and answer the questions, or attempt to answer the questions. I was originally planning to go in the order that is listed in the business, but I think based off the nature of the testimony, I think we cut a lot of it short, and I want to make sure we get Colonel Davis up here. So I'm going to go ahead and move to Colonel Davis so that we can begin the process of finding out what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
And Ms. Holland, I have no objection to with you sitting at the table next to Mr. Davis during the entire time. We're not going to put you on the Unglesby plan.
Good morning, Colonel. Mr. Chairman, Colonel Davis here, Louisiana State Police, Superintendent.
Thank you, Colonel. Please, you state your name for the record. Please, do you have a prepared statement, or you just want to answer questions?
I would like to open with one thing. The tough questions I can deal with. I understand my position, understand my role. For me, what's tough about this entire process is for Ms. Horton to have to relive this over and over again. I've said this before. I don't like how we got here. I'm glad we're here. But I hate how we got here. I hate that she has to listen to this. There's nothing I could ever say. I have a son, and there's nothing I can ever say to comfort her, to show her my remorse. I just hate that she has to go through this. As I'm learning, as we go through these types of hearings, yes, one of you all mentioned that we are in conflict with our policy. We are in conflict with our laws. We are in conflict on a daily basis. And it's a tough position to be in. It's a tough position for me. It's a tough position for the men and women that serve in our agency. But yet they still come to work and they serve, even though we put them in a uncompromising position. We have investigations. We have built policies. You all have asked us to be professional and build those policies and then abide by those policies. And when we do, then we're in conflict with what's going on here, and that's tough. So I'm going to try my best to answer all of your questions because I want to see this come to fruition. I want to see you all get every possible answer that you're deserving, and I want to see Ms. Horton get every possible answer that she's deserving of.
Sure, and look, I think the issue the committee's having, Colonel, is that it seems to be selective following of policies, and I can give you a reference point is that we had Trooper Lee testify earlier this morning that he wasn't aware of the 2014 policy. Had he been aware of that policy, the policy exists whether he's aware of it or not. It's clear he did not follow that policy. So, and then we're finding out now y'all are instituting policies in 21 about things that should have happened in way before that. And so then the only policy you're really following or purporting to follow, I should say, I'm not even sure that you are, but purporting to follow is the one that prevents you from being completely transparent with the committee. So it's hard to accept both things, that you're vigilant on following policies, but yet Trooper Lee did not follow the policy, whether it was willful or ignorant doesn't make a difference in my opinion. So it's hard to accept your vigilance and your sincerity on policy following when you're not following policy. We wouldn't even be having the discussion with Trooper Cain had you followed the policy. There should be a trail of those phones being wiped, coded as clear as day in your policies. If that had been done, we have no conversations about the policy of preventing Trooper Cain from testifying today. Do you understand that contradiction?
I certainly agree. I wholeheartedly agree. And that's why I put the policy in place, because I agree with it. We should have had a policy years ago.
But you did, 2014.
You're exactly right, sir. And that's why I put that policy in place.
Okay. I'm turning over to Representative Villio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Colonel Davis.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
In your text to the governor on September 7th, 2021, you state Lieutenant Clary logged and submitted the videos in accordance with LSP policy. Was it LSP's policy to mislabel evidence?
No, ma'am.
So can you clarify for me how it is you determined he submitted the videos in accordance with LSP policy, but there was an investigation because he mislabeled the evidence?
So, according to LSP policy, our troopers are required to upload that video evidence, and upon uploading it, then properly categorizing it. And based upon the investigation that has been conducted, that's exactly what transpired. The night, as I understand it, and based upon the evidence and the facts that were presented to me, Lieutenant Clary uploaded the evidence, all of the evidence. It was not retrieved in the initial investigation, from what I understand. So the investigation came about as a result of some communication that was had between a couple of troopers, and one of them being then Sergeant Paxton, and I believe another trooper. And at that point, he realized that the fifth video, or the video that body-worn camera video that Lieutenant Clary had, was not initially provided to him during their initial criminal investigation. And again, this is 2021, I believe it is, April timeframe. Maybe off on months and dates, but I'll get you the exact time frame. But upon them having that conversation and him realizing that, then he made it known through his chain of command, at which point that information was provided to me. At that time, I authorized an internal investigation, administrative investigation into the incident, to make sure that there was no criminal and or administrative violations. During that conversation, during that investigation, Internal Affairs conducted that investigation. They interviewed multiple people who were there at the scene at the time of the incident, who were responsible, or in part responsible, for actually retrieving that information.
That was going to be my next question. Who was responsible for retrieving all of that evidence to deliver to the DA and didn't?
Well, I don't know who was responsible at that time. I can tell you, obviously, at that time, it was Sergeant. It was then Trooper Paxton was one of the case agents. I don't remember the other. I'll get you the name of all of the personnel on that was in place. Then Lieutenant Johnny Scott Brown was the sergeant, and then I think Gary Beasley was the lieutenant at that particular time, and the captain was Jason Turner. But that was the investigative team at that time. There were some more individuals. I don't have their names at this point, but that was also involved in the investigation.
Can you tell me how Lieutenant Clary's video was characterized or coded when it was loaded?
Not at this present time, but I can get you that
If you can get me
information.
that information, since you maintain that it wasn't mislabeled, I'd certainly like to see.
Yes, ma'am.
Give me 1 second. How it was labeled. Okay. In that same text to the governor regarding Lieutenant Clary, you talk about a supplemental report regarding that investigation.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you make that supplemental report available to us?
Okay.
Because that hasn't been made available to us, am I correct?
I'm not sure, but I will make sure you get it.
Now, did you put any process in place following your internal investigation for future presentations of videos when you have incidents like this and they have to be turned over to a DA? Did you put any process in place going forward?
So one of the things that I really wanted to focus in on was really understanding what transpired. And as I learned during that investigation, the case agents did not realize that they had access to all of that information or video evidence. So one, that has been since made available to all of our investigations. Now, we do have some stipulations and restrictions. Anytime that there's an investigation of certain types of crimes, such as officer-involved shootings, such as investigations involving maybe public officials or such, then at that particular point, then we do what we call restriction of that evidence. We do not make it available to everybody to
Yes, I've seen on Axon where y'all decided to restrict the videos at some point.
Yes, ma'am. So at that point, it only is made available to a certain the senior command involved, as well as those case agents that's involved. But otherwise, all of that video is now made available. So if there's general video of a particular incident, then all of the troopers have access to it. So that was one of the main things we did. Two, I did impose a policy because we did have some issues, and I think you all spoke to it before with regards to people coming in and downloading videos to thumb drives and taking screenshots. So we changed the policy there because, again, we have to maintain the integrity of that case, that investigation, and of that incident. So
does the policy now prohibit that type of activity?
Yes, ma'am. So they are to transmit and or disseminate or, for instance, if I'm gonna send some evidence, video evidence to someone, it's to be sent through the system, not to be downloaded to a thumb drive.
So, Colonel Davis, let's talk about the elephant in the room. What, pray tell, caused you during the middle of this committee's investigation to have an investigation of the wiping of phones, which is widely known, and then having Lieutenant Colonel Doug Cain be unable to testify, answer any questions regarding that today to this committee?
Great question, ma'am. If you all recall, there was a story, it may have been WFP or so forth, but Representative Jordan actually spoke to that issue, and it was not too long ago that he spoke to his concern and demanded results and demanded that we look into it. And as a result, that caused me to look into that matter.
The day before Lieutenant Colonel Doug Cain is scheduled to testify, we had the phones taken.
As far as when the phones were taken, as far as when Internal Affairs decided to do that, that was not under my instruction. They have a certain course. My instructions to them were to, one, investigate this matter. Investigate to determine who all had their phones wiped, why we didn't have a policy. I wanted a very detailed investigation of this matter.
But you knew about the wiping of the phones before this committee was put together, right?
Ma'am, it may come as a surprise, maybe before this committee was convened, but back in the time when it occurred, no ma'am, I did not. As stated,
not when it occurred, but certainly long before this committee convened.
Whenever it became public. And you know, when we look at things that happen in the public, that happen in the media, and as you all know, there's been a lot of things reported in the media. We have conducted more investigations probably in the last year and a half than we have in the last 5 years, with internal as well as criminal in my department. And that's because I want to make sure, and I want to get down to the truth of things. But, you know, at a point, you know, I'm looking at the balance of how much am I stressing my folks? What information am I receiving? From whom am I receiving that information from? And then from there, I determine whether or not I'm going to conduct an investigation. So when something is presented, and whether it be the wiping of the phones, whether it be there be complaints with regards to somebody saying that there was a certain activity, then I take a look at that and I take it seriously. And I think that's what you all would want me to do.
Well, you can see the way it looks for us,
Yes, ma'am.
to us, I'm sure, and how it's playing out today. And I don't think it's playing out in a good light for state police.
I will say this. I will ensure you get the results, regardless of what those results are. We have timelines with these administrative investigations. And as we
What is the timeline?
Well, we have 60 days to conduct that investigation. And once we conduct it, unless we get a 15-day expansion from the subject that's being investigated or from the commission, but that's it. After that, then we have to complete it and we have to wrap it up.
I have a sneaking suspicion we'll still be here. So we will wait those results.
Yes, ma'am.
Colonel Davis, you were the captain of the technology section.
Yes, ma'am.
At the time these phones were wiped, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Apparently so.
So who was responsible for having or suggesting a policy should be in place relative to the retention of those records that fell under your division essentially when they were wiped?
Well, I made that decision as noted last year. But during that time, and I'll give you some background as to my position. In 2018, I was promoted to captain. And at that particular time, my job was we were bringing in a computer-aided dispatch records management system. We'd gotten the funding and we wanted to create a statewide system. So in doing so, I was assigned to do that. I was initially given 2 staff members, and of course, over the course of time, my staff grew, my responsibilities grew. I went from having those 2 staff members, and then that moved to 3. Then from there, I moved to taking over our radio communications section, which is largely responsible for all of our LWIN network, and that's a Louisiana Wireless Information Network, and those are the tower sites, which there are 141 of across the state. So I took that section. As noted at that particular time, we had quite a few storms, so that was our main responsibility, plus building out this CAD solution.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I know the chairman's going to impose that 10-minute rule on me. And here's where I'm going, and I think you know where I'm going. In 2017, it was widely publicized that in the investigation of the Las Vegas side trip, that all the troopers involved deleted their text messages.
Okay.
And it was widely publicized at that time after 3 bites at the apple by state police in response to public record requests. Finally, state police admitted that they were state phones and that those messages were deleted and that there wasn't a policy in place to have prevented that, and that a policy was going to be put in place. And now we're sitting here, and I have a record dated February 24th, 2022, that a backup is to be created and stored on an external drive. So imagine, when you talk about stressing your troops, imagine how stressed we become when we find out that there's a news article in April 2017. Now we've got a death. We're not dealing with a side trip to Las Vegas. We're dealing with a death of a man. And then we find out 4 years or more than 4 years later, when this committee has been convened to investigate, that a policy is now in place to prevent that. Now, as captain of technology, when these phones were wiped, I'm just curious why there was no effort to put a policy in place then.
Because at that particular time, as I was explaining, my duties did not involve those phones. And because of that, I did not have any information, one, that they were being wiped. I did not have any conversation with anybody about them being wiped. I did not have any knowledge about it. So for that reason, I was not focused on that. My focus was on a computer-aided dispatch records management system. And as my duties grew, as my responsibilities grew, and as I was explaining, then as information became available, that's when I began to make changes. You know,
Wasn't that a violation of chain of command for other officers to direct an employee you supervise to wipe their phones? You don't believe that was a violation of chain of command?
No, ma'am. No.
And if it happened today under your watch, you still wouldn't consider it a violation of chain of command?
No, ma'am, because we operate off the premise of subject matter experts. And when I have a subject matter expert, their design and their job should be to work with anyone that they need to work with to get the job done. So if we stifle the process, and that's been a part of the state government for years. We build these chain of commands, we go through these chain of commands, and then when somebody's out, then something is stifled, and then it frustrates you all. So the way that I operate as far as the leader of my agency is, I want my personnel to do the job the most efficient way possible, and sometimes that involves them going outside the chain of command. In fact, I encourage that.
But based on your policy, February 24th, 2022, you would encourage someone to go outside the chain of command and instruct Triet Lee to wipe the phones?
Well, I'm not saying I would instruct them to wipe a phone. I mean, I instruct them to follow the policy. But as far as them to go outside the chain of command, yes, ma'am, if that's going to be the most effective process, yes, ma'am, I do encourage that.
And last question, Colonel Davis. To your knowledge, I'm assuming, since you were part of that internal investigation of Lieutenant Clary, how was it discovered that Lieutenant Clary's videos were not submitted to the DA?
Again, it was through that conversation between those two troopers, and when that was brought to our attention, then at that particular point, they wrote a supplemental report. When they wrote that supplemental report, I authorized an investigation, and that's how we discovered that it wasn't. It's my understanding that although it was not submitted with the initial criminal investigation, it was submitted with the internal investigation. Again, that was before I was agency head, but that's my understanding based upon the information received.
And Colonel, if I suggested to you that that's incorrect and that it was an audit team, do you have reason to dispute me on that?
Well, I don't, because again, that conversation was based off of the premise of the audit team. I convened the audit team, so I certainly understand and agree with that, but it was a conversation that was had by one of the audit team members with another trooper that led to that discovery.
Thank you. I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Villio. Were you present in the meeting I talked about earlier with Trooper Cain in regards to where you met with District Attorney Belton?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that it has been at least insinuated that he became quite angry at the idea of Clary being prosecuted?
Yes, sir. That I've been made aware of that, but I've also been made aware that we supposedly flew up there in a helicopter as well.
But my point is, did he become angry? I'm asking you. I'm not really worried
Based
about
upon my observations, sir, we had some great discussions. You know, in that conversation, we spoke with D.A. Belton, and he brought up some very good concerns. And when we watched the video, and he explained what his observations were, and I explained what mine, and everybody in that room explained what their observations and their concerns were.
Okay, well, hold on. I really want to unpack that. What was his observations?
Well, according to D.A. Belton, at one point, there was an instance where an audible noise was made by Mr. Greene. And during that particular time, he mentioned that that was the time that Mr. Greene must have been sprayed by OC spray. Well, we had that discussion, and based upon, again, all of our review, that was not conclusive.
So you say, and I hate the tyranny of acronyms. OC spray. I'm assuming.
Sorry.
No, I know it's probably pepper spray or colloquially
sir.
pepper spray. I just like it to be clear for people who are not in the state police jargon, law
sir,
enforcement
I'm
jargon.
sorry.
That we're talking. No, it's common. I just want to make sure that we keep the record kind of clear. So that was not your observation. So what is the significance on the pepper spray issue as far as that meeting is concerned?
Well, again, based upon my conversation with D.A. Belton, one, he advised that he reserved the right to obviously move forward with any charges. Two, he asked me about an investigation into LSP. The third thing, he advised that he was looking at possibly moving on the heels of the federal investigation. He was looking at preferring charges as well.
So is your impersonation, because I think Colonel Reeves said something differently, that District Attorney Belton was interested in prosecuting the troopers involved?
That's my impression. Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you try to counsel him out of prosecuting the troopers involved?
No, sir. That's his prerogative. He's the DA, and once we gave that case to him, then that's within his authority.
Right, and I understand his authority, but you also provide an opinion, and I know law enforcement often does provide an opinion. And I think it would be disingenuous of us to suggest that law enforcement does not provide opinion to the district attorney about whether a case should be prosecuted or not.
Well, what I provided was what I saw, and I look at the facts of things. If you're telling me that you're going to file charges on this and you ask me what my opinion is, then I'm going to tell you this is what I see.
And what was that opinion? That's what I'm trying to find
But
out.
at that particular time, I did not see, and I still do not see, where OC spray was given to the trooper at that particular time.
Okay.
And that's exactly what I stated.
Could it be if District Attorney Belton, after that meeting, advised others that you were counseling or you were of the opinion that it was not criminal conduct, would you think that might have happened based off of what you represented to him?
Well, I can't say that. You would have to ask D.A. Belton, but I've never said whether it was or was not criminal conduct. I can tell you that.
Okay. What was Scott Davis's role at State Police?
As it is today, he's our training academy supervisor as well as a use of force subject matter expert.
So he's a use of force subject matter expert. He's reviewing videos, I'm assuming?
Yes, sir.
And who does he report to when he believes there's been a use of force violation after he reviews a video?
Generally, he can go through his chain of command. He can go to internal affairs. He can go to...
And who is his chain of command? Who's above him?
Well, he has Lieutenant Pat Jackson. He has Lieutenant... another lieutenant. He has his captain, which is J.B. Slayton. He has his major, which is David McClendon, and he has his lieutenant colonel, which is Chris Eskew.
And those are all on the use of force issue in a video that he reviews? Because he's supposed to review these videos, correct, as I understand it?
Yes, but, one caveat to that, he was a part of a audit team, and during the course of that set of duties and responsibilities, he had another chain of command. And that chain of command was Captain Robert Hodges, and then from there, from Captain Robert Hodges to me.
Got it. Do you know if he was able to meet with Captain Hodges about his opinion on what he, as a use of force expert, do you know that he was able to meet with Hodges on that issue?
He had full access to Captain Hodges.
Did he ever talk to you directly since you were in his chain of command?
He's talked to me on probably one or two occasions, I think, regarding matters that, as he stated, fell in the gray area.
Now, you brought up the OC, as I like to more refer to pepper spray. Did the deceased Hollingsworth, did he put in his use of force report any mention of pepper spray?
Yes, sir, I believe he did.
And so we have Hollingsworth reporting using pepper spray, and then we have this issue in the video, but you're not sure that pepper spray was used? Is that?
It was not seen. I did not observe it during the course or during the part of the video that DA Belton presented. So during that conversation, we looked at a certain evidence, a certain video, and that's when we discussed it.
Okay. But that is out there in Hollingsworth's use of force report that he used pepper spray.
Yes, sir.
Has there been any consideration, considering the number 2 person, your direct subordinate, is now being investigated at your insinuation of putting him on administrative leave with pay?
So I did think through that, but based upon our policy, what we look at when we place someone on administrative leave is whether or not they're a threat to the public, whether or not they're a threat to themselves, whether or not they can perform their duties without impacting the investigation. Because this investigation is being conducted by our internal affairs, they report directly to me. They do not report to him. 2, it does not stop him from doing his duties and responsibilities, and he has not been deemed to be a threat to the public or himself. I believe that based upon our policy that we should remain and allow him, and I think we're obligated to allow him to go to work and give us the work that we expect of him.
You could see how, stepping back from the public lens, that it's concerning that the number 2 person who's in charge of the entire department, the only person who's above him is you.
Yes, sir.
And you may have more he may have more contact with subordinates than you do, is under investigation. I mean, you could see how the public would prefer to have somebody who's not leading the organization, who's having some issues, be a part of the agency on a daily basis. Do you see how that might look bad?
I do, but when we operate our agency, we get a ton of complaints, and I would submit to you that if I put everybody on administrative leave, whether it be leadership or otherwise, based upon complaints, you would not have state troopers working for you.
Totally understand that, because that's a wholly different scenario, because everybody who's dissatisfied with their interaction with the state trooper is probably going to form a complaint. That's not this scenario, though, Colonel, and I think you do know that. This is a person who's not really dealing with the public in the way you are insinuating, who has an allegation about hindering investigations, allegedly. I mean, if you take it to its logical conclusion.
Yes, sir.
I don't think that's the same. I don't think that's an apples to apples comparison. That's an apple to oranges comparison. How often does the chief of staff of state police be investigated internally in the last 20 years?
I do not know. I can't. I just simply don't know that answer. But what I can tell you,
to your knowledge, has one ever been investigated by internal investigations?
Yes, sir.
And how long ago was that?
That was approximately 4 years ago.
And were they put on administrative leave during the time of that investigation?
No, sir.
I think that's also concerning. But I'm going to stop talking and give some people else an opportunity to talk. Representative Marcel.
Thank you. How you doing today?
How you doing, ma'am?
I'm okay. Now, we clearly understand that you were not there. Well, you were not in charge, but you were at the state police when this incident happened with Ronald Greene. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you briefed when you took over as superintendent on the Ronald Greene death?
No, ma'am.
You were not briefed?
No, ma'am.
So you took over the number 1 position, and Reeves did not brief you on the ongoing investigation of Ronald Greene?
No, ma'am.
I find that troublesome. So you talked about going to DA Belton's office and viewing the video, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you did so, you said that you saw something different and you all had a difference of opinion. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Because DA Belton's wanted to bring charges, possible charges as it relates to the pepper spray, and you did not see the supporting evidence on the video. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
At that time, which video were you all viewing?
Well, as I understand it, we watched multiple videos. I know we discussed
because it's multiple videos out there. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you all look at all 5 of them?
I can't say we did.
So when you all initially handed over the stuff to the DA, the Clary video was not included in that. Is that accurate?
That's my understanding.
That's your understanding.
Yes, ma'am.
So can you possibly see where the public and many members of this committee can see that as a possible first sign of a cover-up when you don't hand over all of the information to a DA to look at, right? That's A. And then you come in and y'all meet with them, you and number 2, who now can't tell us why he sanitized his phone because you gave him a letter on March 4th telling him not to. Can you possibly see how we view this as a cover-up?
Yes, ma'am.
A, you did well. Let's start A. If we want to go back to A, you had a fatality where your troopers said that he died in an accident. Is that accurate?
I don't know. I wasn't there, and I wasn't.
You've not looked at the crash report, sir?
Ma'am, I've looked at the report. As
So
far as what they said, I can't speak to.
Okay, what they said is in the crash report. Is that accurate? The initial crash report. Is that accurate? And what they said was Ronald Greene died as a result of running from the police and having a crash. Is that accurate? I know you weren't there. I wasn't there either. But the report speaks for itself. Is that accurate?
Well, the report doesn't speak of the pursuit. And as far as if you're talking about the criminal report, then that there is some.
No. The initial crash report that they reported to Ronald Greene's family, that he died as a result of a crash. Is that accurate?
I can't speak. I can't say, ma'am. I don't know. I simply don't know what they reported that night.
Okay. Did not. So you weren't briefed by Colonel Reeves.
Correct.
You've not viewed the crash report.
I have.
You have. And in that crash report, because we have it, I think the Senate has it, the whole nation has it.
Yes, ma'am.
So we all have it where they said he died as a result, and it was at first initially reported that he died as a result of the crash and not as a subsequent of any beatings.
Okay.
I mean, can we all agree on that? And you saying, no, you don't know. I mean, you sounding like the previous number 2 man.
No, ma'am. When you say that that's what was reported to the Greene family, I cannot say what was reported because I was not there. I was not in charge, and that's not what I've been briefed on. So I apologize.
What have you been briefed on? Let me step back, because maybe you haven't been briefed as I think the number 1 person should have been briefed, right? So what were you briefed on? What happened to Ronald Greene when you showed up as the superintendent? You were already there, right? Mm-hmm. And when you took over the position as the superintendent, what were you briefed on? Let me ask it a different way.
I did not receive a briefing with regards to any of that, any other criminal investigations. And that was part of the problem that I had. As I'm coming into this position, I am not receiving a briefing.
Do you think that should have happened?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I mean, every other command that I've been in, we usually have some sort of this is what's going on, with the exception of having to create a new section. But when I'm coming into an existing position, yes, there's normally a briefing that takes place.
So Superintendent Reeves failed to do that.
That's correct.
Okay. And so once you viewed the video, and you've already said that you didn't, the pepper spray was one of the issues. What about the other issues that many of us, not just here, but throughout the nation, looked at and found to be just horrific of what happened to him? What about those videos? What did you think personally about those?
You know, the tough part of this position, and I'm not going to skirt this question.
Please don't.
I felt like crap as a state trooper, as a black man, as a man, period. Anytime we have a situation like that, whether it be on video or not, that disturbs me. And that video disturbed me. It disturbed me based upon our training and otherwise. Okay? But I also understand I need, and I would ask your consideration and understanding that I do represent our department. And my opinions count. They matter. They matter in litigation, in which we're currently involved in. They matter in investigations, in which we're currently involved in.
Who is Lynn Marie, and what's her position?
Lynn Marie is a sergeant who works in technology and business support. That's where he's currently assigned.
Oh, that's where he's assigned?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he working doing this Ronald Greene investigation in that capacity? Technical support, would he have anything to do?
I would have to confirm with you because there was a point where he was transferred from a different position.
He was transferred or demoted? Which one?
Both.
Was it lateral or both? So he was demoted.
Yes.
And did it have anything to do with the Ronald Greene's investigation?
Not to my knowledge, ma'am.
Not to your knowledge?
No, ma'am.
Would you say that, what's the morale of the state police currently?
It's tough. It's relatively low right now for a multitude of reasons. One being what we're going through. And I would submit to everybody that we put ourselves in this position. I say we, not every man and woman, but those that played a part in not being forthcoming in certain respects. We as in leaders.
So you do agree that some people played a part in not being forthright and coming forth with the truth. You agree with that?
Yeah, that's something that I've experienced with the media. But you know, there's another component.
The media?
Well, if you would allow me, when we look at what's going on today with the climate of anti-police, defund the police, that adds stress. When we look at that, we lost a trooper. That adds stress. When we look at the increase in duties and responsibilities and the decrease in personnel, that adds stress. So for those reasons, all compiled, morale is low. And when I spoke of with regards to media, you know, one of the things that I came into this position, there were some issues with regards to the media. And I spoke with the media, and I'm still speaking with the media. And one of the things that was revealed to me is that we were not forthcoming. We were not making ourselves available to the media or to anyone else for that matter.
And do you think
I hope that you all will see that that's exactly, we're moving beyond that and we are making ourselves available. I'm sorry.
Do you think that today's testimony by you and number 2 helps that or hinders that?
Well, I'm hoping that my testimony helps that.
Well, I can't agree with you that it does. I think it really clouds it more. The fact that we can't get any answers to why the phone was sanitized, the fact that you gave him the order on the day that we were here, the fact that you didn't see it the way Belton saw it, that someone should have been prosecuted. And if you were, the other question that I have, and I know in other states, where there's ongoing investigation. If you were to feel that any of your troopers should be not only should be removed because of this investigation, why wouldn't you move towards that without waiting on the other investigation to be complete? Because
Well-
I hear a lot of it's been investigated by someone else and we like to wait. But in other states, you know, in Minnesota they did it, and you know, in other states they've moved forward with removing bad apples. Because you know, overall I believe the department is good, but there are a few bad apples, and I think the sooner we take them out, the better we are. Maybe we can get to some answers on this Ronald Greene's death.
I think you'd see when I came into office, I did just that, and I've continued to do just that. I've arrested troopers. I have removed troopers and personnel from our agency.
Let's stick to Ronald Greene's though. I don't want to, you know, I'm about to run out of time. Who have you arrested or removed since on this Ronald Greene's case?
I have not. That investigation.
That's my question.
And I appreciate your question, ma'am. But as I understand it, that investigation was already conducted, was already presented to the DA, who now has it, as well as being investigated by the federal authorities.
And what you,
for that,
I don't want to cut you off, but what you're implying is the investigation was over. So since you're the superintendent, if you see it differently, if you have another set of eyes, you could look at that material and actually change, move forward with your own discipline, couldn't you?
I can, the DA can. As well, ma'am.
I'm not talking to the DA though. I'd ask him if he was sitting here. I'm talking to you. You could move forward with removing officers if you felt that they acted inappropriately or criminal or covered up something or didn't turn on the body camera. I think that was one of the issues that we had with York, that he turned off his body camera, and for that he was just disciplined, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Even though someone died, even though it was a part of a cover-up, a grand cover-up. When you cut off a body camera and you one of those body cameras, one of those views, and probably had a better view than anyone else, that would have probably shown us significant amount of stuff that we didn't even see. You know, but for the fact that this video was leaked, we wouldn't even be having this conversation, because all of the citizens and poor Miss Greene would believe that her son died in a crash, but for the fact that it was leaked, because y'all didn't show it to us. Y'all didn't show it to the public, did you?
Actually, I did authorize the release of that video
once
it was leaked.
Once it was leaked, sir. I mean, that's after the fact. That's like me telling my kids I'm going to whoop you after I done caught you doing something wrong.
Well, one of the tough parts of this particular job being in law enforcement, you know, when we make an arrest and we go and we put forth a case to the district attorney or whether it be to the U.S. attorney, oftentimes that there are policies, there are rules that govern how we interact or how we manage that case beyond that point. And if we do so recklessly or we do so haphazardly, then that could impact the integrity of that investigation.
I get it, but the integrity of the entire state police is under a microscope right now.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you need to look at that. And I think you need to look at the investigation for yourself, not for Reeves, who you already said didn't brief you. You already said you came in and he didn't tell you what you should have known about this case. So you need to look at this with fresh eyes and see who needs to be where or who needs to be further disciplined. Not wait on the DA, not wait on the AG. You have the authority to do that, and that's what I'm asking you to do, to look at it a fresh set of eyes, and look at all the videos.
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Marcel.
And I'm finished. I'm finished. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And for the record, Representative Marcel requested the 10-minute time rule. I just want
did.
I just want to put it out there. Representative Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Like, I'll definitely be very brief. Good afternoon. I'll try to do it in two. First of all, good afternoon, Colonel.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah. And look, I want to state for the record, I mean, because we've had these conversations, and so we may not agree on everything, but we do agree on a lot of improvements that you've made since you've started as Colonel of State Police.
Thank you, sir.
So I do want to recognize that. That being said, you know, I have a couple of issues. I mean, I understand that you're saying that you looked at an interview that I did with a station and maybe that prompted or maybe was a catalyst for you starting this investigation. But, you know, I tried to look back, and I think that was like in the beginning and middle of February. So that's at least about a month ago. We've had about a month in between the time that I made comments about Doug Cain and I guess yesterday. So that's almost a month that's expired during that time. So you'd agree with that?
I can't say when I saw it, but if that's what you say, when you did it.
All right.
Yes, sir.
So here's I guess one of the questions that I have as it relates to Lieutenant Colonel Cain. I saw one of your interviews on I think it was BRZ, but I'm not sure. But the question was asked to you, why did Lieutenant Colonel Cain sanitize his phone? And I think your response, and I'm paraphrasing, but it was somewhat to the effect that you didn't really have any idea why he sanitized his phone.
Okay.
Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, sir. And at this point, I still don't know why.
All right. So I guess, and that leads me to say, okay, if we don't know why, out of an abundance of caution, and I understand everything that you told Representative McGee of why he's still there, but I would think out of an abundance of caution, if we don't know why, then we should err on the side of caution, and why not do the paid leave, administrative leave? And let me say this other thing. With you telling me that the morale of the troopers are low, I heard you mention a lot of factors. But you didn't mention the fact that Lieutenant Colonel Cain is still on the job. Could that play a role in the low morale as well?
If that's what's been communicated, then that could very well. I mean, morale could be low based upon leadership at times. So yes, sir, that could be.
Well, let me ask it this way: Have you placed other people? I'm not saying in every case, but in some cases, have you placed people on administrative leave when they become the subject of an IA investigation?
When it met the criteria that I explained earlier, yes, sir.
When it met the fact of whether they could still do their job,
danger to the public or themselves, whether or not it would impact the investigation, things of that nature.
How about whether or not it would erode the public trust?
Well, and again, I know that's tough, but you know, when a complaint is made against our troopers, then in some way, shape, or form, that erodes the public trust. Whether it be that one individual, multiple individuals, we live in a society right now where things are automatically sent out via public media. So whenever a complaint is made, then it's eroding the public trust, and it's our job to build it. But at the same time, we also have to do that through consistency. And when we're dealing with a department, and we're dealing with a profession where if everybody feels that their career will be threatened just by the mere nature of a complaint, then we're going to find ourselves without a profession that will go to bat and do the things that our men and women do. And I think we have to be very careful about that.
No, and I agree with you. But you know, like as the kids say, there's levels to this. So the level of a guy that's on the road, I understand that. And if it were something, for instance, the guy wrote a ticket to me, said I was speeding. He's writing a bunch of tickets to people who aren't really speeding. He's just trying to, increase the coffers of the state government. Yeah, I get that. But again, I think as Representative Marcel and others have said, we're talking about the number 2 person in state police, and we're talking about the potential cover-up of a fatality. So while I get that any complaint in and of itself, inherent in that, is maybe some erosion of public trust, this is a different level. This is of a different degree and magnitude than those other ones. So it's just hard for me to fathom that somebody could be in that position, have this, call it what it is, this cloud over them, because it is unknown, and he's still working. To me, it's better that he would be on administrative leave, and if he's cleared, great. I would hope that he is, and if he's cleared, fine. But until that time, that there be some safety measures, some guardrails put in place, and I think helping the morale of state police. Because if I were a low-ranking trooper, and I were getting dinged for every little deal, and I look at the number 2 and the allegations against him, and he's still on the job, I'd feel some kind of way about that.
I understand your concern.
I would. Now,
Yes,
that being said, so let's move on. I talked to Colonel Reeves last week, and we talked about York, and we talked about that he falsified his report. We talked about he was in Troop F. He had some other things going on, but we also talked about that he dragged Ronald Greene and put his foot on his back as well. We talked about all those things, and he only got 50 hours. Would you say that maybe something like that lowers the morale of the troopers as well?
Most certainly.
Okay. Did you agree with the punishment that York received?
No, sir, and I think that's been noted in my delivery of that particular message. And no, I did not agree with it, but also when we talk about the processes, we talk about the Law Enforcement Bill of Rights. And it's clear, if we do not administer discipline at a certain time frame, then that discipline will be voided. So based upon the time frame that this was brought to me, based upon the information that I had and the lack of information that I had, I felt that some discipline was better than no discipline.
Right. So when you say when it was brought to you, explain that a little bit clearer.
Well, obviously that letter was already constructed, that the disciplinary review panel was already convened, and that decision was already made. The letter was just sitting there. And obviously, because of when Colonel Reeves retired and by the time that I came into office, then we were at the back end of that 60 days. So it left me little time to go back and initiate an investigation to further look at what would I have disciplined at. But based upon the initial information that I had, I did not feel comfortable with saying what that discipline should have been. I did know that 50 hours, as far as I'm concerned, wasn't something that I would have provided.
Right. So let me, and this will be my last question on this, I think. But in your opinion, do you think that letter was crafted and that disciplinary process started for whatever reason to make sure he was disciplined before you really had a chance to evaluate and make your determination?
Well, I don't have the information, and you all will find with me, I don't speculate much. I follow the
I
facts,
understand.
and I think that's in best practice.
So I will ask just one last one then. Is it reasonable, could someone draw a reasonable inference or conclusion that it might have been done to avoid him being disciplined under your tenure?
Yes, sir, someone could.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Representative Jordan. Representative Bacala.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we all recognize here in the room that you inherited a horrible situation, and you inherited some months. How many months after the incident? I'm sorry, I don't remember when you were promoted.
October 30th was the time that I took over. 2020.
So 18 months or so, or whatever, something
Yes,
like
sir.
that.
Yes, sir.
So a year and a half after the incident, you're placed in command of state police, and this is, I think, very much on your plate from day one.
Yes, sir.
Probably as much as anything, this has shaped the first couple years of your tenure.
Yes, sir.
I'm sure, I know you were in the audience at the last meeting, and I want to go back to the basics here. You heard the testimony given earlier that basically it was a hands-off approach. Let's let IA do IA. Let's let criminal investigations do criminal investigations, and let me know when you're finished. Is that a policy that you have seen necessary to change?
Well, I think that was that leadership philosophy is not mine. My leadership philosophy is trust but verify. And, I've worked in certain, most, if not all of the major commands here. And it's been my experience that the more you know, the better you are to make a decision. So I'm of the mindset of I like to know more so that I can better explain, so that I can make a better decision. And I think that works better for everybody, whether it be the victim, whether it be the trooper, whether it be anybody involved. So again, that's not my philosophy.
Well, thank you. So you have a philosophy of being more engaged, I guess would be the easy way to say it.
I think my folks will tell you that I'm much more engaged.
I think this is important for anybody who's paying attention and note is I think everybody on this committee has been contacted by line troopers out of the blue, on the street, whatever, and all of them have actually said, thank you for this investigation. It needs to happen. The average trooper's taking a beating for something that he disagrees with or does not agree with. I mean, they would look and say something should have been done, is what we hear over and over again. And they're as shocked, I think, as we are and as the public is, that so little was done in this early stage. Now, later on, I expect to hear from the criminal investigators, maybe the IA, and I think they will say that what they saw was troubling and they thought action needed to be taken. I think we'll hear from a DA who said it was troubling and they thought action should be taken. We know eventually it landed. But why do you think everybody who was in authority, everybody, I think, who was in the investigative mode, in the review mode, looked at this thing and said, this is not proper? I think everybody did. Everybody. There was nobody that tried to defend the actions who was part of the investigative team. If everybody that is investigating, if everybody on the investigative team says we got to do something, why wasn't something done?
Great question.
Well, I know you're digging in, so I'm hoping you can give me the answer, because I know you're engaged. So, and listen, it may not be a comfortable answer, but sometimes it takes courage to tell the truth. And I would hope that you would say, you know what? Here's why the investigators were turned away. Here's why the DA was. I don't know. I'm just hoping that we will get.
I think you all, and I can't give an answer to something that happened 18 months prior to me getting here. And as much as I would like to, and I'm like everybody else, I want an answer. I want an answer because they're taking a beating, I'm taking a beating, and I'm taking a beating because of something that happened before my command here. And what really hurts me more than taking a beating is really to see those men and women take a beating every day. So I want an answer. Yeah. It hurts me to see Miss Greene go through this every day, every time we come up here. I mean, Miss Harden. So, no, I want an answer.
But the truth
I don't have that
here's
answer.
Just my take on it. If I'm investigating an incident and I'm conducting a criminal investigation and I come to a conclusion that we got to do something, it's not somebody below me that's going to convince me not to do with my professional intuition or what evidence leads me to. The only person that can tell me do not, when probable cause exists, convince me to do nothing, it has to be somebody above me.
And I certainly understand.
And I think if we eventually today, I think we will hear testimony, I think, from investigators who said they went to their bosses and said, we got to do something, but they were shut down. I think that's what we're going to hear. And again, I know that you're digging in on this, and you've apparently broadened the IA investigation. Have you broadened the IA investigation to seek to determine who shut down the investigation?
That was a part of the investigation. And one of the investigations that I conducted, I looked at, based upon complaints, I looked at whether or not there was evidence, because there were complaints that someone said that I was told not to conduct this investigation. And I will tell you again, and I will submit that based upon that investigation, there was not sufficient evidence for me to prove that. like everybody else. If I've got the facts, then I'm going to act. And I hope that my record stands on that and have shown that. But when the facts are not there, then I cannot.
And I don't mean to jump into you, but I guess my concern here is a couple things. Is first,
I'll let you have the mic, Mr. Chairman. I was probably at 9 minutes, so.
You were. We're talking about goes down to what somebody said. And so one person obviously is denying saying it, and one person saying they said that. Now, there's only one way to prove that, unquestionably, is with some sort of audio or video recording of it. So if your answer is I can't punish anybody because, or an independent witness, I guess would be another person, but if there's only two people in the room, I guess my concern is that that's a low bar. Ultimately, when we're not trying to criminally prosecute him if it's an IA investigation, just whether you should still be on the job. It's a little bit different.
Sir, if I remove everybody off the job because of what someone else said, again, we would not have troopers on this job.
Right, but again, look, that's you've mentioned it a couple times, and I think that's sort of a bad answer, and I'm going to be very respectful with you because this is not troopers on the road in that sort of adversarial relation. We're talking about an investigation amongst troopers, and troopers are saying this about other troopers. This isn't necessarily the same thing, and I can't keep harping upon that because I think that's a cop-out at the end of the day. I really do.
I would respectfully disagree because I have to follow the facts, and that's what the law provides for me. And I can't go just based upon someone's commentary. I have to look at all the facts.
And let me be very clear with you. Let's back up. I think it's inescapable. I didn't know anything about this case, honestly, a month ago, other than when I saw the video that everybody else saw, but I knew that none of the details of the investigation. It is unescapable to me that John Clary was not truthful on his initial statement to state troopers. I don't see how a reasonable human being can come to any other conclusion. I'll add to you that coupled with the fact that he's the supervising trooper on the scene of what I've heard nobody disagree, which is a horrible incident, it is hard for me to understand how you couple those two facts together and this person is still employed with state police following the facts, as you call it. It seems to me we wouldn't be here if we followed the facts at any point on those two, to me, inescapable conclusions. I wish there was another conclusion to draw. And look, people are gonna. I'm sure Trooper Paxton's gonna come here and testify in a little bit, and that may be what it is. And I will say this to him: I think he could ask better questions of Clary that morning. I think he could have done a better job, but that does not excuse John Clary of saying, "Hey, there was an incident. Use of force was used." I mean, if you hear Clary's statement, which I hope you did as the superintendent, it is inescapable to me that he is being intentionally, I mean, he sounds like it's a regular road incident. They were actually almost sounds like he's a good Samaritan, that the troopers on the scene were propping his head up so he can breathe. It's almost offensive to what actually happened. And yet nobody from state police I've heard Colonel Reeves say that nobody misled anybody. That I don't even know how you can draw that conclusion from that. Or if you haven't listened to the audio, how you can make that statement without being based on reviewing that. But I still, and I want to give you the opportunity to respond to this, cannot escape those two facts. Supervisor on the scene, to me, is enough, actually, of what transpired, that he doesn't stop everything immediately. Second, that he then is truly leaving out huge gaps of important information that nobody can say you forgot, you wasn't clear to you. I mean, that is pushing the limits of plausibility, and yet he's still employed by state police as we sit here today. And so if you're telling me that the processes work, I can't accept that, because your processes are not working under those two conclusions. That's just, and it's 3 years down the road, and I'd love to hear your response to that.
As I mentioned before, and you know what, I've conducted investigations, and when you have a lack of physical evidence in certain respects, in certain types of crimes or certain types of investigations, then you have to defer to those that were involved, and you have to look and listen to their testimony. And then you have to make sure that their testimonies, whether it be reasonable or not, whether or not you can provide a conclusion based upon those testimonies as they have said. And when we conducted this investigation with regards to Lieutenant Clary's video and the submission of his video.
I'm talking about the statement he made, which is on audio recording, Colonel.
I understand that, sir. And at the same time, we also spoke to other people that was involved in the investigative process. And those were all of the facts that we used and all of the evidence that we used to come and draw that conclusion. And while I understand you don't have access to that, and you may or may not, but I will.
But what else? I want to know, what else is there possible that when somebody's asked to describe an incident and they don't tell you everything and they leave out all the bad stuff? If I ask my kid, did you steal the ball? And then tell me what happened in the bedroom when I know they stole the ball, and they tell me everything that happened in the bedroom except for the stealing of the ball, it's pretty clear that they've been not telling me the truth. I don't need 85 other versions of this story to come out for me to know that somebody was not upfront and honest with me from the get-go. Second of all, he's still the supervising officer on the scene. I mean, this is it's hard for me to buy in, and I think that's when Representative Baclaw refers to the troopers. That's what they tell me too. This is the same thing that I'm hearing from the troopers on the road who are frustrated as I am at this fact, because it's obvious.
The easy thing for me to do is come in and fire people based upon circumstantial information. And when I do that, and when they get their jobs back, we're wasting taxpayers' monies. We're also lowering their morale, and we're also impacting the efficiency of
Colonel,
our agency.
An audio recording is not circumstantial evidence. I cannot let you equivocate on things that are not the truth. An audio recording and then a typed report or transcript that is not circumstantial. That is an established fact.
But we also have other facts from other investigators that were on scene, and we have to take that into account. And I have to stand on that, sir.
So what are these facts that you think mitigate that?
If you would allow me to provide that to you, because I understand that this is a public setting here, and as much as it is a investigatory process for you all, but allow me to provide that to you, and then from there,
I've been waiting.
Yes, sir.
It's been 3.5 years. I mean, I think we've all been waiting. But I will give the microphone to Representative Villio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for indulging me again. Colonel Davis, I appreciate the comments of my colleagues to you earlier. An elected official in my hometown recently said, you can delegate authority, but you cannot delegate responsibility. That comment struck me then, and it struck me now. I heard your answers to Representative Marcel, but wasn't it your responsibility, sir, to ask for a transition document?
Well, yes, if I would have known that. This position doesn't come with instructions. I mean, when you're appointed to this position, it doesn't come with instructions. I found out about a transitional document that had taken place, I don't have the exact date, years before, after I physically got into office. So coming from the position that I was, I had no expectations as to what exactly I was to receive outside of maybe a briefing. But as far as a transitional document, well, yeah, I could have asked for one, ma'am, but it doesn't mean that I would have gotten it, and it wasn't presented. Now, that's something that I will provide to the next superintendent, I can assure you that, but that's not something, and yes, that's my responsibility, and I own that. But that's why I'm making sure that the next one has a transitional document.
Let's go back to the audit team that we talked about. Isn't it true, sir, that the audit team was put together to review all videos from Troop E, F, and G to look for other use of force issues, and the audit team was not put in place to for any videos associated with the Greene matter?
They were instructed to look for all, and when I say all troops around the state, but it was going to be a phased approach, starting with Troop F, then moving throughout that Region 3 area, and then moving to Region 2, Region 1. So their instructions were to look at videos and all of the different troops.
And but for the audit team's discovery of Lieutenant Clary's video, the light shining on the injustices that occurred on May 10th, 2019 would never be known and have come to light. Isn't that true, sir?
That's possible.
Colonel Davis, I'll close with this. You're the head of state police. If you want answers, you can demand them.
Yes, ma'am.
When you get those answers, please give them to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Villio. Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Colonel, good to see you again. I want to read a text message that you sent to Governor Edwards on or about June 29th. Governor Edwards, Chris Nakamoto is reporting that he interviewed Trooper Carl Cavalier. According to the story, Trooper Cavalier is suggesting that LSP personnel involved in the Ronald Greene investigation be arrested, including and up to former Colonel Kevin Reeves. We are confirming the validity of the information being reported. Once we determine its validity, I will decide on the next course of action. I will schedule a meeting to further discuss. What was the next course of action?
I think it was to meet to advise him that we did confirm that was, in fact, that interview did take place, or that information was provided. Mm-hmm. And from there, I think we issued a letter to then Trooper Cavalier to cease, according to policy, that you're to be authorized to provide public media commentary, and you are not. So as such, basically cease and desist.
Okay. And what ultimately happened to Trooper Cavalier? Was he disciplined or?
Yes, for that he was disciplined. Initially, he was again warned. Mm-hmm. I made a conscious decision because not everybody is familiar with all of our policies. So I made a decision to say, hey, warn him, let him know. And then from there, he continued to violate policy. As such, we again imposed more severe discipline to try and dissuade that behavior. And from there, again, that behavior continued, and as such, along with some other policy violations, led to his dismissal.
Okay.
But if you would, sir, I mean, and while I would love to tell everything, we are involved in litigation at this particular point.
I'm not going into that any further. You made the comment, some discipline is better than no discipline. The 50-hour discipline, in my opinion,
yes, sir,
that was the equivalent to no discipline,
understand,
in my opinion. So you could have just not disciplined at all. I see Lieutenant Colonel Cain is no longer in the room, but he made reference, and I keep hearing, references, but, he made a reference that the media inaccurately reported referring to Mr. Greene's death as the result of a car crash, and that wasn't coming from state police. But I don't know if state police, he said that the PIO or whoever never put out a press release saying that he died of a car crash. I don't know if state police ever said anything to dispel that narrative. To your knowledge, do you know?
I do not know.
And Colonel Reeves even testified on March 15th. I just listened, I went back and watched it. He said, quote, the preliminary autopsy results. First of all, he laid the case that Mr. Greene had cocaine and alcohol and painted this grim picture. And then he said, quote, the preliminary autopsy results reflected a torn aorta and separated spleen. I believe this is the reason the initial cause of death was attributed to injury sustained from the wreck, unquote. So, seems like that narrative was supported by state police, in my opinion. While you're at the table, I'll just reiterate what I told to Lieutenant Colonel Cain. and it's no disrespect to him, but I am of the belief, because of his position and some of the compelling allegations, I do not think the way that we rebuild trust is to have an individual in that capacity. It's my belief he should be placed on administrative leave. I'm not calling for his termination because I do believe he should have due process. But I just wanted to reiterate that to you, and of course you've already made your position on the matter clear.
I will tell you this, sir. I will definitely go back and review and consider that.
Okay. And you know, just finally, I want to reiterate, you know, I know we've had to ask some tough questions. But it's not, I want to be clear from my perspective. My tough questions to certain top brass is in no way a reflection of the overwhelming majority of the women and men of state police, who I believe to be good, honorable, decent people. And so I want the public to know that, but in no way am I trying to paint this grim picture, because I believe they're really good people. I'm grateful for their service. Many of them protect us around this Capitol on a daily basis. They protect us on the streets, and I just want to publicly say that I'm grateful for their service. So,
well, thank you, sir, because that means the world to them. As I mentioned before, what they do day in and day out and how they sacrifice time with their family matters. And hearing that from you all, I mean this wholeheartedly, means the world to them. And it means the world to me.
Thank you, Colonel. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman.
No problem. Thank you so much. Representative Nelson.
Hey, Colonel. Once again, when I come up, it's almost over, so it's good news. So I just have a few questions. I try not to be repetitive of what my colleagues asked, but so I think you were here last week when Colonel Reeves testified. He kind of gave us the impression that the governor's office was very disconnected, not very engaged in any of the Ronald Greene investigation. Didn't really know any details. I think he told us specifically that the governor's office never requested a detailed briefing, was never given a detailed briefing, probably up to the time in fall of 2020 when the family reviewed the video and the governor reviewed the video. So my question for you is, after you took office kind of after that, or you were appointed your position, is that consistent with what you have heard or seen or experienced with the governor's office, that they were basically, kind of oblivious to what was going on up until that point?
I don't know about that particular situation. I can tell you, based upon my experience with the governor, is that I'm engaged and he's engaged. And I'll tell you, to a certain level, I come from a military background, and I believe in briefing my boss. So I don't want him to have to ask me certain things. If there is a significant event, then I'm going to, one, notify him as early as possible, but two, I'm going to try to follow that up with a briefing whenever possible or whenever needed. For the most part, I determine that, but I also gauge that based upon my relationship with him, my communication with him. If he's asking more questions, then I need to provide more information. And as I get to that point of providing more information, he's asking less questions, then that's how I draw my conclusion as to where that balance is.
So your experience would be the governor really is interested in the details and you keep him abreast of the situation, correct?
I would like to think he is. I provide him those details.
I appreciate it. Yeah, so I mean, I think, so what Colonel Edmonston testified before Colonel Reeves was, I think, in the same lines as what you're telling us. And then it seems like Colonel Reeves, at least in the context of this investigation or this situation, he seemed like the governor's office was very disconnected and they were never briefed on anything. So I appreciate that. And would you say that that since you from the time that you took over through May 21st, when the video from AP was released, did anything change with your relationship with the governor's office? Did you start briefing him more often? Would it become more interested, or was it from the time you took over, it was always engaged in it?
I think it's grown since that time, and a lot of that growth has taken place with me. Again, my understanding. As I've come into this position, as you all have mentioned, I came in with a lot of stuff, a lot of things that were happening in the agency and happening to the agency. And as a result, and I hate to term it in terms of sports, but that's my background. Forgive me. It's kind of like being a batter, and that ball is coming at you, and you're not seeing nothing but a dot. And those were the first months that I'm coming into, because I'm dealing with arrests, I'm dealing with dealt with a suicide, I'm dealing with allegations of other things that's going on with the agency. But as time progressed, then I began to start to see the ball, I began to start to see the stripes, and I began to acclimate to the speed of what was going on and the responsibilities of this position. So as a result, I've made some adjustments, and I think I've been able to help make adjustments based upon my communication with the governor's office or with the governor. And as a result, again, striking that balance. So to answer your question, over time, I began to make adjustments of our communication, and I think that has helped hopefully make him feel at ease with regards to my leadership, my communication, and what was going on with the agency.
Thank you. So my last question would be, when you and Lieutenant Colonel Cain went up to meet with D.A. Belton, did you brief the governor? Was he involved in that at all? Did he know you were going to meet him? Did you brief him afterward?
I did have a conversation with him afterwards, but I did not brief him beforehand. You know, I make it a point to talk to our law enforcement partners, and 42 DAs, 300 plus chiefs, 64 sheriffs. I meet with them. I've just finished a tour of going around the state meeting with sheriffs and DAs, and I haven't talked to the governor about that unless it's some significant events that come as a result of those conversations and our meetings. So to answer your question again, no, sir, I did not tell him prior to, but I did have a conversation afterwards based upon my conversation with Mr. Belton.
All right. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Representative Nelson. Representative Landry.
Hello, just a few quick questions for you. My understanding is that, so in May 2021, when the video was publicly released, that you and several others went to meet with John Belton in North Louisiana. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. He contacted me. He advised that he had some concerns, he had some questions, and he wanted to have a conversation with that. So we decided to meet. I drove up with my staff, and we had a meeting.
So he called you to set up the meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
Ma'am.
And do you recall if you spoke to the governor's office or his staff before you went up to the meeting?
No, ma'am, I have not. And I say I have not. I did not speak with the governor regarding me going to meet with Mr. Belton.
And after, did you speak to him or his staff about that meeting?
Yes, ma'am. As I advised earlier, I did speak with the governor regarding that meeting.
After, though?
Afterwards.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And have you spoken to any member of the House of Representatives about this investigation? Aside from this committee.
Well, there's another committee, and yes, ma'am, I have.
The Senate committee. Let me narrow then. Have you spoken to any, actually, I can't remember if I said legislature or House of Representatives. Besides the Senate committee and the House committee, have you spoken to any members of this body?
I think so. I'm sure I have, because there's been many legislators that have expressed concern. So over those conversations, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I can't say how many and who all I've spoken with, but it's yes, ma'am. I have.
That makes sense. That they called you and you responded. I'm sure that was appreciated.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you hired a personal attorney to advise you in any of these matters?
No, ma'am.
And just to follow up like I did with your predecessor, preceding witness, have you received a target letter from federal prosecutors?
No, ma'am.
Have they requested to interview you?
Not at this time.
Have they?
No, ma'am.
They have not requested to interview you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Landry. But I think, yeah, I think before we let you go, I do want to. It came to my attention that, and Ms. Holland briefly testified to it earlier, but I'd like to get your input on non-disclosure agreements that you're making, or not making, I shouldn't say, but that are apparently been drafted in response to this investigation. Is that accurate?
So when I convened the audit team, one of the things that was recommended, and I did follow that recommendation, was to enact or create a non-disclosure. And the tenet behind that is really, oftentimes we have, as we spoke, chains of command. So to protect those employees, one, to say, hey, here are the ramifications, here are the reasons why, and I laid out their reporting requirements are laid out. You know, those things, the do's and don'ts. But yes, sir, I did have that drafted.
And did you require people to sign it?
Well, they should have. I don't think all of the people signed it, but yes, sir.
Did that prevent them from testifying to the federal grand jury or to the federal investigators, the NDA?
Not to my knowledge. That would be a question for the federal authorities.
I guess my saying was the NDA was not drafted to prevent that testimony, right?
Oh, sir. It was drafted to, as long as it was drafted to make sure that they did not disclose the contents of that particular duties and responsibilities.
To the feds or to somebody else?
Just outside the scope of, well, I didn't think of it in terms of the feds, but I would never prohibit any of my personnel from speaking to the federal authorities.
I'm just trying to get clarification on the issue, and I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. I can't do that.
And Colonel Davis, look, there's no more questions. I do want to say I appreciate you being here for this committee. I appreciate your testimony. I think everybody on this committee acknowledges that we've been put in an extremely difficult situation, an extremely difficult time for this agency, and it's not lost on me at all. I mean, I understand the challenges. I might disagree with some aspects of everything, but I do respect the job you have in front of you. But that said, we're out of questions for you, and I appreciate you coming in for today.
Thank you, sir.
Where's my agenda? I lost that. Yeah. I think next on the to call list is Faye Morrison, Office of Legal Affairs. Okay, well, Ms. Morrison, I apologize. I'll call you in a second. We want to. I think in the sense of brevity, we were going to try and move to further along, and we might come back to you. But please stay with us. Can we get Sergeant Albert Paxton to come? Good afternoon, Mr. Paxton. Please state your name for the record.
It's Albert Paxton.
Mr. Paxton, you were the investigator in this incident initially. Is that correct, or soon after, I should say?
I was involved from the start, but I wasn't the initial investigator. A guy named Jerry Spencer was, but I was involved from the start.
Okay. But you were there shortly thereafter the incident itself?
Yes, sir.
Did you go there with Mr. Spencer, or did you go there on your own?
I drove. Well, actually, Jerry, I went to the hospital, Glenwood first, and that's where Mr. Greene's body was. Jerry went there. Jerry stayed there and photographed the body. I went up to the scene and met another detective there, a guy named Stephen Taylor. At the scene, I interviewed the deputy, Chris Harpin. I met him on scene, told him who I was, and said, "Hey, man, I'm investigating. Were you involved?" He said he helped put him in handcuffs, and I said, "Okay, I need to get a recorded statement from you. It doesn't have to be now; it can be later on, because you don't know what their involvement is." He said, "I didn't really do anything. I helped put him in handcuffs. I'll talk to you now." I got a recorded statement from him. Stephen Taylor stayed up there and took pictures. I went back to the troop, and that's where Gary Beasley, Patrick Morris, and Jerry Spencer were at the troop with John Clary, Hollingsworth, DeMoss, and Corey York. We're back at the troop.
And before we get to what happened from there, let me ask you this: how long have you been in? And I don't know what the right terms are.
Oh, I was with state police for like 13, because I retired. I was with state police for about 13 years and two months. I was in detectives for about 6 years. So, and in 2019, I'd been in about 3 years.
And so, and you say detectives, is it just internal investigations or outside?
It's criminal. It's CID. It's Criminal Investigative Division. And I was in the Monroe Field Office, which we're separate from Troop F. We have a separate facility and separate office, but we mirror the troops that they cover.
And prior to doing detective work, what kind of troop work did you do?
I was in narcotics for 2 years, so I was basically in the same office with the same lieutenant. And but then prior to that, I was with public affairs for 2 years up in the Troop F area. But I started my career. My first 4 years were Troop A. That's where I did patrol.
Okay.
But I'm originally from that area.
From Troop F area, or
I'm from Tallulah. It's in Madison Parish. So the Troop F area, yes, sir.
Okay. And so then, now let's back up and get into. So then you see the troopers from there. What happens?
We go to this, after, I talked to Chris Harpin, I go back to the troop and I see, John Clary, and we're waiting on daylight. It's probably about 3 or 4 in the morning to search Ronald Greene's car. And we were going to get the videos, whatever videos we had from the scene. We didn't have access to the Axon. I wasn't familiar with it. I was from a stance that we'll do use of force complaints, officer involved shooting, and in custody death investigations for other departments, not just LSP. So we had been familiar with body cameras, but it's basically like when we're going to Troop F, it's like we're going to another department. We're like, hey, we need all your videos related to the event. I saw John Clary. I told him, what I needed. And I asked him if he had body camera. He said he didn't have any. And I said, were you involved at all? I said, yeah, I got there. He was still alive, but it was over with. He was in custody when I got there. And I told him the same thing. I said, Harp, I need to get a statement from you, Lieutenant, but it doesn't have to be now. It can be later on in the week when the other two guys, DeMoss and Hollingsworth, come in. No, I didn't do anything. It was over when I got there. I'll give you a statement now. And that's the recorded statement that you're talking about.
So to be clear, though, the recorded statement doesn't have any mention of a body cam.
No, I mean, I didn't ask him about it. I just said, hey, just tell me what happened. And he told me what happened. And he said, first he described the pursuit, which he wasn't involved in, but he described that. I was like, okay. Then he said he got there, and I mean, it's recorded and it's transcribed in the supplement. He describes what he saw when he got there, and he said Ronald Greene was still resisting and trying to get away and being uncooperative. Well, you can watch his body camera footage and tell that's not what Ronald Greene is doing.
Okay, and then but you are aware that other people had body cameras at this.
They had the body cameras, and he said he was downloading those videos for us, and he downloaded.
Who's he? I mean,
John Clary.
Okay,
John Clary. Because he knew we didn't have access to it. I mean, that wasn't a secret. I mean, they had the patrol guys that had it for a while, but we don't have it. And when I left, the detectives were just starting to get them. I mean, I don't think they're going to need them for their typical, day-to-day stuff because it's different when you're in uniform, but we didn't have them then. He was downloading them. He downloaded at Hollingsworth's and DeMoss's, and he put them on a thumb drive, and he gave us Hollingsworth and DeMoss's body camera videos. It was 2 for Hollingsworth and 1 for DeMoss, and then he gave us his dash camera video. Clary had dash camera, but he said he didn't have body camera.
Clary's the one who physically gave this to you on a thumb drive?
He put it on a thumb drive and gave it to us.
Did he tell you what was in the contents of that thumb drive when he gave it to you?
He just said, here are the videos you're asking for.
Okay. Was it your impression that those are all the videos that recorded at the scene was on that thumb drive?
It was. Well, we knew that, and I'd asked Corey York. I told him the same thing. I needed to get a statement from him, it depended on, it didn't have to be right then, because usually if somebody's involved in a traumatic event, a police officer, you want to give them a couple days, a couple sleep cycles. They don't have to wait, but it's up to them. He said everything was over with before he got there. He was already in custody, and he was going to give me a statement that morning. And he said that he had turned his stuff off because Ronald Greene was already in custody before he got there, so there was no reason to keep it on.
Okay. And then what happens next in the investigation?
We get the thumb drives of the video. We get a search warrant for Ronald Greene's car, and we search it. And Jerry was the initial case agent. He ended up going back. We searched it one time in the morning, and then he went back later in the morning to get it. And then at that point, we started watching Hollingsworth's video. Not Hollingsworth. We watched Hollingsworth and DeMoss's. But Clary and York both said everything was over before they got there when Ronald Greene was in custody. So we just kind of watched up until Ronald Greene had his handcuffs on. And at that point, you can kind of take a deep breath because as officer involved shooting or in custody death, most of the answers are going to come to you. It's not like you have a homicide where you got to do 30 interviews to figure out who was there, get a timeline. You can kind of take a deep breath. You know all the people involved. You know where they work. You know who they are. And there was like Facebook stuff about somebody saying that they had security video of the incident. So we started kind of trying to run that down. And then at some point, Jerry contacted somebody who had made the death notification, and they had a phone number from Ms. Harden. And we called Ms. Harden mid-afternoon or something like that, identified who we were, and said that we were investigating. And she told us that somebody told her that he died in a crash. And we said, no, ma'am, he didn't die. There was a crash, but there was a struggle. And he did die but we don't know exactly. There's an autopsy that's going to be done. And at that point, I didn't have any more contact with her until July, when Jerry had quit state police and gone to work for the Richland Parish Sheriff's Office. But that's pretty much all we did that first Friday. Jerry was the initial case agent. I was helping him collect the evidence. I wasn't as worried about getting involved and like going through the videos as much at that point. I had a couple other cases going on, so it was just, I was kind of worried about my stuff more than anything else. Scott Brown and Caleb Reeves were also in the detective unit, but they weren't involved in that investigation because it was they both live in Jackson Parish, and there was a lot of some pretty serious tornadoes that came through, so both of them were dealing with damage and they just had taken off. Scott came in that Monday, and Jerry Spencer and Gary Beasley, who was a lieutenant, involved in and kind of briefed him on what we had, and that's one of the things that we went over, all the evidence we have. I think one of the things that's been reported is that I wasn't the first person who told Scott that the only body camera footage we had of that was Dakota DeMoss's. There were multiple people there. We were under the impression nobody else had body camera of it. Because when John Clary told me that morning, I was the only one that he told when I asked him. There wasn't anybody else around. He said he didn't have body camera of it.
Now, I have heard from others who've insinuated or said that you always knew about the Clary body cam video and that you got it on the initial thumb drive. And that's not correct, is what you're telling me?
Yeah, no, he did not give it to us on the initial thumb drive. And when Colonel Davis talked about the investigation that they did, can I bring out a text message that WBRZ had from Colonel Davis to the governor?
You can do whatever I'm not limiting you in any.
This is from a WBRZ report. This is Lamar Davis to the governor. And I'm skipping through some stuff, but he says, during the administrative review of the Greene incident, participating personnel discovered 3 videos previously submitted from Clary's body-worn camera that are not part of the original evidence submitted to Mr. Belton. And he says that they were used in his disciplinary review of York, and I'm skipping ahead to stuff. And he said, additionally, I opened an internal investigation into this matter. The investigation revealed that Clary logged and submitted the videos in evidence.com in accordance with LSP policy. I'm not disputing that at all. As a result of information discovered, IA investigators learned that 3 current and 2 former LSP employees were involved in conducting the initial investigation. The only 3 current LSP employees when they investigated this were me, John Clary, and Corey York. There were 4 other detectives involved: Stephen Taylor, Patrick Morris, Gary Beasley, and Jerry Spencer. And he said, we attempted to interview both the former employees, both declined to be interviewed. Well, if I made criminal complaints, they just investigated this as an administrative. I don't know why the guys refused to. I mean, they could have gone up there to talk to them. And I don't know who, this is what I'm reading from a text that Colonel Davis sent to the governor. When I made these complaints, nobody ever told me what the results were or what happened or what they determined. And anytime I would ask about it, it's an internal investigation. Nothing was, I can't remember what's the word they always use, sustained. So it's not public record.
Did they agree to give you a report after the fact, like they did this committee?
Anytime I raised any kind of concern about it, it was like they got mad about it. I came back from Jason Turner, you need to shut up. Don't talk about it anymore.
So how did you first become aware of the Clary video?
Talking to Scott Davis, when all this stuff started happening, all the hurricanes and things in 2020, LSPs, it was right around this time that there was a recording of Chris Hollingsworth talking on the phone about what they did. That got out. There were all these hurricanes going on, so people in LSP started kind of talking about it. I got through the grapevine. I heard that Scott Davis had problems with it. So I knew him, but I didn't really know him that well. It's been 1,000 people in 2 different areas. So I reached out to him, and I asked him about it. And we just focused. We talked about Hollingsworth and Hollingsworth's video and all the things that Hollingsworth did. Because the biggest concern for me, especially with what we had, was as soon as Hollingsworth he filmed himself doing this with his dash camera, or his body camera on his dash camera. As soon as he heard there was a police action, he reaches up and takes down his dash camera and turns on his emergency lights. Then he turns off his body camera 4 minutes into it. Then he tases Ronald Greene when his hands are up and he's trying to give up. When Ronald Greene is obeying DeMoss's commands to show his hands. So that's really, to me, that was, that's what we focused on. We didn't get into a lot of details of it, but I heard he had issues with it. And he also told me that he had issues.
You keep saying he, but
Scott Davis, okay.
Please, because it's
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
And so, and I told him about us wanting to arrest Chris Hollingsworth, and I told him about how we were told that, or how we were threatened, Scott Brown and I, about if John Peters said that if this investigation led to any arrest, there'd be trouble with BOI and patrol. And he also said what we would do is we don't turn the videos over and we don't tell the DA about them.
Now, who said we don't turn the videos?
John Peters said that to me and Scott Brown.
And when we're saying videos, which videos are we talking
By
about?
anybody case, he made it like what they do that's something that they do sometimes with other personnel, with Troop F personnel.
Is he all the videos or just the Clary videos?
No. I'm talking about other instances that are not involved in it. And that's what I was telling Scott Davis about, and that's when he brought up all these other things with the Bowman investigation, and there's another one too that they didn't turn over videos. Antonio Harris. So we talked some that day or whatever, and then we kind of stayed in touch just briefly. They started to do the other investigations, and Scott and I were talking about some more stuff about when they're trying to come up with a new FIU unit and they're wanting our input, and both of us were against it because it was in my opinion, it's a waste of resources.
And again, just like I told everybody, FIU, what does FIU stand for?
Force Investigation Unit.
Okay.
Anyway, we were talking more about the Ronald Greene, going back and talking about the Ronald Greene video or incident, and he mentioned a phone call that Clary had with Peters, and I was like at the scene, and I thought I was like, well, what? How did you hear that? And he said Clary's body camera, and I told him Clary didn't have body camera. He said, yeah, he did, and so that's when I first became aware of it in April.
And what is the significance of the Clary video itself?
Well, Clary's video adds sound when DeMoss turns his sound off at one point. And Clary's video, to me, is more important for what happened to Ronald Greene after he was handcuffed. You can break that incident down into two parts. From the time that he crashes his car and he sticks his hands up till they get him out of the car and then he's handcuffed. Once he's handcuffed, and then you can hear him. One of the things that Clary told me too, that he was being belligerent and trying to get away, and I have to look exactly, but he was just saying he was still resisting. Well, the sound, all you can hear is Ronald Greene saying that he's sorry and he's apologizing, and you can tell. And if there's one point when Corey York drags him back and pins his legs, and then DeMoss gets in his car. And you cannot see anything but the inside of DeMoss's car. Well, with Clary's video, you can see them move in around him and do something to him. You hear him scream out. They also gloved up prior to this. They'd already, when I say they, I mean DeMoss, or not DeMoss, but York, Hollingsworth, and Harpin. Or they had washed blood off. And York pulls him back, pins his feet. They move in around his head, and they do something to him. You hear him scream out. Harpin laughs and giggles. That shit hurts, doesn't it? Well, you don't hear any of this from DeMoss's video, but now you can hear it, and you can't see exactly what they're doing, but there's no question that they're doing something to him. I think, based on the evidence, that they're putting OC spray in his face. Now, you can disagree with that. That's fine, but I don't think there's any question that they're doing something to him. And to this day, I didn't discover this until April of 2021. To this day, as far as I know, nobody's ever asked York or Clary or Harpin, what did y'all do to him? And when I made these complaints, when Scott Brown and I made these complaints, we made criminal complaints, not administrative complaints.
So, as this process goes on, did you give the evidence to District Attorney Belton?
I put it on a thumb drive and wrote a supplement and submitted it to and called Mr. Belton first and said, look, this is to me, in my opinion, this is important. You need to see it.
Prior to that, though, were you the person who gave Belton the original evidence
Of the case file? Yes, sir.
Okay, and that did not include the Clary video.
It did not have the Clary video on it.
And at that time, were you having conversations with Belton about investigating this matter, prosecuting this matter, I should say?
About the Clary, or just the whole thing in
the
general?
whole thing in general.
I mean, I told him what my opinions were on it, but he just said the initial meeting that we had, it was me, Scott Brown, Lori James, John Belton, and this was in August or September of 19, when Mr. Belton saw just the DeMoss video and said, "It's the worst thing I've ever seen," and he was going to call the U.S. attorney or call the feds. And at that point, I really didn't. The only other time he came, I saw him in October of 19, and he told me that's when the first time I heard the awful but lawful. He said, "Your colonel called it awful but lawful."
And when he said your colonel, he's referring
He's
to...
talking about Reeves. And I said, "Well, I disagree with that, sir, but I can't say that out loud. I got to be kind of careful about what I say." And that was when the governor was at some event at Louisiana Tech. I was up there helping protective services.
So let's back up. You are in Louisiana Tech at an event?
At some event that the governor came up for in 2019, October of 19.
And at that...
Date on some of these things?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's October, and that's why I made this log. Scott Brown had the conversation that, what rolls downhill, and as soon as this stuff doesn't happen, they want somebody to blame, and they're going to blame us. Okay. So I wanted to make a log of everything that I did.
Yep.
Yes,
Members,
sir.
And I want to clarify with y'all. There are typed notes that Mr. Paxton has provided us. They were provided to the Senate.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. The Senate committee. So if you look in the stuff that we gave you from the Senate committee, you can find the actual timeline, which has the actual dates that he's referencing. So you're at this event. You're approached by...
I'm standing over in a corner. I mean, just kind of away from everybody by myself. I'm the only one around there. Mr. Belton sees me, comes over, says hello. Just like, how you doing, all that kind of stuff. He goes, "Man, your colonel said that stuff is awful but lawful, and I'm still trying to figure out what I'm going to do." And I said that, I don't agree with that, sir. And at that point, it's my understanding he'd already contacted the feds about it. And I said, I don't agree with the awful but lawful part of it. But I mean, that's just I can't say that. I mean, I can tell you, and I told him that. I'm talking about Mr. Belton, but. I mean, I'm just a trooper at that point.
Right.
So.
And are you part of the governor's detail for this?
No, I'm not part of I'm part of the governor's detail for that thing. When protective services comes up, we have to if we know the area better and we can help them make sure they get where they're going.
Okay. So you're not with the governor?
No, sir. I mean, the governor wasn't anywhere around when that conversation was going on. So a lot of times we're not even. I may be going to an advance thing or something. I don't even remember seeing the governor at that spot or whatever when that happened.
Was District Attorney Belton there to meet with the governor that day, or not maybe specifically formal meet, but was he there to be part of the informal event?
Probably, yes, sir.
So then you have that going on. I guess, were you in the meeting, and you were in the audience, so I'm assuming you know what I'm referencing, where it's described that Lieutenant Cain became angry at the.
I wasn't there. Lori James and Mr. Belton told me about it. They called and they said, "Did y'all know that they were coming up here to do this?" And we said, "No, nobody's ever talked to us about it. Nobody told us that. We didn't know." It was Lori James who told me that Doug got mad about it.
And what was your impression of that meeting from what the DA's office was telling
you?
They
didn't want John Belton to do anything to John Clary.
Did she give you a reason why?
She didn't say. They just didn't agree with what. I think they said that there was a point where he screams out when they're doing something to him. They said they're pulling taser probes from him. Well, you can look at the evidence that Ronald Greene was tased twice, by Chris Hollingsworth once and then by Dakota DeMoss once. All of that means there's 4 taser probes because each tasing has 2 probes. All of the taser probes can be seen in his body or his clothes, either in video after that event or in pictures from when Jerry picked up his clothes at the hospital. So that was, unless Doug Cain knew about another time he was tased when he was off body camera that we didn't know about, then that was impossible.
And I want to take this moment to tell you something of the criticism I've heard of your investigation. So because I want to give you an opportunity to respond to it, is that you were not an experienced death investigator, and so you should not have been initially assigned this task.
Yeah.
Do you think you were not up to the task of investigating this because of your lack of experience in death investigations?
Well, I'm not perfect, but no, that's ridiculous.
Have you investigated death before?
Multiple deaths. I was actually working a homicide while this was going on in Union Parish. And that was, I don't know, I mean, I've been in detectives 3 years, and Monroe, we work in a rural area. I mean, I'll let Scott Brown talk to that. You can go back and look at the cases I worked prior to that.
Sure, and look, I want to give you the opportunity, like I'm giving.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that.
The other thing I've heard, and I want to give you the opportunity to answer too, is that you and Scott Brown are too close to one another, and that y'all are really just backing each other up on this kind of scenario.
Yeah. When you're trying to tell the truth, we were close before, but when you're trying to tell the truth and you're being attacked, it does make you close. I don't really know how Clary's recorded statement or the videos that show that. If you don't, it's not really a question of, if you don't believe me, that's fine. I don't know how else to explain the videos or the recorded statements I got. I mean, don't believe me. It's never been my word. It's been the evidence. And it's not been my word from the start. It's been Gary Beasley's and Jerry Spencer's. I don't know. As far as I know, LSP has never talked to them.
And Jerry Spencer was on the
He
scene.
was the initial case agent.
And to your knowledge, he's never given a supplemental kind of response.
As far as I know, he's never talked to LSP. And then I'm looking at the text message Lamar Davis sent to the governor. There were 2 other investigators involved that refused to provide statements. And he said they talked to 3 people involved. The only that were still with LSP, the only 3 people, and this is a fact, the only 3 people that were at the troop that morning that were still with LSP were me, Corey York, and John Clary.
And I really want to give you the opportunity, because I mean, I think that, let's just address the elephant in the room. I think there's people who are suggesting that you are coming forward now because you're bitter, as far as your career in state police. Is that an accurate statement?
Well, yeah, I mean, I was coming forward before. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about now that I'm sitting here now. I'm trying to think okay, I raised all these concerns about the Ronald Greene incident. I've stated all these things. I decides to go through all my emails, and they find emails I send to my wife. I've gotten her to approve reports for 14 years. She's an attorney and an accountant. She's the most valuable resource I've ever had. Scott Brown has encouraged me to use her as somebody to proof reports. When I get called out at 1:30 in the morning to go to a homicide, I have 3 small children. She suffers more than I do. They wanted to know why I emailed her reports to proof. I told them. They said they wanted to question her and me. We went down there. They harassed her and wanted to play word games with her. Then they wanted to play word games with me. These are the IA investigators, Richard Buckland and Kevin Ducote. You can get them in here and ask them. You can show the videos of our IA of the interviews. After my wife was treated like that by the department, I was not going to spend any more. I was not going to make her suffer through any more weekends where I was gone for 2 or 3 days dealing with a homicide or another case. So I'm very upset about the way my wife was treated. There's no doubt about that. Now, all these people that are telling you, I'll give you my phone number. Give it to them. Tell them to call me. Nobody said that to my face. So and I'm retired now. The videos and Clary's statements are still there. All those people that are telling you that, you tell them to take the case over then. You tell them to sit there and look at the videos and explain to you how they think they're okay.
Sure, I understand completely. So did anybody tell you at state police to quit investigating this criminal activity as you classified it?
we had a meeting in May 16th, 2019. It was May 16th or 17th. It was the Friday afterwards. Me, Scott Brown, Gary Beasley, Jerry Spencer, Caleb Reeves, John Peters, Bob Brown. We went over what we had at that point, and it was, we didn't even have the autopsy back, so we didn't know exactly how he died. We said Chris Hollingsworth took down his dash camera and turned off his body camera, and then committed an aggravated battery by shooting him in the face. And then Ronald Greene died. At the very least, we need to start thinking about doing something with Chris Hollingsworth. Arrest him for turning off his cameras, not just because he turned off his cameras, but what he did after he turned off his cameras. We were told by John Peters that if any arrest came from this investigation, that there'd be issues with patrol and BOI. Bob Brown sat there and watched it.
What's BOI? I apologize.
Bureau of Investigation.
Okay.
Bob Brown watched it. That meant they were okay with everything that happened. Okay, fine. I called Jason Turner the next week, told him about it, there was no support for what we wanted to do. So did somebody say quit investigating it? Not initially in that part of it, but it was they didn't do anything wrong, and we're okay with everything.
Were you told not to provide the Clary video to
Bo Loomis told Scott Brown just to send John, and he'd have to tell you more about that, just to send John Belton a letter saying we discovered it. And I was going to write a supplement. Bo said, we're going to let the FBI handle it, so you don't need to write a supplement. Scott can testify to this. Scott said, no, we're going to write a supplement. If you don't want me to do it or do any of this stuff, then you need to put it in an email, put it in writing. And they didn't do it.
And from there, at what point did you get pulled off the investigation?
Well, I wrote the supplement. We made the criminal complaints. We said, look, this is what happened. We think this needs to be investigated criminally for John Clary. We showed the video and all the stuff to Kenny Van Buren, Bo Loomis, who's the captain, and Chavez Cameron back in April at some point. And they said, okay, we thought that they were going to open up a criminal investigation into it. Then that's when, and Scott Brown told them, Albert's going to write a supplement and we'll give it to the DA. And they were like, okay. That's when Bo Loomis contacted Scott later and said, we just need to send Belton a letter letting him know about the other video. And but at that point, I'd already told Lori, and she wanted us to bring it for him to see it. And that's when Bo told Scott, well, me and Jason, talking about Jason Turner, we're talking, Albert really doesn't need to write a supplement. Scott said, that's fine, but put it in writing. They wouldn't put it in writing.
Were you asked to sign NDA by any chance?
No, sir.
Agreement? Okay. I'm going to turn the questions over to some other members. I'm sure they have questions. Representative Marcel.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Paxton, how long were you with state police?
13 years and 10 months.
Okay, and you currently are retired?
I retired to take a job in banking.
And was that due to some of the pressure? And I think you.
Well, it was the Ronald Greene. I was fortunate that I was able to find a good job. I started looking. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that the Ronald Greene incident didn't have anything to do with it. But it's like I said before, my wife suffers more and my children suffer more than I do when I get called out. After the way she was treated by the department, there were people that I cannot work with anymore. Not everybody. I'm happy to say this, not just for y'all and to the public, but y'all said this too, how LSP people have contacted y'all. Most of them don't know this. Doug Cain said today under oath that public internal affairs investigations are public. I was always told if they were unfounded, then they wouldn't be public.
Okay.
So that you can figure that out, and the reason that they don't want to talk about it typically is because they don't. You're supposed to protect the privacy of the person that's been accused. Well, I want the whole thing aired out.
Okay, so let's go back to the initial part of your investigation, the day that Ronald Greene died.
Yes, ma'am.
You were on the scene. You were one of the first people. That
I was on the yes, ma'am. I was one of the first one up at the scene. Now the incident happened around midnight, 1 in the morning. But by the time I got out there, it was probably 2:33 in the morning. So the tow truck driver was out there picking up Ronald Greene's car and stuff like that.
So just a couple of things. because I know that the prosecutor on the other end is going to ask all the other questions. One, once you got to the hospital and you saw Ronald Greene's body.
I didn't see his body at the hospital. I didn't see it.
Where did you see it?
I didn't see. I've actually never physically seen Ron. I've just seen pictures. Jerry was at the hospital.
Okay, so Jerry went to the hospital.
Yes, ma'am. He was going to take pictures of the body. Once that was, I said, hey, man, I'm going to go up to the scene. I'm going to meet Stephen Taylor up there and get him to take pictures of the scene. Make sure there's nobody else for us to talk to.
So when you went back to the scene, you started to ask for the information that you would typically ask for, like the body cameras and all of that information?
I didn't ask for that until I went to the scene just to look around. Because the scene, Union Parish, where it happened, is probably 30 miles from the troop. They were going to tow the car back to the troop, and I wouldn't be able to get. I knew enough that I wouldn't be able to get the body camera stuff, and there at the scene, it'd be back at the troop.
Right.
So I went there to make sure there wasn't anything else to be done. That's when I saw Harpin, and I introduced myself. Hey, man, were you involved? Yeah, I came afterwards. I helped put him in handcuffs, and I said, okay, well, man, I need to get a statement.
What's Harpin's first name?
Chris Harpin. He's a deputy with Union Parish.
Okay, so question. Are you telling us today that Clary told you that there was he didn't have a body camera?
Yes,
video,
ma'am. He told me
right?
that back at the troop.
At the troop, right. So the people that told you that there was no body camera, right? Clary and, was it DeMoss?
Well, no. Clary told me, Clary said he didn't have body camera.
He didn't have body camera.
Yeah, but the other people did. DeMoss and Hollingsworth did.
They did. But he didn't have one.
He said he didn't have one.
So he would have known that night that he had body camera, though.
Oh, yes,
correct?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So that means that he lied on the onset of this investigation.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So the people that have come to this table and have stood by the fact that Clary have not been terminated, would you say that they are covering up something?
Yes, ma'am. I think they are.
Okay. So, in your opinion, and you were a detective, the things that you saw that happened in Ronald Greene's death, the night of, the things that were omitted, the videos that were left out, is actually looks like a wide cover up. I mean, like this person may be covering for that person, or not presenting information is also a part of a cover up. Would you believe?
I believe that Clary lied to me about who all knows for sure that he lied. I don't know how you can watch his video and listen to his recorded statement and not come away and say he's not telling the truth. Now, if that's your opinion, that's your opinion. But no, I think Clary covered it up to hide the video from me. While nothing else has happened to him, they say that's their opinion.
Right.
Well, I mean, that's their opinion. But I don't know how you can listen to his recorded statement that morning,
right,
watch his video, and not see
and
that
draw
he
the
lied.
conclusion that
He's not telling the truth.
Not telling the truth. And you said Scott Davis had issues.
He said he had issues with some people at Troop F, and that's the people that they investigated. Jake Brown, Colby Dickerson, Dakota DeMoss and then Cam Harper. I don't remember all the other people. I wasn't really involved in those investigations. When Gus Bethea came up, I was his point of contact, and I just introduced him to some people in the first investigation, the Bowman one. I really wasn't involved. I kind of let him use our office. But then he asked me to go to Richland Parish to pick up the arrest reports that those guys made for Antonio Harris. I
don't want to cut you off, but I'm running short on my time. So John Peters, right?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
John Peters said, and I think you made it clear that he said if anybody gets.
He said if anybody gets arrested as a result of this investigation, there's going to be issues with patrol and BOI.
And that statement was made to you.
To me, yes, ma'am.
Did you take that as a threat?
Well, yeah, yes, ma'am, I did.
I would.
Yeah.
I would. So, John Peters is where in the rank?
He was the captain of the Troop F at the time. He
was captain of Troop F.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
All of these officers that some of these officers that gave misleading information and lied were under his leadership.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you say that?
Yes, ma'am.
And so that's what he said. And then Chavez Cameron. tell me what is his relationship, and then I'll be finished.
Well, he's over. I don't know what his role is. Role was in 2019 at that time, but he's the over patrol now. He's a lieutenant colonel over patrol now.
Okay,
but I don't know what his. I think he was a captain in public affairs or somewhere at the time, or internal affairs. I don't know.
Okay.
At that 2019, May of 2019.
And just one final question. You've been there 13 years. You've been a detective. Do you find it odd that 3 of the people with Cain and Noel and whoever sanitize their phones would sanitize their phone in the middle of this investigation? Do you find that odd at all?
I mean, I really can't speak to that. I want to stay in what I know, and not I don't want to speculate in what I've observed. I can just tell you this, that if you have...
Let me ask you a question. Had you ever experienced where people in high rank would turn in their phones like that, that you knew of, while an investigation was going on?
That would probably be suspicious, and you wouldn't want to do it. And you want to make sure that you had a backup, or you kept a log of it. So, I mean, I can understand how with all this going on, that would seem suspicious.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Yes,
and thank you for launching the criminal investigation and giving us a little clarity on some truths about what happened with regards to Ronald Greene's death. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Jordan for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Paxton, let me just first thank you for your service and the years that you provided the state police.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And it's unfortunate that I understand why you left the profession, but it's unfortunate, in my opinion, that you had to leave the profession. That being said, let me ask you a couple of questions. I asked Doug Cain earlier today, did he ever coach or advise Clary before his IA hearing? Do you have any knowledge of any of that?
I third hand that Kevin Reeves talked to Doug, and and Kevin Reeves talked to John Clary about the IA investigations. That's what Clary was telling people at the troop. Now, they didn't tell me, but I mean, I documented everything that I heard like that.
All right, and so there was at least some rumor that they had.
Yes, sir.
Coached him as part of prior to his IA hearing, or DRC, or whatever they call it.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then they also said that you were interviewed for his hearing. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir. They interviewed me for the investigation.
All right.
And I told them the same thing that I said here, and I brought up the recorded statement and the videos about what went on, and I mean that, they apparently they didn't see they didn't think that the video or the audio was just like you made the point. That to me that's evidence. That's physical evidence. I guess that you'll have to ask them. I don't know why.
No, that's fine. I'm just trying. I'll be honest with you. It's difficult for me to reconcile that they got your statement, that you said the same things that you're saying here to us today, and that it was not sustained. I'll be honest with you. I just have a hard time.
Well, and they didn't, like, according to the text that Lamar Davis sent the governor, the only 3 people that they interviewed were me, York, and Clary. I mean, they could have interviewed Scott Brown and asked him what happened. He wasn't there that morning, but he wasn't. But he was there the following week, and they didn't interview Scott Brown. He still worked for the department.
All right. Let me ask you: was during your entire investigation, and I'm not sure if because I did see most of your testimony in the Senate hearing, was your access to evidence.com ever restricted in any way?
It was always restricted, and I didn't have an account on it till after May of 2019. But even after that, if somebody from the troop got involved in something, I would still have to get permission from their supervisors to view their video. I couldn't query it like Kevin Reeves said last week and just go in there and look at all the other people could, but I never could.
Why is that?
They never gave me permission to.
Okay, but somebody in your role, should you have had, and I'm gonna just use the word unfettered access or free access to do those, to review those videos as part of your investigation or part of your job duties?
I mean, I think it would help. I mean, they should have it.
All right, but they didn't.
No, sir.
All right. I guess I'm trying to figure out. You've sort of said to Representative Marcel you believe that there was a cover-up, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, just succinctly, if you can, just give the reasons why you feel. If we had to say, I think it was a cover-up, look at A, look at B, look at C, look at D, just so that we could understand and the public itself can have a better understanding.
If you look at what Clary told me that morning, watch his video, talk to everybody else that was actually involved in the investigation, whether they're with the department or not, and then see that the department, the current administration, didn't want to do anything to Clary. I mean, I think that's very suspicious.
Okay. And you're saying, when you say everybody else, you're talking about Bob Brown, higher-ups, people much higher than you within state police, that basically...
Well, Bob Brown was gone by the time I discovered the Clary video.
Okay.
That was Doug Cain. Lori James told me that Doug Cain was angry when they talked about prosecuting John Clary. Now, he can say that he wasn't. And I can't remember exactly what he said, but it's my impression they went up there to stop anything from happening.
You say they?
Chavez Cameron, Lamar Davis, Faye Morrison, and Doug Cain.
Okay. So the four of them went to meet with Belton?
Yes, sir.
DA Belton?
Yes, sir.
And it was your impression that they went to prevent any trooper from being prosecuted?
Yes, sir.
All right. And let me ask it this way. To your knowledge, on the state level, has any trooper been prosecuted?
Nobody has.
Okay. Do you believe somebody should be prosecuted?
Yes, sir.
Besides Hollingsworth?
Yes, sir.
Okay, who do you believe should be prosecuted?
Well, I believe that Corey York and John Clary should be.
All right. Did anybody give you, we've been talking a lot about Clary, but did anybody give you any more information on York? I mean, other than, I know you've heard the colonel agree that he believes the punishment for York was lenient, but...
Well, and he used John Clary's video to punish him. And if you have a supervisor that you're using his video to punish the person doing something, and the supervisor's watching it, you don't think the supervisor's responsible? At one point, they're holding Ronald Greene on the ground, and John Clary walks up to York, and he looks up at him and says, I was going to set him up, but I don't want him spitting blood on us. And John Clary says, yeah, don't do that. Well, he's looking at his lieutenant and telling him what he's doing and why he's doing it. And he said, yeah, don't do that. I
understand. Let me ask you this, though. Are you, look, I know we're going to have Scott Davis as well, but I guess would you defer to him as far as being a use of force expert?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll save most of my questions for him, then. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Representative. And I wanted to ask you, May 24, 2021, you did get called by Doug Cain. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did he refer to Clary's actions as the Clary mistake in your
well, that's how it was. I don't know if he referred to it as a mistake, but it was Turner said that Jason Turner said at some point, and that during that time we need to figure out so the Clary do some stuff with policy so the Clary mistake doesn't happen again. And I don't know exactly what the mistake was in his opinion. They didn't clarify it, but it was. It wasn't a mistake. Look, if you want to say somebody made a mistake, you're right. I made a huge mistake. I trusted John Clary on that morning. But as far as him hiding video, it wasn't a mistake or a misunderstanding. He lied about it.
Sure. And when Doug Cain calls you, did he tell you that he believed that Clary was not involved in any kind of cover-up?
He said he's known Clary for a while through work, and he would be really surprised to see that be very surprised that he was involved in a cover-up or hiding video. And I just said, okay. I mean, I didn't know what else to say except for what about what was on the video and what he told me.
I've said this before, and I always go back to it. My great-grandmother has a saying that has been passed down to all the parents, and we tell all our kids this. And when we say, do you not trust me, we always say, to trust is good, to not trust is better. And that's sort of been a mantra in our family forever. And I think what I'm hearing is concerning me is that there seems to be a little bit of a trust relationship with Clary, that he was acting correctly instead of an actual verification of that. Is that fair to say?
That they're trusting that he was acting?
Yeah.
I guess. I don't know. It's not even really a question of whether you trust. It's what the video shows, what he was supervising, and what he told me that morning.
Have you had any conversations with Clary since then?
No, sir.
Did you have any other communications with Doug Cain other than that? Well, I think you had one other time, too.
I called him in December of 2020 because and I'm going to bring this stuff up, and some of this stuff has already been reported to WBRZ, or they've already leaked it. There was a email chain that from between John Peters and Faye Morrison on November 4th of 2020, and it was John Peters, and he CC'd Scott Brown and I on it. And he said, "Good afternoon, Faye. Prior to our previous meetings on the Greene incident, we had one of our reconstructionists crunch some of the data obtained from the crash data recorder in Greene's vehicle. He then reached out to a counterpart who instructs for Northwestern. Rough estimates indicate the impact, sudden speed reduction, and violent rotation of Greene's vehicle generated approximately 19 Gs of force. Attached are some of the studies he referred, citing the aortic ruptures in vehicle crashes. This is what really concerned me. The detectives proved we did not cause his death. But the ME, the medical examiner, more or less glances over this fact, focusing on the excited, agitated delirium. I'm not sure where to steer this, and this wording is important when he says, I'm not sure where to steer this. But there is a significant amount of unused information that's in the unused information include the X and Y axis of changes in vehicle that could have significant value on the civil side as we try to reduce our percentage of liability. Well, we had a brand new colonel, and everybody was brand new. And the reason that he said, that John Peters said, I'm not sure where to steer this, because either on the same day or before that, a lieutenant from the troop, Bobby Bickerhoff, called Scott Brown and told him they had done this and they wanted this part of the case file. Or he said, hey, y'all may want to put it in there. And Scott basically blew him off. So he sends this email and CCs us on it. Well, we didn't prove that they didn't kill. Our investigation is investigating when you say I didn't have experience investigating deaths, it's really not a death investigation for what we're doing. We're investigating the use of force and whether it was appropriate or not. The ME decides how the person dies. So, I'm not a medical examiner. Maybe if that's what they were trying to say, then they're right. I sent this reply to Scott Davis. Scott, because this part was not leaked out. I wish it would have been. Scott, this is the email I was telling you about. I don't know why Lieutenant Brown and I were CC'd on this email. We did not have anything to do with their number crunching or whatever was done. Our investigation did not prove they did not cause Ronald Greene's death. Our investigation was about the use of force and whether it was appropriate. The evidence does not support the force used. I am including the report that was attached. The report does not support their claims. One example, the report mentions intrusion into the occupant compartment as a significant factor in most of the fatal injuries. Where you could see Ronald Greene's car, there was no intrusion into the compartment. There wasn't an intrusion into Greene's car. The email says the impact, sudden speed reduction, violent rotation of Greene's vehicle generated approximately 19 Gs of force. I don't know anything about G-force, but one Google search has led me to an article stating humans can't absorb more than 9 Gs. I don't know anything about Gs. And I just want to documentation showing Lieutenant Brown and I didn't have anything to do with this, and I wanted you to see it. Thanks, Albert. I sent that to document it. Then they're into it and nothing. And then they come up and start doing investigations into the other guys. And I'm telling Gus Bethea about Ronald Greene stuff, hoping he'll go back and tell the colonel, so maybe he'll want to talk to us. Well, at that point, I had a relationship with Doug, so I reached out to him. Now I told him, look, man, there's stuff with Ronald Greene's the investigation that was like his death was we didn't prove that he didn't cause his death. I don't know what you're being told. And then I told him, I said, there's video Corey York committing a battery on him, and then Ronald Greene dies. And if you're just watching DeMoss's video when York pulls him back. And they pulls him back and leans over him. DeMoss gets in the car for about a minute. Then he gets out. Ronald Greene's being sat up. If you're just watching DeMoss's video, DeMoss leaves at that point. At one point, and he's searching the car. The next time you see Ronald Greene, he's still being sat up in the same spot. So you didn't even know from DeMoss's video that they put him back down and held him down like that. So anyway, I wanted to tell Doug. I didn't want to get blamed for something or be accused of something that we didn't do. And that's when I told him that, there were issues with there was stuff in that email that wasn't true. And he just said, it was my understanding we didn't cause Greene's death. And, and I told him, I said, man, the cocaine use and the alcohol are going to be contributing factors. Probably. I mean, that's all part of it. It's part of the investigation. And then he started saying that, as we wade these waters, we're going to go whichever way the bread comes. And I just realized that I was wasting my time. And so I just said, okay.
Did y'all do an accident report, like an accident?
We didn't.
Did y'all do an accident reconstruction? That's what I meant.
We wouldn't do one. The troop would have done one, but I don't think they did one. They did the 19G thing, I guess, or whatever. But I mean, like I told, I'd worked at Troop A for 4 years, and you work on the road for a while, and you work a lot of fatal crashes. I've never heard of somebody dying from G forces.
So you're not aware of an accident reconstruction, and it was Officer York who did the
crash investigation.
And there was no mention of a post-struggle or an arrest report in the.
I haven't looked at it in a while. I included it in the case file. I don't know. I mean, I would assume he probably put in the narrative CCID report. I mean, now if he didn't do it, that wouldn't have. I have the crash report that's going to be part of the case file. So I'm doing the investigation. So that's something I'm going to look at. But to me, the crash was a part of the event, but it's not. We're investigating the force used, and that was all done after the crash.
Right. Was there an event recorder recovered after this?
I think there was, and that was part of and that was put in the case file too. And it really, I don't remember really getting anything from it. I addressed it in the report, but it's it says he was going a certain speed a few seconds before the impact with the tree. And it may have said, it's got other information in there, but if you're looking through it and you're not familiar with that stuff, it's you're gonna have to get somebody to explain it to you.
Okay. Representative Bachla has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm guessing that in addition to the information you collected in the reports that you wrote, you also read or had access to all the reports written about the incident from those who were involved.
Yes, sir. And the only other, we got DeMoss's use of force report. The incident happened like at midnight on the 9th, 10th of May. We got DeMoss's use of force report emailed to us the following week. I wasn't aware that Chris Hollingsworth did a use of force report, and he didn't do one until May 27th of 2019. I was not aware of it until Scott Davis told me about it.
Okay, well, here's my question. If you've had access to those reports, either around the time your investigation began or later, how accurately do the reports written by the officers involved match up with the video that you have viewed?
Most of the time, like with DeMoss's, he's going to go into it briefly, and that's what he did, and he just said CCID report because it's going to be a criminal investigation. They're going to leave most of the details to us. Hollingsworth, it said he mentioned using strikes to the head, and he said he used a half-second OC spray burst to the face with a mace. They're not. They're going to be limited because they're going to come in and give us a statement. That's where most of the details are going to be.
Okay, well, combined with the statements that were given, does it accurately depict what is obvious on the video?
They're not. They're not going to put a lot of detail in there. I mean, I kind of understand what you're saying, but typically, I know it's policy they have to fill that out. But they're going to be very limited in what I didn't see anything that was just totally different.
Okay. You've answered the question.
Yeah.
It wasn't substantially different. It wasn't a completely inaccurate accounting.
No, there wasn't, but they're not going to put a lot of detail in there.
All right. And I think right now, when we talk about the criminal investigation, that's going to play out in the federal system at this point. So we're not trying to come to a conclusion on that. I think we're letting that unfold in the federal investigation. I was a little bit confused. Were you on the criminal investigation team? Because at some point you said you presented evidence to, and you gave 3 names to determine if there should be a criminal investigation. So I'm confused about what your role was versus these other 3 people.
When you say other 3 people, who you
said you guys presented evidence to, and you named 3 people, and you expected them to open a criminal investigation.
Oh, we presented evidence to Scott Brown, and I met with our captain Bo Loomis and Chavez Cameron and Colonel Kenny Van Buren.
So captain, the colonel, who was it?
They were Lieutenant. It was Lieutenant Colonel Kenny Van Buren over the Bureau of Investigation, and Colonel Chavez Cameron over patrol. We went over the Clary video, went over the incident because I don't think either one of them had seen all the evidence. Went over all of it, explained how I came across the Clary video, and then said, "Okay."
Can you roughly date this meeting for me?
Yeah, it's in the notes. It's in April of 2021.
Okay.
Monday, April 19th.
Well, it's a long time frame. I mean, let's talk about it, if you don't mind. Let's keep it in 2019. Who had been briefed by you in 2019?
In 2019, I briefed Scott Brown, and I briefed John Peters, Bob Brown, and I briefed Jason.
Ranks, please.
Bob Brown was the major over the Bureau of Investigations, and John Peters was the captain over patrol, or Troop F. And then I told my captain about it, Jason Turner, the following week. And then we took when I was finished with the case file in August or September of 19, we took it to John Belton and gave him the case file and went over the case file with him.
Okay. So at least in 2019, a major and a couple captains knew a little bit, or you and Brown had briefed the captain, 2 captains and a major.
Yes, sir.
And a DA.
Yes, sir.
Okay, were you going up the chain, was anybody else up the chain of command involved in any decision making or have any awareness of what was going on, or did anybody reach out to you and say, tell me what's happening?
Nobody reached out to me. I have no idea who else knew in the chain of command or up higher than what I've told you. I would assume that they would have been told.
When you talk about you and Brown briefed these 3 individuals, were they briefed? Did you initiate the briefing, or did they ask for a briefing?
They asked for a briefing.
All right. So they asked to be briefed. You gave them the briefing, and at that point, y'all walked away. And I think your earlier statement was you expected an open criminal investigation to be opened.
I would have figured it would have, yes, sir.
But as far as you know, that was the end of it until the public gets involved, right?
Yes, sir.
So do you have any idea what any of these individuals did in furtherance of the criminal investigation that you expected?
No, sir.
All right. Okay, that's it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Bacala. Representative Nelson.
Hey, Mr. Paxton, I just have a pretty simple question. So I read that the airbags didn't deploy in the car. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
And so, 19 G's, that's, I think, maybe like what a space shuttle when it blows up is what you see.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I just know that, and I think without getting into it, because then I'm going to go way past, but the G-forces really matter when you're going straight up. It's like if you're going it may have been 19 G's, but 19 G's going to the side is not as important as the G-forces going up because all the blood drains from your head. I just knew that I didn't know anything about G-forces, and I was pretty sure that G-forces didn't kill somebody up there.
And so but the airbags didn't deploy in the car.
The airbags didn't deploy, and the windows weren't even broken in the car.
So, I mean, I didn't see any pictures of the car, but it seems like a significant crash. I mean, I read somewhere in the report it was like, oh, he was going 100 miles an hour. If he was going 100 miles an hour to a tree, I would imagine.
And I think he was going 100 miles an hour at some point.
Yeah,
but
but
the pipe, when he hit the
not
tree,
an
it was
impact.
like just a yes, sir. And it was a side impact. It was kind of like a side, and then it went. It wasn't like a direct, but it was like a side, then kind of to the front a little bit.
So kind of like clipped his mirror or something like that. Versus,
I think it clipped a mirror and kind of dented up the side of the car, but it didn't even break the windows.
Okay, yeah. I mean, it just. To me, I mean, obviously, I'm not a crash reconstruction expert, but if the airbags don't deploy, the windows don't get broken, there's no intrusion, then it's kind of seems like it's really not that serious of a crash, right?
Oh, yes, sir. I mean, and there wasn't any. We never thought it was a serious crash. I mean, I didn't.
Yeah.
And you can go on State Police's website, and they do press releases for every fatal they've ever worked, and you'll never see a press release that says it was the G-forces that killed somebody.
Yeah.
And the report that they cited mentioned serious intrusion into the vehicle, like there was blunt force trauma. Well, there was no intrusion into the vehicle.
All right, thank you. That's it. Simple question.
All right, thanks a lot. Representative Villio.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Paxton. When I was a prosecutor, I always told jurors to judge the credibility of a witness not just by what they said, but by their motivation to testify, what they had to gain or lose, and their demeanor. And I want to thank you, Mr. Paxton. Finally, I feel like we've had a witness who is wholly believable today, and I really appreciate your testimony. Just want to ask a couple of things. The meeting to discuss the Clary body-worn camera video, those individuals, Lieutenant Colonel Kenny Van Buren, Lieutenant Colonel Cameron Chavez, and Major Jason Turner.
What? Major Turner wasn't there. It was Captain Loomis was there.
Okay. I know for sure Kenny Van Buren and Cameron Chavez had been promoted by Colonel Davis. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
What about the third one? The individual you just indicated, had he been promoted as well?
Yes, ma'am.
By Colonel Davis?
Yes, ma'am.
It would seem that the casual observer may ask, why would Lieutenant Clary give a statement that doesn't match his video? And surely some would say, well, it couldn't have been intentional then, right? But that's why he misclassified the video, correct? The video was not supposed to be found.
No, I don't think he was going to give it to us. I mean, he wasn't going to give it to CI. He wasn't going to give it to me. That was the other part about the May 16th, 2019 meeting. When we talked about charging Hollingsworth, we went over all the evidence we had also. It was like there were 2 Union deputies out there. Did we have body cam from them? No. Do we have we only had body camera of the incident from DeMoss, and that was it. And Hollingsworth's body camera, Hollingsworth had 2 body cameras. One that was initially that shows him taking down his dash camera, then turning on his lights as soon as he hears a pursuit coming, and then 4 minutes he's turning his his body camera off. So you didn't have it of the incident, but then his body camera came on, and he was calling his friend to talk about what happened out there. So we talked about those 3 body cameras, and those were the only body cameras we had that showed anything.
And in fact, Lieutenant Clary's body camera is at such an angle and captures the incident so that it leaves little doubt as to what occurred. Isn't that true?
In my opinion, it doesn't leave doubt as to what occurred. And you can say, okay, maybe you can. I think the evidence indicates that they're putting OC spray in his face. Sure. I don't think any sane person will argue that they're not doing something to him. So, and that is, he's already on the ground. He screams out. And that I think it's Harpin who says, "Yeah, that shit hurts, doesn't it?" And then, they'd already washed off and then gloved up to move in around his face. Nobody told me. Harpin didn't mention that when I talked to him. John Clary didn't mention anything afterwards that he was when he was in custody, and Corey York didn't mention anything afterwards. When I got there and I first talked to them, I said, "Look, I got to get a statement from you. It doesn't have to be now. We can do it later, like when the other two guys do it." All three of them said it was over before Harpin said I helped put him in handcuffs, and that's all I did. The other two said it was over before we got there.
Tell me about the misclassification itself, the burying of the video. Do you know what it is Lieutenant Clary did to misclassify it?
I'm not aware that he actually misclassified the video.
Okay.
As far as I know, he labeled it correctly and downloaded it, or
Okay.
uploaded it and downloaded it. He just told me he didn't have it. And he knew I couldn't look at it or couldn't get into it.
Okay. So you didn't have access
I didn't know, ma'am.
on that axon.
No, ma'am.
And he told you it didn't exist.
Yes, ma'am.
Gotcha. And how early on did you determine that there was excessive force used? Did you just say May of 2019, the same month of the incident?
Yes, ma'am. May of, during the following week. I mean, I can't even, Jerry was the initial case agent. I'm out there the first day making sure that we're getting all the evidence that we need to get at that point and helping him. I'm involved, but I'm just trying to help him get to a point where he can deal with it. Helping him search the car, talk to whoever we got to talk to or whatever. So it really wasn't until the following week that we really started looking into the videos.
And while plaintiffs and the Greene family in this incident had a year to bring a lawsuit, wouldn't you agree with me, Mr. Paxton, that when you determined there was excessive use of force, that a preservation of evidence memo by some leader in the department, should have been immediately issued in order to preserve all evidence?
Well, they should have been.
Should have been that night, but.
Well, it should have been that. But it's you can get into state police policy is pretty thick, and it gets into all kinds of different types of things. But when you're dealing with criminal matters, I never worried as much about policy. I just knew I wasn't going to break the law, meaning that if I had evidence, that I was going to keep it, and I was going to make sure it got to where it needed to get to. So even if there wasn't I don't know how you can send. We're all supposed to be police. I thought everybody that works for state police has a badge. Police know that you preserve evidence. So I don't know what excuse you can give if you have evidence that you don't keep it.
And what about the wiping of phones?
If they don't have evidence on it, then it's not a big deal. But if they have evidence, then they're the only ones that can tell you that.
Now, it's rumored that then Major Cain was keeping former Colonel Reeves apprised of everything going on with the Greene investigation, to include the administrative investigations. Do you know if that's true or not?
I just know it's a rumor. I can't say that it's true. I mean, for sure, for 100%, but I know that's what I was told.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Paxton.
Thank you, Representative Villa. Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have one question. First of all, Mr. Paxton, thank you for being here, and I do agree with my colleague that I find your testimony to be very credible. I do just have one question for my clarification. You mentioned earlier that 4 LSP employees went to meet with DA Belton to try to prevent anyone from being prosecuted. Can you elaborate on that a little bit for me?
That's what I've been told. Lori James and John Belton told me that Chavez Cameron, Lamar Davis, Faye Morrison, and Doug Cain came up there.
DA Belton told
Yes,
you
sir.
that they
Yes, sir.
tried to prevent him from prosecuting
He said
anyone?
that Lori said Doug seemed angry that they even considered it, and they argued that what they were doing, they made the argument, or Doug Cain did the talking, according to Lori James.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is what she told me, that they were saying that when he screamed out, when they had gloved up and they were pulling taser probes out of him. So I guess they were trying to say they were rendering aid. Well, you can look at the evidence in the case, the video evidence, the pictures, the taser probes are all there after that event.
Yeah, but I just want to be clear, because that's look, and I'm trying to approach this from a standpoint of fairness to everyone. That's a really strong, accusation when we say that 4 people basically tried to obstruct justice, tried to prevent anyone from being prosecuted. Did the DA say that?
He didn't. I don't know if you'd have to ask him exactly, but they wanted to.
Well, I mean, you said it.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Well, they wanted to. They were. Lori James said Doug Cain was upset that they even considered it, and they said that my report was wrong, that it wasn't mace that was being used, or Doug said this. I'm not even sure if the other 3 said anything, but they said Doug did most of the talking. So,
Right.
I presented the case to Chavez Cameron, the whole thing, and to he and Kenny Van Buren. So they knew that there weren't taser probes being pulled out.
Okay. But we can agree that the DA, in this case DA Belton, is a independent, duly sworn, elected district attorney that is obligated to be ethical and do right and follow the law. So basically, regardless if someone tries to persuade him to do X, Y, Z, if he has evidence to prosecute anyone, he should do that. We can agree on that, right? Regardless if somebody tries to persuade him or not, he should just do the right thing.
Well, yes, sir. That's up to him.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No, thank you. All right. That's the last of our questions, Mr. Paxton. I really appreciate you for coming today. I know you didn't have to be here and you came of your own free will, so it is definitely appreciated. And so we'll move on now to Sergeant Scott Davis. And members, I know we're getting tired. I know it's been a long day. I've talked to some of the potential witnesses, not all of them. They expressed an interest that they would like to get at least this over today. And a little bit of housekeeping. If we can get through the bulk of this today, I anticipate us not coming back next week and taking a week off of our investigations to allow us to collect more documents anyway and kind of review what we've collected and kind of take stock of where we are in this committee. So I know as painful as it may be to try and get through a bulk of this today, I think it's best served for us to try and knock it out. So we're going to move forward. Sergeant Scott Davis, can you please state your name for the record, please?
Sergeant Scott Davis. Well, I work at the training academy as the in-service coordinator. And
you're still employed at State Police, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, you became in charge of reviewing use of force videos, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How did that come about?
So it came about, there was another case, and I don't know all the full details with it, but I know during depositions, the people that had signed off on the use of force report, back then, you used to sign off a direct supervisor, and then the person's captain, and the captain of the training academy. And none of those 3 people had reviewed the video, even though it existed. So at the time, I was told I was going to review all of them because policy didn't require supervisors to review video. So I was going to be the one to do that.
So you became the official use of force reviewer guy?
Yes, sir.
And who was you? Who? If you found something, who are you instructed to contact in the instance you thought there was a misuse of force?
I don't really know. I wasn't really given clear instructions on what to do with it. I was reporting to my, through my chain of command.
So you weren't given a specific supervisor to say, when you find use of force violation or what you think is egregious, contact so-and-so?
No, sir. But it seemed to function fine, to me in the beginning. Or I didn't ever have any issue with my chain of command from my perspective. If I was pushing something up and trying to get it over to someone, it seemed like that would happen.
And so you have access to evidence.com at this point?
No, sir. I did back then, though.
Back then you had access to evidence.com?
Yes.
So you could just go and see any video you wanted and look at it and review it for force?
For a time. So after the Ronald Greene incident, I had a different chain of command. I had Lieutenant Lynn Marie and Captain Mark Richards back then. I noted some concerns with that one, wanted to talk to, detectives.
When you say that one, which one are you referring to?
The Ronald Greene case.
Okay.
And I know word came back down through my chain of command. I don't know who my captain at the time, Mark Richards, spoke to, but I know we were told that we were training and CID had it. They were investigating it, and I had no reason to doubt that.
So then you review the video as part of your kind of new job of reviewing all videos, and it was your impression that there was a misuse of force?
So I wouldn't have at the time gone on the record to say something like that because I didn't have all of the evidence. You know, I'm just preliminarily reviewing the videos to make sure something presumably gets routed the right way. If it needs to go to CID, if it needs to go to, you know, IA, something to that effect, or if I note any kind of training issues, things like that.
And at what point do you become concerned about this particular, or do you become concerned about this particular video?
So I was under kind of the impression that people were on admin leave from that case, and then I got another.
Were they on admin leave?
Were they on it? No, sir. Not to my knowledge, and I don't believe anybody was. So I got another use of force report from some, I can't even remember who submitted, but it was the Antonio Harris case, and it was, I want to say I got the report June of 2020. And I saw DeMoss involved in that. So I started questioning more, you know, I already kind of had questions up to that point. You know, we hadn't made any arrests, and I don't really know why. But now I have another, you know, person that was also involved in the Ronald Greene case, and I'm seeing some other issues. So I want a meeting. I want to meet with, you know, the colonel, with the chief, things like that. And so I started pushing that up.
So if I understand you correctly, you watch the Greene video, you have concerns, but you think the process is working, or you believe it. You have no reason to doubt that it's working at this point. And you then get a second video involving the same officer that was in the Greene video, and now you're getting really concerned that, because you thought that DeMoss shouldn't be involved in a second instance because you would think you'd be on leave. Is that kind of what your thought pattern is?
Even before then, I had concerns and was wanting to meet with the detective, or I didn't know who was investigating the case. And I didn't know, you know, I still wanted to have conversations with people about it because I had a feeling that somebody was missing something, that something had gone wrong because, like I said, nobody had been arrested.
And so you thought somebody should have been arrested at this point?
Yes, sir.
And so now you try to raise concerns. So who do you reach out to when you now want to talk and have a meeting with somebody?
I have a new chain of command now, and it was the same in 2020. Lieutenant Pat Jackson was my lieutenant, but he's also not the person on the use of force report. I would get the report and I would send it to my captain. So that would be Captain Slayton. So I reached out to him, trying to get a meeting with the colonel and, you know, the chief.
Were you successful in getting those meetings?
No, sir. Well, I got a meeting with Faye Morrison, who was the head of legal, and that was at the end of June 2020.
So you get a meeting with Faye Morrison, June 2020, but none of your supervisors at state police at this point?
No, sir.
After you meet with Faye Morrison, do you have a meeting? Do you then get a meeting with the people you requested to get a meeting from?
No, sir.
At what point do you get a meeting with the people you're interested in meeting with about the video?
It was at the very end, right before Colonel Reeves left as the superintendent.
And who did you get a meeting with?
It was a briefing to a large portion of the command staff, and I can't remember exactly who all was in there. They were getting a briefing, I believe, by CID and Internal Affairs and us, or from me. It was the same day that I believe either Hollingsworth or DeMoss had met with Internal Affairs investigators, and it just, I don't know, I still didn't have the case file. I hadn't seen the autopsy. I hadn't, you know, I'm just going off of videos at this point in time, and they gave me, you know, their audio for, I guess, what they told them in their statements to Internal Affairs, or they brought it over to me, but then they called me, I don't know, very soon after that and said, okay, you're ready to go over there and give the briefing. It's like, I can't do that. You know, I still don't have all the facts. I don't have the case file. I don't have any of this stuff.
And did they give you the case file?
No, I mean, it had to be done then, I guess. And so we were just kind of sequestered out in the hallway waiting for some of these other sections to do their presentations, and then they called us in to do it.
Now, you're still doing use of force reviews at the no, you're not?
No, sir. So the current, you know, routing for them as it goes to somebody's major who ultimately makes the decision on, you know, whether or not the officer's actions violated policy.
So there's no position that you used to hold of reviewer of use of force,
and that wasn't my primary position, really. You know, I'd done depositions before as, you know, a use of force expert. I'd assisted CID or Criminal Investigative Division or BOI, same thing, and internal affairs as well. And so it wasn't necessarily a position. My full-time job was the in-service coordinator for training.
So as you're going through, does your access to videos get restricted at some point?
Yes, sir.
About when was this?
After the Antonio Harris case, that meeting in toward the tail end of June.
So this is after you
I
meet
believe.
with Miss Morrison, then you're getting your access restricted?
It was a little while. It was very soon thereafter, I believe. And essentially it was, you know, the issue that I had with that is they said, we were told that, you know, some people were watching videos that they weren't supposed to be watching. And I don't remember what those two videos were. I do remember it was myself and, at the time, Sergeant Huey McCartney. We looked into that, and nobody had actually watched those videos that wasn't supposed to watch them. And we tried to kind of note that a little bit, but I don't know, the process kind of remained the same to where, I don't know, what I noted as an issue was, if you're telling me I have to review all these things and I have to review the videos plus the reports, but now I have to ask permission if something is restricted, that just seems silly to me. I mean, it seems...
So now your job is review videos, but before you can review videos, you have to ask permission before you can see the video. That's your job to review?
After that time in 2020, then if a video was restricted, I would request access to the video, which I was never denied access. It's just a ton of extra steps, it felt like.
And who did you have to request to see the videos from?
You send an email through your chain of command over to that person's commander.
And who ultimately made the decision on whether you had access or not?
That person's commander would either approve it or not, which they always approved it for me, and then he would send it to, I think it was Jeff Salter at the time, who...
Because they're concerned
would
that
unlock it for me.
other people are viewing videos they should not be viewing, so they're putting in this new process to make sure that videos are not being seen outside of a smaller circle. Is that fair to say?
I suppose so.
And did you get the impression they were maybe worried more about leaks than they were about anything else at this point? 'Cause that's what it sounds like to me. I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, that was the impression that I got.
And that way, if you had to have access, then they would know exactly who was requesting these videos, and so then they could know who the possible leakers were.
You could keep control over who all had seen, or you'd at least know who all had seen it and had access to it.
Right. And did you ever get a letter saying you were being investigated for leaking videos or anything like that?
Gail, you mind sitting up and talk for a second?
If he received a letter that he was a potential leaker of video and under investigation.
Well, that's up. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I have no problem talking about it. Okay. So, yeah, but it was unrelated. It was the whole audit team. Everyone on the team got a target letter at one point. And I was not sustained.
So they specified everybody. It wasn't like they specified you or had any reason to believe it was you. They were just taking a shotgun approach and going and look at everybody, trying to find who the potential leakers were.
I believe so, but I don't know the full scope of, you know.
Okay, so let's go back to the video. Is it your opinion now, after everything said and done, that the use of force in the Ronald Greene matter was appropriate?
No.
Was it limited to just one officer, or do you leave multiple officers involved?
Multiple.
And that's based off of your opinion as what was at one point you recognized as the expert in state police on use of force.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever had any conversation with the investigators into the Ronald Greene matter about your opinion on this?
Yes, sir. I had spoken to... Who asked? Oh, yeah. I think talking about Paxton, talking to Paxton. So, yes, I did. I spoke to Sergeant Paxton about it, and this was after my command staff briefing. Like I said, at the time back then, in 2020, I had no earthly idea who was even investigating it. I was trying to find that out and have a meeting with them, but I wasn't ever successful with that.
It says like around October of 2020, probably. It's around when Colonel Reesley is. That's correct.
It sounds about right.
And so, how much long after that did you finally talk to Paxton?
It was very soon thereafter.
Okay. Did you talk to anybody else?
Current administration, previous.
Yeah. I asked a bad question, so I'm glad you clarified. Let me ask you this: did you talk to Colonel Davis about what you believe was misuse of force?
Yes, sir.
Have you met with them once or on multiple occasions about that?
About the Ronald Greene case, just with him and the chief of staff, Cain, and Kenny Van Buren and Captain Robert Hodges.
And what was Doug Cain's impression of your opinion of the use of force?
So I didn't really ask for anybody's impression. I was just kind of presenting it,
Did anybody disagree?
With the facts.
Did anybody disagree with you in this meeting that we're talking about?
No, sir.
Okay. Anybody else within state police that's a supervisor who had like a formal meeting about your opinion on the use of force?
A formal meeting? Not really.
Did you ever talk to District Attorney Belton?
Yes, sir.
And you gave him your opinion on it to District Attorney Belton?
Yes, sir. Recently, yes, sir.
And what was his response to that?
I don't know. We talked about it a little bit. It was kind of a strange way that he asked me. He asked me if I was aware of the colonel and the chief's opinion on the case. I said, I didn't really want to speculate on that. He asked if I would still be willing to answer honestly if it was in opposition to them. And I said, yeah, I'm not going to commit perjury. But I have no earthly idea what was said. I was not in that meeting that they had with District Attorney Belton initially. This was after that fact.
So your impression, though, with your meeting with Belton is that Colonel Davis and Cain's opinion of the use of force is in opposition to your opinion of the use of force? Based off what Belton's telling you, not based off what Colonel Davis is telling you?
Based off of what District Attorney Belton was telling me, yes.
Okay. And that you had the opinion they expressed that too.
He didn't really go into that much detail with me about that.
Okay. Representative Jordan for a question.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How are you today?
Pretty good, sir. How are you?
Good. Look, I just have a few questions for you. Were there any other videos similar to Ronald Greene? I know you've mentioned this Harris and I don't know if you mentioned Bowman, but I know Paxton did. Any other videos you reviewed that were similar to the Ronald Greene incident? And what I guess when I say similar, I mean where there might have been excessive uses of force, or were you were of the opinion that officers violated policy?
Not to that extent, no. But yes, I had mentioned concerns in the past to people, but never anywhere near to that extent.
Not to that extent, but let me ask you this: were there multiple videos within Troop F that displayed similar type behavior?
There was one that led in that was prior to Ronald Greene, that I had gone through my chain of command to I guess not necessarily when I say not anywhere near to that extent, it truly wasn't. It was just somewhat troubling in the sense that some supervisor needs to talk to this person. So you're hoping that this person doesn't continue to do some of these same things, or the behavior doesn't get further out of the box, essentially.
All right. So was any discipline taken in any of these matters?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay. Now you've kind of talked about the use of force in this Ronald Greene matter, and I've reviewed it. as well. And so I don't know, is the use of force continuum, is that an outdated type model right now?
Yes, sir. I mean, it's overly simplistic for sure. I mean, I give you an example if you want. I mean,
Look, I know verbal commands, closed fists. Look, I've been through it all. I've been through the use of force paradigm several times.
Yes, sir.
So tell me, just so what is used these days?
The constitutional standard that it depends upon the totality of the circumstances, and there's an infinite number of variables that play into any single equation. I mean, for instance, the continuum. If I said somebody was punching at me, could I foreseeably maybe punch back at that person? Well, I mean, most people are going to say yes, but then if I tell you that this is a 90-year-old grandma sitting in a wheelchair on her front porch, and I know she doesn't have any weapons, and her hand speed is like this and can't possibly harm me, then no, right? It just it depends.
I don't know. I understand. So let's talk about Ronald Greene, for instance. So in this case, and I know you've already kind of stated that, but a man that has his hands up, giving up, and being tased, you would agree that's an excessive use of force, right?
I had bigger issues than that.
Well, I did too, but I'm just starting from the beginning.
So starting from the beginning was less of a concern than a lot of other portions of that case to me. I'm not saying it wasn't a concern, but I had much bigger concerns beyond that.
Well, let's get to the bigger concerns then. So go ahead and enunciate. Tell us what your bigger concerns were.
When he's in handcuffs and leg shackles, I know that they were spraying him when they were spraying him. There's a use of force report that lists OC spray. There's no other logical time it could have happened. You're not going to spray somebody with OC spray and then going ahead and put them in a chokehold or a headlock, because you're going to get that all over your face. You're face to face with the person. It makes no sense. So there's really no other logical, time that it can possibly happen.
I understand. How about hitting somebody in the head with a flashlight?
I totally agree. That definitely excessive.
Right. Any other concerns that you had?
Yeah. They were pressing on his back at one point, and you can see Ronald Greene's foot kick up. It's the same thing. The same thing happened in the George Floyd trial. There was a pulmonologist that said, that's the moment of his death. And same thing happened with Ronald Greene.
All right. So tell me, you said your role was changed at some point. Why as far as reviewing videos, why was that role changed?
So, and that was, partly, I guess, my doing. I was pushing up through my chain of command that I did not want to. Even back with Captain Richards, we had asked questions like, what are we supposed to do with this? We don't have any kind of formal method to note anything if we have concerns. And so we're just signing off on this stuff. Are we trying to mitigate things? Like, what's the process here? And there really wasn't one. So absent some formal process or being able to document something and say I had some kind of concerns with it without going into detail, because again, I don't have all the facts at that point. It's just a preliminary review of video, that I wasn't willing to do it anymore, that I didn't want to sign off on the use of force reports anymore. So that's kind of how that came about.
More so to protect yourself then?
I don't know about protect myself. It just seems kind of fruitless and pointless, though, if you're, if there are concerns and, All
right. Tell me about this June 2020 meeting with Faye Morrison.
So I had a bunch of use of force reports printed out that I think that the feds had requested, which I won't go into details about, all of that, I guess. But I tried to review the videos with her for the Ronald Greene case, and she didn't want to. She said that wasn't really her position, which I understand to a point. But I need to meet with somebody on this. I don't know. She said something like, it's from a reasonable officer's perspective. She's not a police officer, and it's like, okay, yeah, I get that. But at the end of the day, somebody's going to get me in a deposition, or I'm going to be on the trial stand or something, and I'll call it torture and murder at some point in time. So it's,
Right. Well, so I guess the question, let's back up. You said you wanted to meet with somebody. You were trying to meet with command staff, and they wasn't like you necessarily asked for Faye Morrison. Somebody sent you to her, right?
I don't know how that played out. I mean, I was just communicating through my captain to get a meeting.
And that's who they sent you to?
Oh, they sent her to meet with us. Yes.
Okay, they sent her to meet with you. Was anybody else in that meeting?
No, sir.
All right. But she didn't necessarily want to watch or talk to you about the video.
I mean, we talked a little bit, just vaguely, like I said, about some of those things. But no, I wasn't able to get her to watch the videos or really kind of go through the evidence.
All right. And look, I didn't miss your point, so I guess let me just go ahead. I caught what you said. So if you're saying today that after watching that video, you think what happened to Ronald Greene was torture and murder?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify that. Did you ever speak to any of the Troop F supervisors about use of force incidents that caused you some concern after reviewing body cam or dash cam videos?
Yes, sir.
Who did you speak to in particular?
I called Sergeant Jason Hanneman, who's helped us out quite a bit, as a duty officer with training and stuff like that with cadets and within service, and noted my concerns to him, said, policy requires now supervisors to review these things. They're not, obviously, and, y'all are dropping the ball. People need to be reviewing this stuff.
Any progress was made from your concerns that you're aware of?
I believe so. I mean, I know, he spoke to his captain about it at the time, and, I don't want to speculate exactly what they discussed or how. You'd have to ask him.
All right. What do you think about the Clary, or do you have an opinion about the Clary video missing initially from the files that were?
That was part of my concern when meeting with Faye was, are we positive that everyone has all of these videos? And then like right in that time frame, I'm locked out. So now I can't run an audit report. I can't determine who's actually seen this, who has the videos and who doesn't. I know I've got all of them. But I didn't know who had seen all of them. She said they had all the videos, so that's. She
told you they had all, but in fact they didn't have all the videos.
No, sir.
All right. Let me ask this: do you think that meeting or the story they gave you about people watching videos who shouldn't be watching videos? Do you think that was some type of pretextual reason given so that they could lock you out?
I don't know, and I don't want to speculate on it. I just know that, what they told us, they named them, and so we went in there, and it wasn't just me, it was Sergeant McCartney at the time, too. He's a lieutenant now, but we both looked into it and looked at the audit reports, and nobody had watched them that shouldn't have watched them. I mean, they could all be accountable.
Well, let me ask it a different way. You had pretty much free, unfettered access prior to that meeting in June of 2020.
Yes, sir.
All right. They give you a reason telling you that some people had watched the videos who should not have watched the videos, right?
Yes, sir.
You went and you investigated that. You didn't find that to be true.
Correct.
After that, you did not have access, free access to the videos without having to run it up the ladder to somebody else.
Yes, correct.
All right.
And Representative Schwanker, that your 10 minutes are up. I'll let you go ahead and wrap
That's
this up.
fine. I only got 2 more questions. So that sounds like pretext to me, but I don't know how you would define it. But all right. All right. Well, Ronald. Paxton talked about that. No problem. Who's over internal affairs during the Ronald Greene investigation?
So I guess at various points, I guess Captain Cameron for a little while, and then Captain SQ.
Okay.
Both. It's not the current rank, but at the time.
All right. And this is the last one. Did you ever feel that any of your supervisors, chain of command, anybody try to silence you or try to
I think my chain of command agreed with me, my chain of command through the training academy.
Did anybody ever try to silence your opinions as it relates to the Ronald Greene matter?
No, I just couldn't get meetings with anybody. That was it.
Thank you, Representative Jordan. And look, I hate to cut anybody short, to be honest with you, but 10 minutes is now feeling like 2 hours at this late in the day, so I'm going to drop everybody back down to 6 minutes, and if you need more time, we'll go from there, but I'm going to try and get you wrapped up in 6 minutes. Representative Villio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What's your rank again? Sergeant Davis. Now, the majors are not use of force experts, are they?
No, ma'am, and I kind of mentioned that, and it seemed kind of silly to me, too.
Sure, and you're a use of force expert.
Yes, ma'am.
So, according to the audit trail, you viewed the videos from Ronald Greene incident within days of the incident. Isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I understand if you don't want to answer this, but you've seemed willing to answer everything else. Restricting your access to the videos is a means of controlling the narrative, isn't it?
And again, I guess I'd be speculating because I'm not 100% sure if it was done out of ignorance or done out of malintent. So
let me ask something that may surprise everyone listening. How and where can videos be erased from Axon?
Certain people, depending on their accounts, have the ability to delete videos.
So the colonel?
I assume so.
Lieutenant colonels?
I assume so. I don't have any access to evidence.com any longer.
Right, but
so I don't know if I haven't kept up with it now in quite a while, so I don't know if anything has changed after the target letter with the panel or the team.
But back then, contrary to the belief of many or most, those videos, if you have the proper access, can be deleted, can they not?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that true of the captain of internal affairs then too, to your knowledge?
I don't know.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Representative Villio. Representative Bacala.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Following up or picking up where Representative Villio, the incident happened on the 10th. The logs reflect that you viewed almost all, I think all the videos. There's one that you didn't review at all, but you reviewed most of the videos on the 15th.
Yes.
I'm assuming that on the 15th you drew some conclusion, some opinion.
Yes.
How soon thereafter did you begin trying to get somebody to listen?
About immediately. I mean, if not immediately.
All right. So you're picking up the phone, or you're typing an email, or what are you doing next?
Well, no. I remember going and talking to my lieutenant at the time and my captain at the time.
Walk down the hall to the captain and lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
All right, and that would have been probably on the 15th as well. I know you were viewing at midday around that time, so probably that afternoon you were.
I assume so.
I know that's recollection. And so what was the response? I mean, and listen, I know
I've never gotten any kind of, I've never had anybody in my direct chain, in my section, disagree with me at any point in time. I think they shared the concerns.
Okay, so now I get it. Everybody shares concern. What is the game plan that y'all say, okay, we need to?
So, and you'd have to ask my captain at the time, Mark Richards, but I know he was told, y'all are training or something to that effect, like CID is handling the case. They're investigating.
Okay, so in order to learn that CID was investigating the case, he had to have spoken to someone.
And I just don't specifically know who.
Okay. So that would be a question and that's Captain who?
Mark Richards, he's retired now.
All right. And characterizing the meeting with Miss Faye Morrison, who is with the Office of Legal Affairs, did you get the impression that was mostly about civil litigation mitigation, or was this about criminal investigations and internal affairs?
I believe it was dealing with the FBI investigation.
But that was in June of 2020, so a year and a half passed between the incident and the first time you ever met with somebody outside of your immediate chain of command.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Representative Marcel.
Thank you. I'll be below 6 minutes. I want to thank you, Sergeant Davis, for your bravery to come up here and actually give an accurate account of what you know.
Yes, ma'am.
And I know that's got to be tough sitting in a uniform and saying that you believe, and maybe it's not tough for you, but it's admirable.
Well, thank you.
You were on the use of force review team when this incident happened, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were an expert in that area, is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me who's now on the use of force team and if they have the expertise that you have?
Well, to my knowledge, there isn't a team.
There is no more team.
No, ma'am, not to my knowledge.
Okay. So the team, they got rid of the team, or tell me what happened? They no longer need a use of force team?
Okay. The Colonel Davis, and it was unrelated. It was related to a possible leak of somebody else's name in another case that we were reviewing.
So because of that, we no longer have a use of force team. That's what I'm hearing?
Not to audit the use of force videos from.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
All right. So you believe that there was use of force in the incident of Ronald Greene. You said at least 2 officers that you believe did that. Is that accurate?
In terms of what was, for sure.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And so we've had testimony earlier. I think Scott Brown, who worked with you during that time.
No, ma'am. It was Sergeant Albert Paxton.
I mean Paxton. That's what I meant. Paxton.
Yes, ma'am. So I guess it was April. I was on. It was an FIU, or Force Investigative Unit, which is a new unit. Panel discussion kind of thing over Zoom, and I think he called me afterwards, and we were discussing the case. And
so you and Paxton worked together on the use of force, right?
No, this was just on this panel.
The panel.
Discussing how they would implement this new Force Investigative Unit that they have now.
Okay, so we have Paxton, who has testified that they harassed him and harassed his wife, and he had to end up leaving state police. We have an officer that was fired. We have anybody looks like that came forth. Your access was denied to the videos after your meeting with Faye Morrison. And can you tell me what happened to Captain Cameron? Was he promoted to Lieutenant Colonel?
Yes, ma'am. He's currently.
So he was promoted. Captain Eskew, was he promoted?
Yes, ma'am.
He was promoted as well. So we have promotions, and we have you saying that they didn't directly, but they wouldn't give you a meeting. They never would follow through, and you didn't feel the need to continue to be on the use of force because they pretty much wasn't doing anything with it.
Well, and to be fair, I was not requesting a meeting with Internal Affairs because
right.
I did not.
I didn't say
consider
Internal
it an
Affairs.
Administrative issue. I considered it criminal.
Right, but you were requesting that someone talk to you about it or look at it, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was not afforded to you, right, until you talked to Ms. Faye Morrison, right?
Correct.
All right. I just, again, want to thank you for your service to our state, and thank you for your honesty and your testimony. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sergeant, thank you for being here, and thank you for your service. Just to clarify, who was at the top of the food chain of the training division at the time?
Captain Richards at the time.
Captain Richards was the, okay, because you threw out a lot of names. All right, that's all I had. Thank you.
All right, that concludes Mr. Davis. Thank you so much for coming today. We really appreciate your testimony.
Yes, sir.
All right, next we're going to take Lieutenant Scott Brown. Mr. Brown, can you please state your name for the record?
Johnny Scott Brown.
Thank you. And look, I got to inform everybody my ignorance. I didn't realize that Johnny Brown and Scott Brown were two different people until very recently. And I was reading reports thinking that we had two people in state police named Scott and Johnny Brown.
Well, we have two named Johnny, but so that's why I use Johnny Scott.
Okay. 'Cause I see your name pop up in both ways, Johnny Brown and Scott Brown, depending on who's writing, I guess, referring to you. You were also charged with investigating this matter. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you were working with Albert Paxton or separately than Albert Paxton?
Actually, his supervisor.
You're working his supervisor. When did you get first notified about this incident?
Then the following Monday after, I believe it would be the 13th. I didn't respond to the scene because of some inclement weather, and we had suffered some damage as a result of it, so they spared me and another detective from having to get the call out. So I first learned of the Ronald Greene incident on Monday the 13th.
Okay. And were you aware of the Clary video? I'm going to cut to the chase. When did you first become aware of the Clary video?
That morning, during briefing.
Okay, so you knew the Clary video existed even though...
No, I didn't know it existed. I knew who had what and what was being reported to me by, at the time, my lieutenant, who was Gary Beasley. He's the one that offered the initial briefing of what had occurred, and they caught me up to speed. And part of that briefing included a section of what we got from Lieutenant Clary.
And were you aware of a body cam video at that time?
No, I did. I was told he didn't have one.
So you were told by, not from Albert Paxton, from somebody else that he did not.
I was told by Lieutenant Gary Beasley, who was my direct supervisor at the time, and the case agent was Investigator Jerry Spencer. Those are the two that came to me, and we talked about the case that morning, and that was what they represented to me, was that Lieutenant Clary had a dash cam, which basically showed his drive up there, and therefore didn't really have any relevant information, but we had that, but that he did not have any body cam.
And so some time goes by. When are you first made aware that there's another video, that the Clary video exists?
I didn't until Albert Paxton told me after a conversation he had with Scott Davis, so it was whatever time that was on his timeline.
Okay, so that's when you first become aware of the Clary video.
Yes, sir.
Did you have any conversations with anybody about how to handle this new evidence that's come to light?
Well, the first thing that popped in my mind is I wanted to make sure that Mr. Belton, who was the state prosecutor, and the FBI had a copy of it. I assumed because, I was aggravated that I didn't have it, but I also knew that we were under subpoena to make sure that the Department of Justice had copies of all the files, which we had provided our file, but just minus the video, so obviously I didn't want them thinking that we were trying to short them. And then I contacted Mr. Belton personally and asked him about the Clary video.
Was he aware of the Clary video when you contacted him?
No, he did not know, and told me that he was not aware the Clary video existed and that he had never seen it.
Okay. And do you know what time frame this was when you contacted Mr. Belton?
It was the day, forgive me, I don't have Albert's timeline, but he does a great job of specifying the exact time it is. So if you have access to that, then you should have a date there.
So that's accurate to your recollection. Sure. Do you, at this point, what are your concerns at this point? I guess did you voice your concerns to anybody else in state police about about finding out about a video that's evidence after the fact?
Yes, sir.
And who'd you voice those concerns to?
Voiced it to the lieutenant colonel at the time, was Colonel Van Buren.
Okay. And what was the response from Colonel Van Buren?
Well, he wanted a meeting, and that's the meeting that Sergeant Paxton referred to, where he, myself, Captain Robert Loomis, Bo Loomis, met with Colonels Cameron, Lieutenant Colonel Cameron, and Lieutenant Colonel Van Buren to discuss the case.
And what was the result of that meeting?
First, we viewed the video, and after we reviewed the new evidence, I made a suggestion to them of how I'd like for the thing to proceed, because Albert had already provided me the information, which in my opinion was supported by everyone else that worked for him. It wasn't just one detective. I had multiple detectives out there, and they all reported to me the same thing, that John Clary didn't have video. So to me, there was a violation there. And I was concerned that this video had never been provided to us. And also at the time that I discovered the video, by now I had access to Axon. I didn't have it then, but now I did, and I logged in and actually looked at the audit trail. And I realized that this video was discovered within days and I was just so disappointed that no one had ever reached out to us and said, hey, we got evidence. I mean, we had provided the case file. Apparently nobody read the case file. Nobody looked to the attachments to see we didn't have it. And
you think that's odd that nobody looked at the attachments to see if you had everything?
The entire case file, we place them, they're digital now, and we make them digital so we can, share them with the different people that are going to want them. So you actually have to go into the attachments, but Albert would have listed in his case report the attachment number, allowing someone to be able to go in and see what videos we had and what they didn't. And I've obviously heard testimony of people referring to the Clary video was mentioned in Albert's original report. Yeah, it was a dash cam video, which just showed a drive up to the scene and doesn't show anything. So that's the video that was being referenced.
So were you concerned about the statement that John Clary gave to Albert Paxton that he recorded at like around 4 o'clock in the morning? Was that statement concerning to you that it did not make any mention of a struggle?
Yes, I was concerned because it wasn't consistent with what's on the video. Now that we have his video, I can see what I see going on, and then I listen to what he says, and to me, it's not consistent.
Okay. Did you talk to Colonel Reeves at any point about the videos? Did you have any conversation with Colonel Reeves during this process? Let me back up that way.
Yes, sir.
When did you talk to Colonel Reeves?
The initial time that I spoke to Kevin was in May, a couple of weeks after the incident itself, and we had went and played in a golf tournament, and I finally had an opportunity to talk about it on the way home, and I brought it up in the context that I brought it up, and I heard the former colonel's testimony the other day, and a lot of what he said is accurate as far as the content of what was said, but yet the reason I brought it up was I'd already knew that my superiors didn't want to do anything. So I was sort of looking for that opportunity to go talk to my friend and say, hey, guy, look, I'm telling you, this is some serious business, and we need to get out in front of this. And if we don't get out in front of this, we don't have to sit in front of the media and explain why we didn't do it, but you are. So that was why I was trying my best to say, look, man, this is serious. This is some serious stuff that we need to deal with it. And he went right to the part about, well, we're not going to arrest troopers for turning their cameras off. And I just knew that.
Had Colonel Reeves seen the Clary video at this point?
No, I didn't have the Clary video at this point. I didn't know it existed.
Okay, this was before that.
Yes, sir. This was within just a couple of weeks after the actual incident in May. This was May of 2019 when I had this first conversation.
So this is a concern about them turning their body camera off, not the existence of a video that was misled about.
This is all I have is the DeMoss video to go on, and then the 2 short videos, which, I heard the colonel reference the 3 videos that they watched just a few weeks. Well, that's the 3. There was only one relevant video, and that came from Trooper DeMoss, who had the lengthy video that we relied on to get all of our views of the scene. We didn't have Lieutenant Clary's body cam, which obviously provided a totally different view that we didn't have access to. And then we had 2 short versions of Chris Hollingsworth. We had other videos there, which included Clary's drive up, but his drive up was just a drive up. If you want to watch somebody listening to music on your way up there, that's all you're going to get from it. So it was classified as nothing was relevant on that video because it wasn't. It didn't show the scene or anything.
Did you think Colonel Reeves took your concern seriously at that time?
Yes, I did. I think Kevin trusted my opinion. Okay. But I think he also trusted the opinion of others. And I blame myself for not maybe pushing a little bit further.
When you find out there's another video, did you bring that information to Colonel Reeves saying, hey, we have another video that shows more stuff? Did you have that?
I don't think I actually brought that to his attention. They weren't here. They were gone when I found that video.
Who was gone?
The administration had changed, I believe, by the time Lieutenant Clary's video surfaced.
So now it's Colonel Davis is now in charge of state police by the time you're aware of it?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any conversations with Colonel Davis about the new video?
No, sir.
And you said you were frustrated and you were finding an opportunity to talk to Colonel Reeves because your superiors were not taking it seriously. Who are you referring to with your superiors?
Well, I'm not going to say they weren't taking it serious. They just weren't taking what I considered to be the advice that I was giving, which was we need to get out in front of this. I felt like criminal charges need to be filed. I felt like, similar to Scott, is that there was a wide range of charges that could be considered. And I felt like it was my job as a supervisor to make sure that my command staff knew the potential that was there. And unfortunately, no one else shared that opinion.
And who are the supervisors we're talking about this time?
The initial supervisors were Major Bob Brown and Captain John Peters and Lieutenant Gary Beasley, along with, at a later point, Captain Jason Turner.
And were you instructed not to proceed, or did you feel like somebody was insinuating you shouldn't proceed with an investigation?
No one ever told me not to do anything.
Did you ever get the sense that you shouldn't look further into things?
Oh, absolutely.
And who was giving you that impression, or was it a general sense?
Well, as you heard in Sergeant Paxton's testimony, a few days into the investigation, we started gathering facts now because we were able to start gathering data from the videos that we had collected. And the investigator Spencer would come to me every time he'd find something that was complicated. He would come to me and have me look at it. And to be honest with you, the first video that came to my attention was the one that got leaked out where he calls his buddy up and starts bragging about what went on at the scene. So I already know just that video in itself. If I knew nothing else, I knew we had a public relations nightmare just with that one video, and the fact that this video is going to be played at some point to the world. And so it sort of puts you on the defense. Now let's go back. This guy's bragging about what happened. Let's go dig and find out what did he do. And that's basically the way the investigation took its course. They went back, and now we started going frame by frame with these other videos, and obviously we've seen the what we considered to be excessive force at the window, the shooting of the taser. We've got what can be considered excessive force, hitting somebody in the head with what we believe was a flashlight. Now at the time, we didn't have anything but DeMoss's video of what I'm going to call phase 2, because they get Greene finally handcuffed. And then they walk away from Mr. Greene. And you can obviously hear Mr. Greene, but I looked at the position, Mr. Greene, and where he was lying on the scene and things of that nature. So when you get the second video and you see a re-engagement, so to speak, that takes place, number one, I don't see any justification in that re-engagement. And when I hear people say, well, Mr. Greene was trying to get up, Mr. Greene was trying to do this, well, he's still laying in the same place you left him before. He's still there. He hasn't rolled over. He hasn't done anything. And on top of that, we now include a set of leg shackles. So now he's handcuffed behind his back and he has shackles on. But it seemed like the force continued. Well, it did continue. And I couldn't see any justification there.
Did anybody ask you to not provide evidence in this case? Or to conceal evidence?
Yes, sir.
Did you express that incident to Colonel Reeves?
Yes, sir.
So Colonel Reeves was aware that you were asked to not provide evidence?
Yes, sir.
When did you talk to Colonel Reeves next after May?
I can't give you the exact date. I know it's around the time my brother-in-law had passed away, and he actually came by. He doesn't live far from where I live, so he came by to visit, and that would have probably been September. It was shortly before he retired. And I recall having another conversation with him there, and I was encouraging him at that point that we need to address some of the issues that are we're being blasted. We got people that are, coming here to protest and things of that nature, and they're all saying that he died because we said he died in a car crash. Well, I knew that he didn't die in a car crash, and our report doesn't reflect that he died in a car crash. So it's like, look, everybody's saying this. We need to do, in my opinion, we need to do something to refute this.
And I know I'm getting very close to an investigation, so I want to be very careful, and I'm going to caution the members, be careful. Were other people around when you were asked to conceal evidence in this case?
Yes, sir.
Was this in a meeting?
Yes, sir. It's the meeting that Albert Paxton referred to.
Okay.
We didn't, by the way.
No, I understand. I'm glad you asked that. I'm glad you added that as well. I'm going to turn it over to some other people for questions. And I'm going to turn to Representative Backlaus first. And remember, I put y'all back on the 6-minute rule. I like 6.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Going back, again, I just want to touch on this. It looks like you didn't say it, but you saw the Clary videos on April 12th, according to logs, which would be 11 months after the incident.
Yes, sir. And just listening to the prior testimony, the dates that they give would be, because that's the two that actually provided me that information.
Got it. And it looks like in between or somewhere prior to that, the only people who, I'm just looking at one example, but looks like Scott Davis had viewed everything on the 15th. It also looks like not long before you viewed it in April of 21. I'm sorry, it's longer than I thought. Sergeant Ducote had viewed those videos in September of 20, and you finally saw them April 12th, 21.
Yes, sir. As I recall looking at that log, it was apparent to me that Internal Affairs had viewed it. There was multiple people that had looked at the video from the log, as I recall, and which would have been consistent because of the Internal Affairs investigation. It was apparent they used that video.
But again, the video, I guess you're saying that Kevin Ducote is Internal Affairs? I don't know.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The names that I seen all were linked to Internal Affairs.
But even his viewing of those videos, the Ducote video, the Clary videos were, I don't know, a year and a half after the incident.
As I understand, that's the videos that they used in the initial Internal Affairs investigation.
But even absent that, you guys, absent the Clary videos, you guys had great concern just based on what you saw from the other,
yes, sir,
the videos that were available to you.
Yes, sir.
And going back to the meeting where you said that you were, I think the term used by the chair was concealed evidence. Can you just kind of describe that meeting?
Yes, sir.
A little bit. Who's? I know you said it's the same, but I'd like to have on record who was present, what you were told in your words, rather than just doing a ditto for the previous witness.
Okay. I heard Sergeant Paxton refer to the fact that they called the meeting. That was incorrect. I called that meeting. I called that meeting because of the issues that had surfaced in the videos that we had.
And again, can you date this meeting for me?
That would have been, again, I won't have to ask you to refer to Mr. Paxton's timeline, but it was maybe 16th or something along those lines. It was just
2019.
Yes, sir, 2019. Okay. Absolutely.
Got it. Okay, please.
Those present were Major Bob Brown, Captain John Peters, Lieutenant Gary Beasley, and then my detectives. And I can't recall all who were in the room, but I know Albert Paxton was in the room, and we were upstairs. We have an upstairs deal so all of us wouldn't fit in my office, and that's where we were at. So some may have been standing in the hall. But Albert Paxton and Investigator Spencer, I had two more detectives that worked there at the time. They were Mark Taylor, who no longer works there, and Caleb Reeves.
Okay, and characterize the meeting for me, please.
Okay, the meeting that I called was to go over these, the fact that we had some complications that had come up, and I wanted to share those with the with my rank and let them know what we'd found, and then I guess suggest what I considered to be what we need to do next. A game plan. Try to gather a game plan together to combat what we obviously knew was going to be a huge public relations nightmare.
Okay, and who in this group was the highest? Who's the ranking officer in the room?
Major Brown.
And if you would, what was anybody? But I guess I'm asked for Major Brown's comments relative to your presentation, and can you kind of give me as accurately as you can, with the passage of time, what the remarks might have been, or instruction to you may have been?
Yes, sir. Well, I went over a wide range of charges that I suspected could be applied.
Would you review those? Tell us what they are.
Okay, they ranged everything from obstruction of justice to negligent homicide was the crime that I ended with. And there were several in between, which could include malfeasance in office and then the excessive force charges, which could be aggravated battery all the way down to simple battery charges.
Okay, and please continue what the response.
And again, I wasn't saying this is what we need to do. This was what I was suggesting to them that could be available. If the DA's office or someone looks at that, I wouldn't be surprised if they come back with any of this or all of it.
I guess the characterization was we need to look at this case to determine if there's probable cause on these particular charges. These are the things I think we should review for.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It was.
You weren't saying it was time to arrest them. You were saying this is what we need to look at.
This is what we face. This
Right.
is what we face, and recognize that our, in my opinion, our options were limited. We certainly had criminal activity there, and because of the huge, what I considered to be was going to be a public relations nightmare, that the only way we would maintain credibility and be able to maintain control of it is get out in front of it. And that's what I suggested that we do, which was to actually promote filing criminal charges against who I felt was the person who initiated all of this, was Chris Hollingsworth. And in doing so, you would work with the district attorney's office for that same fact, not just necessarily to take care of this, but to preserve the integrity of our department.
Got it. And tell me what ultimately happened and why.
Well, they disagreed with that. They did not want to file criminal charges against.
Okay, was their opinion that was not the best course of action? Was that done after a thorough review of the evidence, or was the evidence not presented to them? Did they want to see the evidence, or did they just want to dismiss it without?
We definitely talked about what the evidence was. We talked about who had evidence, and I've heard it mentioned. Obviously, we've talked about Lieutenant Clary. We've talked about Lieutenant Clary's, what information he had and what information he didn't have. That was part of it, but it wasn't just a focus on Lieutenant Clary's body cam, the fact that he didn't have it. We also informed them that we didn't have a full body cam from Corey York, that he had turned his body cam off. We also informed them that Sergeant Floyd McElroy arrived on scene, but yet he turned his body camera off. So it wasn't just a focus on just one individual, it was a focus on the entire scene, who had what. So they were aware of what evidence we had and what evidence we didn't have.
And can you be any more specific about, I don't want to say a quote, but as close as you can to a quote, the nature, your instructions?
Yes, sir. If you're referring to what would eventually be the threat that Albert related to a while ago, we debated all these charges, and the debates almost got silly at some time, because, I'm saying, well, wait a second, why would, it starts with the turning of the cameras off. Well, he just didn't turn his camera off. He turned his camera off the moment he heard he was fixing to be in a pursuit. So as he's reaching to turn his blue lights on, he reaches and grabs his camera and pulls it down. At the moment he hears, I'm fixing to be involved in a pursuit. That's what's troubling. It's not that you shouldn't turn your cameras off, but here you know you're fixing to be involved in a pursuit, and the first thing you do is reach and pull your dash cam down. But unfortunately for him, he recorded himself pulling his dash cam down.
Right.
And then shortly into the pursuit.
If you would, just a moment. Mr. Chair, I don't want to cut him off, but I know I'm past my time
That's your
limit.
time.
So if we will just, I will relinquish the microphone, but I'd like to see the witness continue to describe the
Yeah,
meeting.
absolutely. Keep going.
Okay. Well, so we describe in that event, and I brought up the point that, in my opinion, this could be obstruction of justice. Not necessarily just for turning your cameras off. It's what you do after you turn your camera off. It's why did you turn your camera off? Are you covering up criminal activity? Or are you covering up whatever? Now, if an officer has a justifiable reason for turning his cameras off, I can get it. But what we had to do is we just simply had to fast forward and see, well, what did he do? We know that the reason, in other words, the debate led, what legitimate reason would he have for turning his cameras off at that moment? What? Because he's clear violation of policy, so he's intended, I'm going to violate policy, and the world's going to know I'm going to violate policy, but I don't care. Now, a lot of people question me saying, Scott, there's no way you could have known, or he could have known what he was going to do. And the only response I could give is I said, yes, you're right. I didn't know he didn't know what he was going to do, but he sure didn't want me to see it. That's what he did. And that's why he turned his cameras off, is because he didn't, and we all know, he didn't want us to see what he was going to do next. So as investigators, we just fast forwarded to see what was the next thing he did. Well, the next thing he did was race to the car with a taser and tasing. So my argument was surrounding just not turning the cameras off is concerning obstruction of justice. Just wasn't the fact you turn the cameras off. You turn your cameras off actually to cover up for what I consider to be an excessive force. So there's my argument. Well, they didn't buy that, and they pushed back. They argued against that, and one of the arguments was there's no way that he could have known what he was going to do. And I agree. There's no way he could have known. But what he did know is he didn't want us to look at it or see it. And as we continue to push, they continued to push back on that. My debate in the opposite direction was the cameras, the videos.
And I want to ask you, did you recommend anybody be terminated as a result of all this?
No, I recommend they be arrested.
Arrested.
Yeah.
And they were not arrested. In your career, have you ever recommended somebody be arrested and they not be arrested?
I was asked that in the last meeting, and I think my answer was no, and I can't recall ever.
Gotcha.
Ever.
This is the only one that stands out in your memory.
It's the only one that I can recall ever.
Thank you. Representative Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to be brief. I just got 3 or 4 questions for you. It's going to be real quick. No, I mean it this time. So let me ask you this. To the extent, if you can say, who specifically asked you to conceal evidence?
John Peters.
John Peters. Okay. And I know John Peters is the same one that said to Paxton that if you guys do something, there's going to be basically some friction between Troop F and Bureau of Investigations?
Yes, sir.
All right. So here's the thing that's gotten kind of puzzled me for a while, and I wanted to ask this earlier, but you're the perfect person to ask this. I just think there's when you read the report, there's a certain amount of hubris that's in that. I mean, why would you misrepresent statements in a report when you know that there's video that exists, unless you don't think that the video is ever going to be used or ever going to be seen?
That's the conclusion I would draw.
And to me that lines up with what Peters said. I guess what Paxton said, that Peters said that they don't always send the video over to the DAs or to the other authorities. So it makes sense to me that you would go out and do these things because you could do it with impunity because somebody's got your back where it would never be revealed or discovered. Is that a reasonable conclusion?
Yes, sir.
To be honest with you, I think That's about it.
That's great.
Very quick.
Representative Landry, I'm not going to give you a chance to expound.
I just have one basic question. We spent most of the day going over, who knew what and when and all this, but as a basic question, and I'm sorry, how many years were you a trooper?
I was a
In
trooper
the state police?
from 2003. I've been in law enforcement since 1987.
Okay. Why did they react like this? After Ronald Greene was stopped and they pulled over, and I mean, there were so many differing actions by different people, but as a general why for someone who's never been in law enforcement, why did this happen in your opinion?
Gotcha.
I can't envision why it happened. Don't get me wrong, it wasn't just two people that I've mentioned. I'm gonna make it perfectly clear, nobody in my chain of command wanted anything done. Okay? And as a matter of fact, there was only one other person I can recall talking to until we eventually talked to Scott Davis that agreed with me. And to this day, there's still a lot of people who disagree with me, who are mad that I'm right now talking to you or telling you any of this stuff. Don't get me wrong. Don't. Okay? I don't know why. I don't know why. But, I can't help but think, had I given in and not done it, that I'd be in jail right now. Because you just heard testimony from Scott Davis, he was already on to them. And I didn't even know Scott Davis existed. And we didn't. But I just wonder, had these friends of mine come to my rescue, had we not provided the videos, which we were told not to do, to Mr. Belton? And I know what the answer is. I'm satisfied with what we did. My guys aren't to blame for this. The reason I'm here is to defend my detectives. It wasn't just Albert Paxton who was a detective. I had 4 detectives out there that morning. Well, one of them was a lieutenant. He wouldn't work for me. I worked for him. It wasn't just one person that came back and reported to me that John Clary didn't have body cam video. It was all of them. It wasn't just those 4 that knew that we openly discussed this case in my office with everyone. We openly talked about the evidence we had and the evidence that we didn't have. We discussed it with all of them, and I'm including every name that you've heard here. So when this video did surface, these people knew we didn't have that video. Now, I get it. Yeah, they can't come here and admit to that. They go to prison. It's that simple. But that's where we're at, okay? But don't blame my detectives. My detectives did what they thought they were supposed to be doing, which they had done a countless number of times. They went out there and they asked for they got with the supervisor and said, give me all the video. Shame on you if we can't trust you, and that's it. And that's what happened. I don't know why they didn't want to move forward with that. Maybe they didn't recognize this as being something significant. That's the answer that I have for you. I don't know, and I'm sorry for getting long-winded.
No, I appreciate the honesty. And the same question, the police who were there on the ground physically with Ronald Greene, why did they act in the way that they did?
I don't know.
Thank you.
I don't know the answer to that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Landry. I want to ask you real quick. Did you reference a McElroy video?
Yes, sir. No, there's not a McElroy video, but he was someone else that arrived on the scene. He was a supervisor who arrived on the scene, and he didn't have video. And the reason I mentioned that is it wasn't, I don't want people thinking we singled out John Clary just to say, okay, John had this and John didn't. We went through all the people that had evidence to provide to us and those who didn't, including the Union Parish deputies that were on the scene. We checked those out, including the Monroe police officers that may have been involved We checked with those to see did they have video cameras. The
So
Westboro Police-
there's no McElroy video, just to be clear.
Oh no, there's none.
That's to make sure we don't make. I'm trying to
Absolutely,
make
I
sure we collect.
apologize.
No, it's okay. I'm double checking everything. And when you told Reeves about that you were asked to not provide evidence, what was his reaction?
It wasn't a reaction.
Okay. Did he say anything to you, or did he?
He was upset that his son was in the room.
Okay. Representative Villio and then Representative Marcel, and I think we're done.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one question. The huge public relations nightmare that you talked about included for the governor in a re-election campaign, did it not?
I don't know the answer to that, but I can tell you if I speculated that, absolutely I did, but I don't have any evidence to it.
I understand. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, Representative Villio. Representative Marcel.
Actually, I was going to ask you about you kept referring to it as a public relations nightmare for the department, is what you were talking about?
By not doing the right thing.
By
Absolutely.
not doing the right thing.
Absolutely.
Right? Although I agree it would have been a public relations nightmare, more importantly, we need to tell the truth about incidents, and somebody's child died in this incident, and they need the answers. Now, you said it was, because I may have been walking out. Who asked you to bury evidence? Peters? Was it Peters that you said?
Ma'am.
Is he still with state police?
No, ma'am.
He's not there. So he retired also.
I believe he retired. Yes, ma'am.
He's retired. Seems like a number of the people that we've been asking about have gone on off into the sunset, and we have to pay their retirement. That's what it seems like. But let me ask you another question. If it's found that Peters or anyone else, because you said it's enough people that were on the ground that didn't tell the truth or turned their body cameras off, other than Clary, if that information is brought forward, do you believe that they still should be prosecuted?
All that information has been brought forward.
Do you believe that they should
absolutely.
all be prosecuted?
Yes.
And just for clarity, I asked earlier about the use of force team, and I think I'm being corrected that the use of force team has not gone away, but it's called something else. Is it two different units? Is it two different?
They call it a force investigation unit now.
Force investigation unit. So we do have force investigative units still there, correct?
Yes, ma'am. It was just recently created.
All right. I just wanted to clear that up because of the officer who I asked a question to earlier, and I'm being told that it's two different things. I want to thank you for your honesty as well.
Thank you.
It's much needed, especially in this incident. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Marcel. That concludes all the questions we have for you. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to bring up, we're almost to the end. We have Faye Morrison and Lieutenant Colonel Mike Noel. We're going to bring Faye Morrison up real quick, and then we'll get to Mike Noel next. Miss Noel, oh my God, long day. Sorry, I apologize, Miss Morrison, for that. Miss Morrison, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Yes, sir. My name is Faye Morrison.
All right.
I'm an attorney for Department of Public Safety, Office of Legal Affairs.
Do you still work for state police?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Representative Jordan has a question for you.
Good out. Well, I don't know if it's afternoon, evening. I don't know what time it is at this point. First of all, how are you doing today?
Okay.
Good.
Thank you.
And I know when we had the use of force task force back last year, you testified before the committee that I was chairing at that time, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm gonna come to that in a second, but I want to hit some of the things that they talked about today. What's your position right now?
I'm an attorney 3.
Attorney 3. What was your position back then?
I was the assistant secretary.
Assistant secretary.
For Office of Legal Affairs.
Would that be the same as general counsel, or would that not be?
It's not the official title, but it was referred to as general counsel.
Okay, no problem. And I guess you remember back then we were talking about at some point we were talking about the August McKay matter, and that was one of the issues that had come up at that time, right?
Sir.
All right, and you were involved in I guess you heard me talk to Doug Cain about this, but trying to redact his name and some things related around the McKay matter, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's talk about these phones being sanitized. We've had litigation holds within state government for some time. I mean, 20 years or so. Wouldn't you agree?
When we're put on notice of a litigation hold, state police did not have a litigation hold policy. When we were on notice from the Attorney General's office, who represents us in our tort cases, if they put us on notice of a litigation hold, we would perpetuate that.
But you didn't have a policy while you were Assistant Secretary / General Counsel.
No, sir.
All right. Why not?
It was not in the policy, and it was not called upon for us. And the department has a retention schedule, and that retention schedule covers the great majority of the documents that we maintain.
All right. So what was your role as General Counsel? Was it to advise and protect the department?
It was to run the legal affairs department and to provide advice as needed. Our role was not to oversee any part of public safety. We were called upon for legal services, and we provided those legal services as needed.
No, I understand that, but I know Colonel Edmondson spoke about it, Colonel Reeves spoke about it, but wouldn't it be good policy, a good practice? What I talked about earlier with Lieutenant Colonel Cain, some of the best practices to have a retention policy in place, or some type of litigation hold policy in place. Wouldn't that have been good?
Well, we do have a retention schedule policy.
Right.
I mean, we do have a retention schedule. So most of our documents across state police are scheduled for 3 years. So generally speaking, that covers most notices of litigation. And so at the 1 year point or 18-month point, when the lawsuit comes in, then we are on notice from the Attorney General's office that there is a lawsuit and that they're collecting documents, and in certain circumstances they've provided us with litigation holds. Not in every case, to my knowledge.
I understand. So, look, and I'm gonna just for brevity of time. Were you involved in creating the policy that you have in place now?
To a very limited extent, yes, sir. I was asked to do that when I, back in August and September of 21. But I think prior to that, Ms. Gail Holland had recommended that the litigation holds be done, and she effectuated that during that time period.
You think it's a good policy?
Yes.
You think it's a necessary policy?
Not in every case. And to the sense of police officers put their hands on people on a regular basis in a lawful way. But there's always a potential for, you could say, okay, I might get sued for that. So to put that on employees on every circumstance seems a little burdensome, but I think that's the policy.
I guess the question is, do you think it's okay for anybody that has potentially has public records on their phone to just go into an IT guy and say, just go ahead and wipe my phone, and there's no oversight, no accountability, no repercussions, none of that stuff, the way it was done prior to this policy being put in place?
No, sir, and I was not part of that. I did not have any participation. I was not put on notice. I was not advised that anyone was doing anything of that nature with the phones. I know that you reported that on one of the local news stations, that you understood that I was the one who gave the order. I had absolutely no knowledge of when Colonel Reeves turned in his phone, when Colonel Noel turned his phone, or when Major Cain turned in his phone.
So you're telling me you're responsible for some of the policies, or at least advising on policies to be put in place? Because this policy came out of the Legal Affairs Division, right? The one that's in place now.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that would be part of your responsibility. It would have been part of your responsibility, right?
If asked to do so.
Okay. And so who would have asked you to do so?
Either Colonel Reeves or Colonel Davis or
Colonel Edmondson or whomever. So how long were you in that role?
I was in the role as assistant secretary from July of 2017 under Colonel Reeves.
Okay. So you're saying you only would have advised on that if somebody asked you about that?
Or if it became a problem or an issue, if we had an instance during that time period where someone had destroyed evidence, but we had not had an incident where someone had destroyed evidence. So it wasn't an issue that came up where we said, oh, you need this at this point.
Rep. Jordan, you're at 6 minutes if we can wrap it up.
That's fine. And look, here's what I'm going to say. I think Representative Villio talked about that we had this Vegas trip. You knew that was an issue. You know that was potentially something about somebody destroying evidence. So you didn't do anything about that. I'm going to switch gears just for 1 second, and I'm going to ask you this one question. And so I know you're doing things, you're saying only when you were asked. But it seems like the emails, at least one of the emails that you sent out regarding the Ronald Greene incident, seemed to participate in trying to cover up or shield these officers from liability. And I understand that you may not have wanted to see the video, but I'm assuming you were aware of some of the facts and circumstances surrounding his death, and to try to say that you were going to pass it off on it still being an accident seems problematic to me. Do you agree with that?
No, sir, I don't agree with that.
Okay.
So I'm glad that you asked. So there were two different emails that I think you're talking about. The first was not related to the Ronald Greene matter. The first was related to a case that came out of New Orleans that had been in litigation. We had outside counsel that had been assigned by the Attorney General's office. We were being defended by the Attorney General's office. And in that case, the issue of you couldn't have a criminal charge, a criminal conviction, and a civil claim controvert one another. So if there had already been a criminal conviction that the federal courts ruled that a civil claim of excessive force, where there was a guilty plea or a guilty conviction on resisting arrest, that the case would be dismissed.
But that's not fair. That's not actually accurate, though. That's not accurate, because somebody can still plead guilty and be charged with a crime, actually be guilty of a crime, and an officer still can exert excessive force on them. So just that in and of itself is wrong. I just want to be clear since you're saying that.
Correct, sir. You're absolutely correct. And that email was not about the Ronald Greene case.
I understand.
That email went to lawyers. It didn't go to troopers. It went to lawyers, so that lawyers were aware of that when people were trying to settle claims before the criminal case had gone to trial. And I specifically referred to, I said, I have one in Troop F that I've got my eye on. Well, that was not the Ronald Greene case, because the Ronald Greene case would not have had a criminal conviction for resisting arrest. So it would never have been applicable. There was another case that was ongoing in Troop F, and we provided that information to the reporter who had asked for the email that it had been leaked to him. And we advised him that that was not about the Ronald Greene case, but it was about a case that had occurred in Troop F, and it was a handcuff case, and the case had been ongoing for several years, and the criminal case kept on getting pushed off and continued. And in the meantime, they were trying to settle the case with us and trying to get us to pay on a case that was still under criminal. So that was the note on that.
That's fine. Look, here's my last question for you. When you came to our committee before, we talked about Giglio concerns, and you talked about you didn't have a no-call list and all these other things. And I went back and I looked at the video last week, and you said, look, if we ever have any of our officers have conduct that rises to that level of Giglio, they would probably be terminated. And that's what you told me. Now, you knew about the Ronald Greene matter at that time when you made that statement. So you're telling me that none of the conduct by these officers raised any type of Giglio concerns or any type of excessive force concerns to you, because we hadn't had any of them. Well, one was scheduled for termination, but some of these officers are still employed with the agency.
Yes, sir. And during that time period, the criminal investigation was pending. All of the testimony that I've heard between Colonel Reeves and Sergeant Paxton and Sergeant Brown, the investigation had been conducted. The investigation had been submitted to the district attorney's office, and further than that, I had been informed that the investigation had been referred to the feds. So it was not my choice whether to do an administrative investigation at that time or not, but the focus was on the criminal investigation to take precedence over the administrative investigation at that time. And so there had been no findings at that time. And had we received a Giglio request on any of those officers during that time period, we would have reported that they were under investigation. But I did not receive one during that time period on those officers.
Ms. Morrison, you testified about a retention schedule. We had requested a retention schedule and we did not receive any. Can you make that available to this committee?
Upon approval of my supervisor, yes, ma'am.
Sure. And real quickly, you're talking about a Heck versus Humphrey bar when you were talking about the email, the Heck versus Humphrey bar, where the criminal suspect who then becomes a plaintiff in a federal lawsuit, if they've been convicted or pled guilty to the underlying criminal action, then they're barred from bringing a federal lawsuit for civil rights violations. Is that what you were referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
And obviously that would not be the case in the Greene incident because Mr. Greene was deceased and therefore not charged with any criminal violations in this matter, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And just quickly, you referred to, believe the litigation hold or preservation hold. Please tell me that you did not wait for the Attorney General to tell you you received a lawsuit in order to ask for preservation of evidence in all cases.
We did not, ma'am, but our retention schedule covered those things. Nothing during the first year, nothing during the first 3 years is going to be
should have been destroyed.
Should have been destroyed.
I just wanted to make sure because obviously there are other incidents and we know that plaintiffs sometimes don't sue for a year.
Correct.
And the whole purpose of a preservation memo is in anticipation of litigation that the Attorney General wouldn't necessarily know of the incident until a lawsuit is filed. And I just wanted to make sure as legal affairs that that's not the policy of the state police to wait until a lawsuit is filed to issue a preservation memo in every case.
And again, we were not issuing them in every case. We did have instances where when we thought litigation was likely,
sure,
that we would advise the Attorney General's office of that. And then they would take action or ask whatever we needed. With regard to some of the earlier questioning, they were talking about the 2016 litigation hold, and I didn't participate in that. But at that time, there was in fact a lawsuit filed, and we were on notice, and there were particular parameters of what things people needed to save and who needed to save those things.
All right, thank you, Representative Hughes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. I'll be really quick. Attorney Morrison, what's your current title?
I'm an Attorney 3.
Okay. And prior thereto, what was your role?
I was the Assistant Secretary for Department of Public Safety, Office of Legal Affairs.
From what years to?
July of 2017 until June of 2021.
Okay, so you were reassigned by Colonel Davis?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I apologize if I missed this or if this was already asked, but is there any policy in your agency around emails? How long do you guys preserve emails, or do you preserve emails at all?
The emails are housed at the Office of Technology Services, and they go back very far.
Okay. And how long has that been the policy?
Again, we don't maintain them. Office of Technology Services maintains them. Even the deleted emails, they're all there.
Okay. What about financial records? Do you guys have a policy that you retain financial records for a certain period of time within your agency?
I would expect that our retention schedule for the Office of Management and Finance, that would cover that. I don't have a specific recollection of it, but I would expect that they have retention schedules on that.
I'll yield after this, but you made a comment a little while ago when you said you guys never had a situation where evidence was destroyed that prompted you to have to implement this policy around cell phones. I would have to conjecture that that's not true. I think it was entrenched in the culture, and that's why some higher ups and others just felt so comfortable doing it, because it was done on a regular basis.
Well, we always advised against that. We've had, we advise troopers and all people, if you're at the accident scene and you take a picture on your phone, that's evidence.
I think, but for this high profile incident, you guys still wouldn't have this policy in place. And we still have cell phones being wiped fairly easily. And I think it's reprehensible that it took you all this long. And so many of you, current and former members of the top brass, have blood on your hands. And that's just the facts. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Hughes. One quick question. I stepped out for a little bit. You recall so may have been asked, you recall the meeting with Trooper Davis?
Yes.
Was he limited in his viewing based off of anything that happened in your meeting with him?
No, sir.
Okay. I should be very clear on that point. I want to give you the opportunity to clear that up. That's it.
Can I speak to that a little bit further?
Oh, sure. Absolutely.
Yes, sir. And I know y'all know that I'm an attorney, and the information that I have is client information. It's not information that I'm supposed to divulge just to anyone.
And I don't want you to. I want to be very
under
clear.
Any circumstance. But there's been a couple of things that have come up today that I feel compelled to address because of the way that it was presented. First of all, with regard to the meeting with Mr. Belton, I was asked, Colonel Davis asked me to attend that meeting with them. I was informed by Colonel Davis that, as he testified, Mr. Belton had asked us to go and visit with him and discuss the discovery of the Clary video. And we did so. And that was a healthy legal discussion among law enforcement professionals. But in no way, shape, or form did Colonel Davis or Colonel Cain or Colonel Cameron or myself try to impose a specific narrative on whether or not to charge any of the troopers, including Trooper Clary. As Colonel Davis discussed, he viewed the video differently than from what Scott Davis discussed. And that was the crux of that meeting. There was no influence placed on whether or not to charge anyone, but there was a discussion at Mr. Belton's request. So to say we went up there with the goal of changing their minds or with the goal of influencing them not to charge someone, that simply didn't happen.
Okay. I accept your testimony. I don't have any reason to believe that that's not accurate. I just want to give you the opportunity to clarify the record.
And with regard to Scott Davis's testimony, he never, in the meeting that I had with him that he discussed at the end of June, in 2020. He never said or characterized the Ronald Greene video as he characterized it today. He did not say those words in any way, shape, or form to me. The purpose of that meeting, from my recollection and my understanding, was exactly what he said later on. He didn't want to be viewing the videos anymore because he didn't see the point.
I really don't think you should be discussing what he told you, though. I mean, I think that's probably inappropriate. But
well, he's accusing me.
He's not. I don't think he made any accusation of you, and you still have a duty to uphold your clients regardless of what he accuses you of. And that's the sad, unfortunate reality of being a lawyer. Something I understand. So I'm gonna ask you not to tell you what he told you, but I would like to say is, did he request the meeting with you, or did he request somebody else, and then you contacted him? I would like that part clarified.
From my recollection, they requested the meeting with me. I wasn't sent. Captain Slayton, and I think Captain Slayton asked me on behalf of Scott.
To meet with Scott.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I was not directed to go there by Colonel Reeves or by anyone else in the senior
Scott
staff.
didn't contact you. I hate to say it that way. Trooper Davis did not contact you. You were contacted by one of his superiors because he was looking with somebody to meet with, is how I understand it. That's accurate?
I can't swear to it, but I believe I was asked to go by Captain Slayton, but it was at Sergeant Davis's request.
Gotcha. Thank you. There are no other questions for you, Ms. Morrison. I appreciate you coming today.
You good?
Oh, you want one more?
Oh, I did.
Yes, we do. Do you have anything else you want to add?
Yes, sir. Could I speak to the force report that was sent to me again by Captain Peters? It's been alleged that I attempted to do something with that force report that was discussed earlier by Sergeant Paxton. That was a report that someone else had performed. I didn't request it. I didn't participate in it. I didn't know anything about it until he sent it to me. And they talked about steering it somewhere. I didn't steer it anywhere other than to the legal file for when the civil litigation
As I understood,
became ongoing.
People were just copied on the emails, how I understood the testimony. Maybe I misheard it. I know that they said steered it. I think they were trying to figure out why they were CC'd on some emails, but that's neither here nor there. But I accept your testimonies that you were just trying to get to legal.
Well, I just wanted to preserve what had been provided to us without any comment on it, other than yes, it does go to causation, but without providing it to anyone any further to further any narrative on the cause of death.
Right, but then look, I mean, you are the legal department. You're a participant of it. Really, all you got to do is hit the save button. I mean, you're. It's not that difficult.
Yes, sir.
All right, quickly, Representative Marcel, because I really do want to move on. But
Attorney, it appears that you're looking at your phone. Is someone sending you notes right now?
No,
Are you
ma'am.
testifying?
No, ma'am.
Questions?
I didn't bring a pen with me, although I did bring a legal pad. So I put 4 issues on the front
Okay,
of
I
my
was just
phone.
watching you continue to look at your phone.
No,
I was just checking.
I had just put those 4 issues down, so I knew that I would remember to address them with you.
Okay,
thank you. I appreciate it. I want to give everybody an opportunity to clarify the record, so I appreciate you coming and clarify the record for us. Yes, absolutely. We have one more on the agenda we want to get to today, and since I'd like to have Lieutenant Colonel Mike Noel, retired, come and testify after Lieutenant Colonel Noel's done. I'd like to give current Colonel Davis an opportunity, just because we were supposed to call him at the end. We called him in the beginning because I think we wanted some clarification, but I do want to give him an opportunity to respond because I feel like a lot of things were said, and I feel like it would be unfair to Colonel Davis to not give him that opportunity. So that's my plan, and then take public testimony at that point. And if he doesn't want to, if Colonel Davis doesn't want to respond, I understand as well. I'm just want to provide him the opportunity. I think it's only fair that once subsequent allegations are made or something to that effect, that he gets a chance to clarify the record in that regard. That said, Mr. Noel, please identify yourself for the record.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, committee members, Mike Noel, retired state police, Lieutenant Colonel, Chief of Staff.
Thank you, Mr. Noel. Representative Villio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Noel, you were appointed as Chief of Staff under former Colonel Reeves, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was your role to oversee internal affairs?
Yes, ma'am.
The Disciplinary Review Committee?
Yes, ma'am.
Promotions?
Up to the rank of lieutenant.
You participated in Monday morning briefings?
Yes.
You approved personnel transfers?
Yes.
And you assisted lieutenant colonels with the day-to-day operations of the state police, correct?
Correct.
All lieutenant colonels reported to you in the chain of command?
Correct.
In May 2019, Lieutenant Colonel Oliphant was over patrol, was he not?
Correct, yes.
And Lieutenant Colonel Adam White was over the bureau?
That is correct.
And who notified you about the in-custody death of Ronald Greene? Was it Oliphant or White?
I do not recall. It was like, well, I don't recall. I would have to look back, or you can look back at my emails.
You would
but
agree
it could have been either one.
You would agree that both Lieutenant Colonels Oliphant and White should have been engaged and receiving periodic updates so that they could keep you and former Colonel Reeves advised and apprised of the investigation, correct?
They would have been, yes.
Sure. So both Oliphant and White reported directly to you for situational awareness regarding the Greene death investigation, correct?
That is correct.
And how soon after the death of Ronald Greene did you and the other lieutenant colonels meet to view the body-worn cameras and the in-car cameras involving his death?
It was within a week or two.
And how many videos, how much footage did y'all review within that week or two?
I believe it was only one time we met to view the videos that I recall, and I think we saw, and I know earlier you mentioned several different videos. There was a short video, I think, and then the long video that had the bulk of the incident. And we, at that time, had not seen Lieutenant Clary's video.
And you knew there were more officers on the scene of that incident than the number of videos you viewed, correct?
I don't know that we discussed who all was on the scene. I don't know that that was necessarily discussed.
And did Lieutenant Clary or anybody tell you that Lieutenant Clary was on the scene and had a body camera and should have had video at the time?
No, ma'am.
And did you ask?
No, ma'am.
And who was present? When and where did y'all review? You said you reviewed the videos within about a week of the incident. Where were y'all and who was present?
I don't recall who all was present. Myself, Colonel White, I believe Colonel Oliphant was there, Colonel Reeves, and I don't know if Major Brown was in attendance or if he was on the phone.
And like former Colonel Reeves, did you conclude that Mr. Greene's death was awful but lawful?
That was not a phrase, it's a phrase you like to throw around. I guess someone said it. I don't know.
I don't like to throw it around. It was said. So.
I agree. I understand that.
Okay.
The position I took was we're conducting an investigation, a criminal investigation. Let's find out all the facts before we make a determination. We're going to turn this over to the district attorney, who, again, will have the ultimate responsibility to determine should criminal charges be filed. So was it awful but lawful? I don't know. It wasn't pretty. But sometimes police work isn't. So we didn't dissect every video that was at the scene. We left that to the experts, the investigators, who you heard from earlier today.
Have you seen Lieutenant Clary's body cam?
I have not.
It was Major Bob Brown's role to provide weekly updates to Colonel Reeves, you, Attorney Faye Morrison, and the Lieutenant Colonels on all significant investigations, correct?
Either he or Lieutenant Colonel White.
And was the investigation into Ronald Greene's death included in those weekly updates?
It would have likely been. Especially the first several weeks, you have to understand, state police is a very complex organization. We have probably at any given time 100 criminal investigations ongoing. That's just on the criminal side. You have all the patrol activity, and then you have all the support activity that most people don't recognize with state police, such as the crime lab, criminal records, game and enforcement. So there's a lot of things going on a daily basis, and those weekly briefings would only cover portions of that. So I think we had briefings or updates for several weeks, but at some point you're waiting for the investigation to be finished. You're waiting for the coroner to finish his report, and so that all that can be turned into the DA. So when those slowed down or stopped, I couldn't tell you.
Then Major Cain was present for those weekly updates.
I don't believe he would have necessarily been in there. As he mentioned, he and our at the time is either Captain Hodges or Major Cezanne would give us the intel brief for that week, or what activities or events that are upcoming, anything from the previous week. Major Cain or one of his subordinates would give us an update on anything from their shop, public affairs, and then they would leave. And then the lieutenant colonels, Miss Morrison, would stay and get into where each lieutenant colonel would give updates on significant events and going on in their sections.
Now, you retired from the state police when you were handpicked by Governor Edwards to be the chairman for the Louisiana Gaming Board in June 2020. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that was 14 months after the death of Ronald Greene and about a month after the federal lawsuit was filed by the Greene family, correct?
I'm not aware when the lawsuit was filed, but it was 13 months.
Yeah, well, a year after the incident. Of course, I'm sure you're aware that plaintiffs in Louisiana have a year to file a lawsuit. So year after the incident would have been in May, and you were appointed in June, so that would have been about a month after the lawsuit, correct? So when did you have your cell phone wiped clean?
When I retired.
And who made that decision, sir?
I turned the phone in, and as far as I knew, that was a standard process. I turned it in on June 3rd, I believe, of 2020, and
so for a complex organization like you talked about, y'all sure were lacking in policies as regards to evidence, weren't you?
in evidence in which way?
In text messages.
That you're assuming there are some text messages.
Well, certainly don't know, do we?
I can't tell you whether there are or there aren't. I don't know that, and I understand you. I mean, I do. But when I turned the phone in when I retired, that was, I guess, customary. I had a phone. I think when I was appointed deputy assistant superintendent, chief of staff, I was issued a phone, a Samsung. Had problems with it. I ended up switching to the iPhone. Prior to that, though, I didn't have a state phone. I used my personal phone. We were given a stipend. I think at some point in the early 2000s, I probably had a state cell phone. You know, it fluctuated over time, but we had no policy, right or wrong, on what to do with phones and the text messages. There was, that I was aware of.
Well, I'm just curious. You're not oblivious to the 2017 Las Vegas side trip issue of text messages having been deleted, correct? You were aware of that.
I recall of some of that, yes.
Sure. And moreover, while you were retiring from one state agency and appointed by the governor to another. So it would seem you would need those contacts. So doesn't seem to make sense that you would have your phone wiped clean, at least not to me.
The contacts that I had were all in my personal phone. And I guess you could say I don't know if there's a duplicate or not, because I really don't know.
Do you still have the personal phone that you had?
No.
You just changed providers or what?
No, I upgraded my phone.
Okay, and did you take the SIM card and then transfer it to a new phone?
I don't. Whatever AT&T does with it.
Surely, as chief of staff, you must have anticipated litigation would arise from the Ronald Greene death, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And who was responsible for issuing a preservation of evidence memo in anticipation of litigation?
That we relied on our legal section to do that.
Okay. And do you know when that preservation letter was issued?
I've never recalled seeing one.
Now, knowing the importance of the preservation of evidence to include emails, text messages, written journals, etc., at what point did you not stop to think that you were potentially destroying evidence when you had your cell phone wiped clean?
It never occurred to me that my text message were evidence in the Ronald Greene case.
Now, you worked for a year as chairman of the gaming board, and only the night before your Senate confirmation hearing, you resigned from your position, right?
That is correct.
Now, what was the pay for that position?
About 150.
Why did you resign?
I had a call the afternoon before the scheduled confirmation hearing from Matthew Block, who had informed me that he had been getting, his phone had been blowing up, and that certain members on the Senate had were going to try and block my confirmation. I then, the next morning, went to meet with him, the governor, and discussed it. I was, again, informed that they were going to try, some members on the Senate were going to try and block me, and that if they couldn't block me, they were going to block Colonel Davis.
And
so I said, at that point, I said, it's unnecessary. This, I'm going to resign, and because that didn't make any sense to me.
Isn't it true that your former position as chief of staff that you had to approve all internal affairs investigations?
That is correct.
Why did you fail to authorize an internal affairs investigation regarding the in-custody death of Ronald Greene? Knowing full well that there were numerous policy violations committed by troopers.
We did not initiate an internal affairs investigation because of the ongoing criminal investigation. And it was our policy at the time is to wait and let the criminal investigation conclude, let the district attorney make a determination on the case, and then we could proceed with the administrative investigation.
Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Representative Vilio. And what was the reason that the governor, Matthew Block, told you that you were not going to be confirmed in the, or they were going to try to block you in the Senate?
I believe members of the Black Caucus were unhappy with the fact that I was going to be, that I was former chief of staff during the incident, and that, that I was a chairman, and that I moved out of my previous job into a new one.
Gotcha. And then the other part of the discussion was if they couldn't block you, then they were going to block Colonel Davis from being.
That was the impression I was given.
And so why did you withdraw at that moment? You just didn't
Well,
want.
because one, I knew Colonel Davis didn't have enough, or I was fairly certain he didn't have enough years to retire. Now that didn't necessarily mean he had to retire. He could have gone back to his previous rank of captain. But for me, I was going to retire in October of 20, regardless of what happened. That was what my plan was. And so I looked at it as, this was a year of I hadn't even planned to be chairman. So I wasn't married to it. I didn't necessarily need it. So to me, the sensible thing was to tender my resignation.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate you. Don't have any questions than that. We appreciate you coming down. I know you had to wait a long time.
That's okay. It is.
Do,
well, we waited out the weather, I think, hopefully.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's hopefully that was the case. I appreciate you coming today.
Thank you.
Colonel Davis, do you want to come back and respond? I mean, I don't want to feel like we're just beating up on you and you're not around, and I definitely don't want it to look like we're not giving you an opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll make this quick. I know y'all have had a long day. I would like to add a couple points of clarification. I know that Sergeant Davis talked about our use of force team. We do have a use of force panel that we convene, and that use of force panel is designed to look at use of force issues. I've also created a force investigative unit. That force investigative unit is based upon best practices, really coming out of a lot of agencies that have gone through consent decrees and so forth, and that's where I've gotten that initiative from. So it's through that research and really our desire to build upon best practices to create those teams. Another one is with regards to the audit team, as mentioned before, and it's all been told that yes, I did terminate the audit team, but I've likewise go on and secured a contract with a third-party assessment team. What I've learned through not only this process, but also through just really being on this agency, when we were working with and dealing with CALIA and some of those other professional standards companies and organizations, I found that we did not have a lot of the issues that we have now. And I think that we need to be getting assessments, and we need to be having those assessments come from someone that's outside. So as such, I have convened a top to bottom contract with a third-party assessment to do a top-to-bottom assessment of our agency, and that report will be made public to everyone, so the public will have full access. And yes, we're going to work to be that best agency. So again, just wanted to let y'all know that. A couple other things. I know you all had some requests with regards to the phone, the dates that those 3 cell phones were terminated. We have those dates. Obviously, one is still under investigation. So with your approval, I'd like to keep one under seal because of the impending investigation, but we will provide that to you, as well as the Clary investigation, because again, our practices, just a point of clarification on that, when there is no sustainment of a trooper, then we do not make that public. So again, I would ask that be placed under seal.
And I understand that policy too, because you don't want baseless allegations just being out there rude. And that makes total sense. I don't want people to think that we're not unreasonable here.
Yes, sir.
So I do understand that, and we will abide by those conditions for sure.
Yes, sir. Thank you all.
Representative Marcel has a question for you. Do you want to take her question? I know I'm asking back up.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. So let me ask you a question. After you've sat through, I think you've been here to hear all of the testimony, have you not?
Today, yes, ma'am.
Today?
Yes, ma'am.
And after you've heard a lot of the testimony that have been presented here today by the officers who were investigating this and calling the use of force, you still disagree with their assessment that there are officers who need to be terminated?
Ma'am, I never disagreed. You know, one of the things that
Just say yes or no, because I don't want to open. He's going to get on me in a minute. Do you agree or disagree with him?
But I would like to explain. I do not disagree with them. But what I will tell you this, you know, when I talked to Mr. Belton and we talked about starting another investigation, as I told him, I said, if I'm going to start an investigation, I'm going to do it with those troopers that I pick. Okay, I'm not going to take an investigation that's already been done by somebody else that I was not in charge of, and use that information to start another investigation. I'm going to bring in troopers just like I did with those troopers I arrested. I brought in other troopers and I started that investigation. And those.
So let me ask it a different way then. So is your testimony today that you intend to bring in other troops to start your own investigation on these officers?
And that's
you're going to
that's what I was getting to.
Redo this or what?
My point is, if I do that, now I'm in conflict with the investigation that has already been conducted. So because one, there's been an investigation conducted by our internal personnel. 2, there's an ongoing federal investigation. I think it would not be prudent for me to start a third investigation.
No, but you could look over what they've done and take, like I told you earlier, right? Sometimes we don't have all of the information. Mm-hmm. And maybe, I was giving you the benefit of the doubt, thinking that maybe you did not perhaps have all of the information as it relates to this incident. And that's why you had not terminated anyone. But having sat here in these seats where we're sitting today and heard what we've heard, I believe we should take another look at it. That's one. And my final thing is, are you not familiar with the email that went out to all the state police regarding retention during I'm going to say it again, during the Alton Sterling protests, when Alton Sterling was killed and the protests were downtown, and there was a email that went out to all of you. I was pretty much involved in those protests and the stuff with Alton Sterling. Do you recall that email, or can you look it up? It was about retention of data. So we sitting here today, and my only point is, I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna stop. I applaud you for putting in new policies and changing the way it was done prior to you, and saying that you're gonna hand off briefing to the next person that comes in, the stuff that wasn't done for you. But it does us no good if it's in black and white in policy and nobody's following it, sir. So what I'm suggesting to you is that those emails went out during the Alton Sterling killing and the protests to all of the troopers about retention of your emails and your phones. And so maybe you want to go look back at it, but I recall that. And so to sit here today for people to say that there was no policy, no, the body cameras and all. Thank you so much for being here today. I appreciate it, and I implore you to go back and look back at that investigation that these officers sit here and talked about, the ones that was brave enough to come here and sit up here and tell us the truth. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And we are putting in training. We're not just stopping at policy.
Thank you, Colonel Davis. I appreciate it. I appreciate you coming back. I know it's been a lot. I know it's been a big day for everybody. I hope we gave everybody at least maybe a distraction from the weather for you stayed here for a long time. But that ends our section 3 of our agenda today. I'm going to move. We do have public testimony of Moden Harden is here and present again who would like to speak. That's the only one. I'm not going to turn the public down. I know. We are always glad to hear from you. We don't want you to think that we're not. It's just been a long day.
I understand totally. I hate to say
if anybody's going to sit at the table, we're also going to need a card from them. They're going to testify or anything like that. You can sit. I'm saying you're going to testify.
They weren't going to speak. They were just here for support.
Okay.
So, you come up here.
Yeah, you can sit with her. I don't want you to say you can't sit with her. I just want to make sure we have a card if you do testify. That's all.
No, I just want to say I wasn't even going to speak until Colonel Davis said what he said about putting Mona Harden through this, and that it just prompted me to fill that card out at that very moment for the fact that we've gone this long because there's no transparency and because of the cover-up and because there's so many people that dodged the bullet here, so to speak. And I just, it is what it is. And the fact that we've come this far because the lack of integrity within state troopers and these bad apples. For there to be an oversight committee, if I'm correct in what Colonel Davis said, am I saying that right?
Yeah, just in fact, I guess that's...
Yeah, it should not be from the chosen few. It should be a special committee from a special selection. It shouldn't be, again, Louisiana investigating their own. That's all I had to say, really. And if it were not for Al Paxton and Scott Davis and Carl Cavalier, all the other the reporters who come forward, who dig deep to bring answers and to bring pride back into the state of Louisiana and clear this mess up, we wouldn't be here. And I think that for the overpaid troopers, I think they all should be fired. If that's how you address this panel, with the lack of answers, you can't even answer yes or no questions. It has to be a tedious run of avoidance. That's how I see it back there. They should all be fired. And it's just, they behave like juveniles. They had no idea what was going on. These are, if I'm not mistaken, 6-figure public figures here, employees. They're just, it's such a waste of taxpayers' dollars when this is what it comes down to. And no one wants to own up to what obviously is. I just thank you. I just had to come and speak that I'll make as many trips as I need to. I've come this far and I'll come as far as I need to This is no burden to me.
Thank you, Ms. Harden. I appreciate you coming to testify again. I know it is taking effort, though. I do want to acknowledge that.
Yes, I just have to say that these ladies here on my side, it's just a testimony to what they are going through too. It's not just me, it's for their families too.
Thank you very much. I appreciate y'all coming.
Thank you.